And Fani Willis was pushing back against those, saying, you know, a lot of this isn't true. They need to focus on the true things at stake here, that people were trying to overturn the election and they're the ones on trial. And she kept saying that, you know, this isn't true. I'm not the one on trial. This is distracting from the case. But if all of these distractions do come into play, that appearance of problems could again be enough. But we'll have to see how everything today goes.
And Grace, it looks like that's exactly what they were trying to prove yesterday when talking about that appearance, as they talked about the multiple trips and how those were paid for, saying that Wade would have his travel agent to pay for all of the trips first. And then the issue of cohabitating. Now that really got Fani fired up, asking if they'd ever lived together at some point, because that's a situation where finances would be crossed. And that's really the wrongdoing if you see that money sort of mixing together.
Yeah, Grace, that's probably one of the things that they're going to want to expand on today.
Absolutely. She kept saying, you know, she was his equal. She didn't need anyone to pay for her things. She always paid him back. But again, those transactions, she said she always paid him back in cash. There was no deposit slips. She said she always keeps a lot of cash in her house on her because that's how she was raised. That's what her dad told her to do. The defense wasn't really taking that for an answer, saying, you know, why wouldn't you have proof of how much you paid Wade and when? They exchanged certain things that they paid for, but again, that lack of proof of who paid for what is really what a lot of this is coming down to.
DA Willis really emphasizing, as you said, Grace, I'm not the one on trial. She's really saying that this entire situation brought up because of an attempt to discredit her because she brought these charges after the grand jury indictment of
Willis off of this case, and that hearing will decide that depending on what Judge McAfee decides after another day of hearing. But we want to get you a full-fledged recap of what went down yesterday in court. Ariana Maniz has more.
Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis forcefully walked into the courtroom during her misconduct hearing, cueing to her attorney that she's ready.
3 documents in front of me, and they're the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant. I'm very anxious to have this conversation with them today.
Willis says she was eager to testify as she and Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade faces allegations that their relationship was a conflict of interest and they should be disqualified from Georgia's election interference case against former President Donald Trump and his co-defendants.
You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial.
Willis's highly charged testimony went on for more than 2 hours.
No. This is the truth, Judge. And it is a lie. It is a lie.
Defense attorneys questioned Willis about her relationship with Wade and claimed he paid for their getaways. But Willis says she would always pay him back in cash.
And what did you pay for on that trip?
I gave him much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500.
The DA also revealed how the relationship ended.
I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Wade also took the stand and set the record straight on when the relationship started, as the defense said it started in 2021.
To that.
None.
But before his testimony, Willis's former friend and former DA employee denied the timeline.
Do you know if Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade started dating in October of 2019?
I don't know if it was October of 2019.
Could it possibly be November of 2019?
Could possibly.
Let's take you back live inside the courtroom as they are finishing some final procedural preparations before testimony will begin in just a moment.
We want to bring into the conversation now John Acevedo, who is joining us here in studio this morning, Emory Law Professor. So, John, please tell us more about watching this testimony yesterday from DA Fani Willis. This was our first time hearing from her in this capacity. What were your takeaways after she got off that stand?
My main takeaway was this is an attorney who's not used to being in the witness box. She came off at times as a defensive, and I believe that's the role of a district attorney not used to being. Although she kept saying she's not on trial, she was in the witness stand, and I think that made her a little uncomfortable.
Hey, why don't you shut up?
But I do think we can take up some of the privileges.
Sure.
No, I think we can use this time to do that. So why don't y'all take a moment to look at the questions and then let me know when you're ready to proceed.
My part of it doesn't have to do with the question. I understood yesterday. I know these gentlemen are looking at the same time, so we want me to wait until they've had a chance to.
Well, I think you're about to maybe make a legal qualification here. So why don't we hear what you got?
Yesterday, it sounded as if the witness was going to decline to answer any questions at all in relation to communications or observations or anything, be it independent source or otherwise.
I don't have any coffee yet.
That took place during the
get
time of
I'm out
the
of coffee.
alleged attorney-client
It's a very
privilege
sad morning. Good morning,
relationship,
Gal.
which is 2015, I think, until the present. I understood that as referencing not simply attorney-client privilege communications, but what we commonly refer to under 1.6 as confidences and secrets, which are not covered by the attorney-client privilege and are not barred from testimony or evidence in a courtroom. But it sounded as if the court is going to have to order this Mr. Bradley to testify. And then Mr. Bradley will have to take a position of whether he's going to follow the court's order, heed the court's order, or whether he's not. If he does, then we'll be able to get in hopefully to the questions that Ms. Merchant has prepared on Mr. Roman's behalf. If he says, I'm not going to comply, then theoretically, we're in a position in which the court would have to hold him in contempt. And then at that point, my guess would be that somebody would say, I would like him to have the contempt stayed while I take it up on appeal. So I'm just trying to play through where we're going to be. Because if we're going to do that, we might as well notice before we start putting them on the stand.
I think that's a good thing to flag now. And I agree that yesterday during the hearing, there was some intermingling of 1.6 and attorney-client privilege. And now having had the time to kind of parse through that, and it does seem that there is a distinction between the two. One is not covered by the evidentiary privilege, and pulling the case of Tenet Healthcare Corp. 273 Georgia 206. Supreme Court doesn't make that distinction. So to that end, Mr. Evans, as we work through these issues, I would say that when Mr. Bradley takes the stand, I would be directing him to respond and be responsive to any questioning that may be covered by Rule 1.6. That would be the order of this court, but that still reserves the issue of attorney-client privilege. So as you're reviewing those questions, we'll keep that in mind, and I'll be interested to hear your response. Anything else you think we should clarify before we take a break to look at the questions? Do you have a copy for me?
Yes. A copy of the questions, Judge, and I also have copies of the, there's the exhibit that I would be filing to support it. Would you like that?
Oh, is she not on the stand today? Sorry, I was.
Sorry, I had an objection to filing. Did you say you want to file it? No, that I'm going to use in Mr. Bradley's testimony. I think that would help, but we can wait and I can use it there. Yeah, approach with questions that I gave Mr. Bradley.
I figured they were done actually with Fani. I think they did whatever they thought they could accomplish.
All right. And counsel for Mr. Bradley, I'm sorry, could I get your name one more time? I didn't write it down.
Maybe I'm Ward.
Mr. Ward?
Yes.
Okay.
Like
all right, Mr. Ward, if we could get
really
some regular updates of where he is and
like,
how he is progressing towards the courtroom. And then when everyone has had a chance to read these questions in the interim, let me know and we can take this up. Mr. McDougald.
I have a text message from one of Mr. Floyd's lawyers that he's logged in on the Zoom conference, Your Honor.
Okay. Is someone joining us by, thank you. Is someone joining us by Zoom that wants to appear for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Chris Kachuroff for Mr. Floyd.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kachuroff. And I think we had a legal assistant here announcing on Mr. Floyd's behalf, but I think it would be better to have counsel of record. Any announcement in terms of Mr. Floyd's presence this afternoon, or excuse me, today?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't did you ask a question?
Yes, sir. So Mr. Floyd joined us yesterday, but I do not see him here today. Do you have an announcement about his presence for today's hearing?
No, he will not be present, Your Honor.
All right.
We would waive his presence.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. All right. We'll be in recess
Does this
until I
guy
hear
not
from the
know
parties.
what the language is that he's supposed to use? What? Wait, what happened? Wait. He's at the doctor? Wait, what happened? What just happened? Can anybody tell me what just happened? Bit of confusion as defense attorney Ashley Merchant seeks to try again and call Terrence Bradley, Nathan Wayne's former law partner and divorce attorney. Bradley isn't here yet because of a doctor's appointment. Well, so are we, what? Are we just waiting? Are we just waiting? Okay, hold on. Let me see what these little trollops are saying.
There is a lot going on as we saw that curveball coming out of nowhere right there. We're going to keep monitoring this hearing throughout the day from inside the courtroom with our Zach Merchant, and we will break into programming again if there are any more major developments.
In the meantime, you can keep watching today's hearing on our 11 Alive Plus streaming app. If you missed part of DA Willis's testimony from yesterday, you can find it right now in its entirety on demand there on the front page. Just download the app for free on your Roku, Amazon, or Apple TV.
Yeah, well, this is a copy of a set. So it's
Well, morning recess. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I can handle that. I can handle a morning recess. McAfee said we are in recess until our party's ripe. Okay, thank you so much. I was just doing so many things at once that I missed what he was actually saying. I appreciate that. All right, well, that's okay. That's okay. So what do they think? Like, that's so weird. Okay, well, let me see if I can find something else. Hold on just a moment. Sorry. I wasn't quite ready to have to find something else immediately, but that's okay. That's okay, that's all right. That's okay, that's all right. He's at the doctor. Well, I hope everything's okay. I don't know. It was a weird trial. I'll tell you that. Weird days. But I am... I'm in a good place. I don't know why. But I'm taking it. If I'm in a good place, I'm gonna take it. For the minute. For the minute. Oh, you know what else is happening right now? Oh, it's not started yet. The Michigan thing is going on right now too, but hold on, let me just see if there's any other shots that are... Oh, that's a good shot though. There's an AP shot that is a real straight on of the judge. That's kind of fun. Let's see here. Let's see if the Guardian sometimes has some good stuff. Let's see. Let's see. Well, let's talk about what's going to happen in the world. Let's see. Today's Friday, and we're going to have a modified lounge tonight. I'm going to do a lounge, a late lounge, and I am going to read the end of prequel. So the beginning of the lounge will be like fun, let's talk, and everybody talk and make some jokes. And then I think I'll end the lounge with the final reading of prequel tonight. So please tune in for that. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any other kind of interesting schnizzit type stuff happening. Let's see. I don't think Michigan has started yet. I don't hear them as having started. I'm going to pull her up, though. I'm gonna pull up Michigan over here. Oh, actually, I really like that shot. I'm gonna save that shot. And I'm gonna, thanks for the hearts. Had my morning coffee in kratom. What, Navalny? What about Navalny? Did you see that art? I fell asleep so soon, gal. I don't know what's went wrong with me. I fell asleep immediately, like at 9 o'clock. I fell asleep. I don't know why I was so exhausted. Okay, let me see this. What happened to Navalny? Oh, here we go. Gal knows what's what. Okay, hold on. Let me copy that and then I'm gonna see it. Good morning, Nymph. Had my morning kratom. He's dead? He's dead? When did he die? He died? He fucking died? Oh my God. That's terrible. Why are we letting people kill people? Oh my God. Oh fuck. Wow, that's wow. God damn it. God, that just I knew they would kill him. I knew it. But I just didn't, I just kind of hoped that maybe since he hadn't killed him so far, that maybe he wasn't. I don't know. God damn it.
And then just
Bobby Lee gets to ask all the name right.
This is how many years have you almost? I got the dog.
I know Russian history, okay? I studied Russian history. I've been to the Soviet Union, and I've been to. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I'm. Okay, let me get this over here. Hold on. Where's my other browser? Okay. This is Michigan. This is Michigan. Yeah, so the thing about Russia is, I just think Navalny, I don't, nobody's perfect, but I think Navalny really showed, like, the entire world, like, Russians, that they could have something different and still be Russian, I don't know why I'm so emotional about it. I just feel like Navalny was a real symbol of Russians being able to have their country again, and that's a big loss for them. I'm just tired. I'm tired of despots killing people. Like, Khashoggi is what got me onto Twitter. I wasn't on Twitter before. Anyway, sorry. Let me try. I don't know why this one isn't talking. I'm not sure. This is Michigan. Sorry.
Hey,
Hi, Joe.
good morning, Judge.
Hi, Joe.
I think we're just gonna leave it on for an exam. Oh, she's here, but I don't know if she's able to.
Yeah, she's just doing the same thing. She's logging in. She's not starting her audio. And then when I send her a request to start videos, for whatever reason, she leaves.
No, I think there is. Hi, Curtis.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Damn it. Come on now. You were playing just a minute ago. What is the problem? Hold on. So sorry. Okay, so there's that. Why the hell? Twitter profile, return output. Okay. Oh, Paul, thanks. Oh, did you? Yeah, it was good. It was good. You can hear the. Okay, so I just can't seem to hear the guy. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop talking then. Actually, I don't hear any sound. Okay, hold on. A little bit of problems with the audio this morning. No problem. Hold on. We'll get another one here. Oh, come on. Where's another freaking browser? There we go. It's that one. That's that one. Okay. This is, oh, fuck. Well, okay. Why isn't that? Hi, can you choose that browser, please? Other browser. Wow. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Wow, it won't select. Okay, fine. Come on, Twitter browser. Weren't they just... Okay. Hold on. That's not doing anything. Hi, Lee. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. A New York decision.
Hey, Paige, am I free to log off or should I wait in case
I
Savannah
don't know why
comes
this
back
isn't...
in?
I'm so sorry, everybody. I don't know why that browser's not working. Teresa, good morning. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big loss. The thing about Navalny to me is that from everything I heard him talk about, the way he was, you know, whatever publicly you could consume about him, I think he truly wanted the Russian people to be successful and a partner in the world. And yeah, it just didn't happen. Just didn't happen. Okay, I'm sorry, let me focus here. I'm not focused, and I've got food coming. Oh, okay. I've got a coffee en route, so I'm gonna have to split for a second, but no Harry Carey from Humiliated Hunters in DC today. What happened? Did Hunter's thing get dropped too? I didn't even look at the news this morning. I should probably look at the news. Let's see what that. Oh, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, okay, that might work actually. Oh, they're on break too. Okay, fine. Everybody's on break. Everybody's on break. Nobody's at court on time this morning. Now need to watch Kara Mirza. What's Kara Mirza? Oh, no indictment of Burisma. Oh, I gotta catch up. Oh, that Bobolinsky or no, Burisma informant. Oh, Smirnoff. Smirnoff, I think you mean. Yeah, Smirnoff. Yeah, that. Oh, you're welcome, Dempsey. Thank you. Thanks. It's so sweet. You don't have to do that. Thank you. I'll open any time for my friends. Oh, hi, easily distracted. How are you? That's good. Yeah. I don't know. I got some, every day I seem to get more and more perspective on all of the things. Oh, Vladimir Karamuza. Oh, yes. Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Vodka. Mr. Smirnoff. Mr. Smirnoff had a bit of a... I wonder if the other whistleblowers, like, whatever their names are. Sure enough, Trump and his cronies are off to a very bad start. The thing about it is, and that's the kind of crazy thing about these trials, is that I know... Oops, let me turn the sound on. Oh, it's just back talk. Okay, Fani is not going to be back on the stand, I heard. I heard she's not. I heard they're done with that line of questioning. Yeah, Trump. How's he gonna... What did we do? What did we do to this world? Where we... I mean, it's really upside down, the fact that Donald Trump, of all people, ended up being like the mainstay of conservative politics. I mean, he was a joke all the way when I was growing up, he was a joke. And so it's fascinating to me that there's an entire segment of the population who doesn't seem to know anything about how crappy he is and have managed to just accept him as someone who came on the scene in 2015. So to the, like, okay, but he really is, he's always been kind of a joke. And that's what's so hilarious about it. It's not that, oh, he's not a politician. He's always been a joke. Always. Always. Never. He's always been a horrible person. And I mean, it's always been obvious. That's why it's like, wow. This country is not able to pay attention. I gotta watch for this food. Hold on. She's 3 minutes away. Her name is Lola. My freaking wonderful person who's bringing me heavenly food and coffee is named Lola. I think that's a very good. That picture of Divine at Club 50. Yes. Yes. At Studio 54. Yeah, I love that picture. I love Divine. I have a lot of Divine stuff in my possession. Oh. All right, I might have to jump for this stupid delivery, but yeah. Oh, let me this is something I wanted, something Gal had shared. I wanted to pull up. Oh my God, what a morning. I'm not ready for this morning. I'm not ready for this morning. I'm telling you right now. I'm not ready for this morning. Clearly, I did not expect any of that. I really wish I could hear this. Okay, never mind. Okay. The Fulton County. So this is the article that Gal shared. JustSecurity.org, by the way, is a fan-fucking-tastic article website. It has the master calendar of Trump trial dates. It has all kinds of analysis. JustSecurity.org is a great website to go to for tracking all of these different things. Yeah. It was 1,000 years ago, wasn't it? Okay, I do have to step away to get the delivery, so bear with me just a moment. Yeah, I don't think they're really all that close, but okay. All right. Let me actually, what I'm going to do is, I want to choose, because I'm going to have to step away for a second. I'm going to have, oops, put this up here. Well, when they go to hose Trump down on his way to the federal prison, I'm not so sure if Trump wants to wear his girdle and diapers. But then maybe his, what is it? He just won't be so bronzy. Did you see, I put a picture up of Julie Rudiani's face makeup the other day. Wow, he's doing it too. When I was a teen, I thought Trump was gross. The way he described, oh yeah, he's so gross. Oh. That's why I just don't, I mean, I do get it because stupid, bigoted people want someone to be stupid and bigoted who's more famous than they are so that they can look to them. So his sheen makes a lot of sense. Hi, good morning, Siegfried. Hello, love. John Waters himself confirmed that the famous photo of Divine is sneering at Donald is faked. Really? Oh, damn it. I would have loved it, though. Can it be real in my head? I'm just going to put this out while I go get the food. I'm gonna, yeah, see you later, Badger. Take that phone call. I'll BRB with some coffee in my body. So. Oh, it it could have been hair. It could have been hair. Curb Your Enthusiasm did good on Rudy. Oh, I didn't see it. Oh my God. We're supposed to have I was gonna do I think I am still on Discord. I think I'm gonna do oh, okay. Sorry, I gotta go. I'll be right back.
I trade on the name, man. It's a good start. She's on trial. Yeah. Here, listen, this is really good. It's the live one. Yes, the live. Thank you. I didn't know this is like that big of a thing. But I represented the front row. She's on the other end of the spectrum. Doesn't matter what your problem. Representing lawyers.
Okay, sorry about that. Turn the volume down. Okay, let me catch up with chat. You have to watch it. You reminded me of the game Password. Oh, wait, what is this? The secret word is resilience. If you hear anybody say resilience, shout and scream real loud. Wait, what? What's the resilience? Who's yelling? What'd I miss? I know. I love having Curtis here. Everyone. Oh my God. This is the best. It's the best chat on the internet. I'm not kidding about that. Everybody brings stuff. The password is resilience. You have to watch it. I couldn't do it justice, but they make fun of Georgia voting laws and the state. And Rudy, I'm going to do it. Easily, that's hilarious. We're going to watch it Sunday, I think. They're getting a little rowdy out there, Curtis. We got to calm them all down. I may have to go out and hose them down. He's going for Pee-wee. Will accept password. Why? Resilience. That was a good timing. Man, I spent an hour. Oh, Shitter's the worst. Pee-wee's wonderful. Pee-wee's Playhouse. I used to love that show. Da 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 da. Wow. Are there anybody in the street in Russia? Yeah, babe. That's right, Siegfried. We just kind of, we're just here. That's the way I describe us. We're just here. We're here. Here we are. Let's see. Wow, this is so weird. None of the courts are really like doing their thing. Let me go ahead and see if I can find, hold on just a minute. Why do I say that all the time? Hold on just a minute, as if you're gonna like, oh, okay, we'll wait right here. Nobody in the street. Wow. Wonder if they know. This is going to be an interesting moment, I think. I don't know. It could be nothing, but I doubt it. I feel like there's a lot of fervor for Navalny still. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Those Russians, unpredictable.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Hold on. Let's see. Let me go to this one. Oh, poop. Not that one.
To school at Stanford, so this is a pretty emotional time for me. Putin killed Navalny. Let's be crystal clear about that. I don't care about any investigation. His he arrested, had him in solitary confinement. He has put him in a cell which was designed to. And today he is dead. Putin killed Navalny. And why did he? Because Putin is weak. You don't kill people if you're strong. Putin killed Navalny because Navalny was the one.
I can get it.
Say, I'm going to try to be analytic, but I want
Wow, it really doesn't seem to want to let me interact with that screen. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Sorry about that, everybody. Fuck. Okay. What's that one? That's the nurse. Okay. I wonder if I could do this. Hold on. Let me see. Let me try this. Hold on. Sorry, it's doing something really stupid. Why does it do this? I don't know how to work this OBS. I admit it. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying, everybody, but I'm doing this on my own and I'm trying to figure it out, and it's not easy. Okay, well, forget it. I'm not going to do it. I can't. I don't know why. I'm not having a good day. I don't know why I can't get this just to be smaller. All right, well, that's all it wants to do is that. Sorry, I know, sorry, it's not working. Hold on. I don't know why that isn't viewing it the right way. Where's my other screen? Where is it? Wow, it's okay. That's doot 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 doot. Oh, don't show it. Oh. I hate everything, and everything hates me. I hate everything, and everything hates me. What is that? Browser. Okay. Okay.
I was with his wife last night. I'm here in Munich talking to her. His daughter, Dasha, goes to school at Stanford. So this is a pretty emotional time for me. Putin killed Navalny. Let's be crystal clear about that. I don't care about any investigation, his ill. He arrested, had him in solitary confinement. He has put him in a cell which was designed to. And today he is dead. Putin killed Navalny. And why did he? Because Putin is weak. You don't kill people if you're strong. Putin killed Navalny because Navalny was the one opposition leader in Russia that Putin feared the most. So this is a really tragic day for me, and it should be a tragic day for anybody who cares about democracy. Navalny, in my view, was put him in the category of brave, courageous leaders that, remember, he went back to Russia. He didn't have to go back. He went back for his country because he was a patriot that believed that his country could be different. I put him in the same ranks as the Navalny of Mandela and Valenza and Havel, but with one tragic difference now. Navalny is dead.
He's been killed by... That's a big loss. It's a big loss. It's a big loss. Well, I've got to find us something to watch. Hold on. Let me see if I can get... I think he means the assassination part. Was Havel assassinated or killed by the government? I don't know that particular. I know the name, but I don't know the ending, how he died. Hold on, let me see if I can find Michigan. That's nothing. Okay. So hold on. This. Is this not? Where's the sound? I don't think any of the courts have really gotten their shit together this morning. I'm looking at Simmons, and she's not... I don't know if they're... Oh, this isn't the case. Okay, I see. Sorry. That's not even her normal... That's not the election cases. All right. Let me see what else is finding here. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, well, no, that's not anything. Do. 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 Okay. Wow. I think they left us without a hearing here. Come on now. Why? Why? Let me see if anybody's doing any punditry. Nope. Very little punditry happening today. Gosh. I don't even know what to say. I think I need a minute. I think I just need a minute. Let's find something. me find something for us to consume. That is. Oh, here we go. You're gonna love this. Wait, actually, I don't like that. I want the. Let's do this. Here we go. This is what I want. This is what I want this morning. This is what we have this morning. There. Here you go. This is about my speed. Oops. Oh God, sorry. I don't want that sound. But this is the Grand Canyon. So we'll watch some Grand Canyon while we're waiting for the court to start. I just tagged you on a Twitter with a Ukrainian update for Mortog defense that was reported at 2 p.m. Oh, okay, great, perfect. Let me find it. Hold on. Enjoy the Grand Canyon. Wow. Ollie. Oh, I see. I know why it's that way. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh. Let me see what's happening. Why is that so fucking... Bum 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 bum. Holy shit. Oh my God, stop. Jesus Christ, his lot. Okay, that was a lot. Hold on, I'm getting there, but that was a lot. Okay, this is what Country with Curtis shared with me. He's also known as Country on Twitter. So thank you for sharing that. Hi, GA. How are you? You're Chihuahua. Those Chihuahuas. Oh, I have a little Chihuahua mix. I'm meaning to plan a trip. I know, I want to go to the Grand Canyon too. Siegfried, let's go. Want to go? Let's go camping. Siegfried, are you up for that? I don't know if I'm up for it, but we could try. Russia can do whatever the hell they want, Teresa says. She reported that. That's a Trump quote. Russia can do whatever the hell they want. Wow. That's interesting. Okay, this is something Curtis Cardwell, also known as Country, has shared with us. So it's a little loud, so forgive me.
critical damage to 2 of them, but the situation remains critical. Avdiivka hell. The 3rd Separate Assault Brigade
units there, the 3rd Assault Brigade.
The 3rd Assault Brigade confirms deployment in Avdiivka. They say 7 enemy brigades are in the city, and the enemy is not sparing any meat throwing in new reinforcements. They've dealt critical damage to 2 of them, but the situation
Maybe I can.
remains
Hold
critical.
on.
Avdiivka hell. The 3rd Separate Assault Brigade confirms that it was urgently redeployed to strengthen Ukrainian troops in the Avdiivka area. The situation in the city at the time of deployment of the brigade was extremely critical. Separate battalions of the 3rd Armored Brigade raided the enemy-occupied areas of Avdiivka. The enemy's forces on our section are approximately 7 brigades. Our fighters demonstrate unprecedented heroism. We are forced to fight at 360 degrees against new brigades that the enemy is bringing in, says the commander of the 3rd AB Andriy Beletsky. During the period of stay in the Avdiivka region, 2 brigades of the Russian armed forces were critically damaged. The exact losses of the enemy in personnel and equipment will be reported later, after confirmation of the necessary data. At the same time, the objective situation in Avdiivka remains threatening and unstable. The enemy continues the active rotation of his troops and throws new forces and means into the city. Official resources of the brigade will inform about changes in the operational situation. According to the informations from the field, the Ukrainian army is in the process of pulling out of Avdiivka. Russian invasion forces are quickly advancing inside and around the town. And this is interesting, the Russian flag at the place where Zelensky took a selfie of himself at the entrance to Avdiivka at the end of December. The city is now tactically surrounded by Russia. The biggest task for the Ukrainians will be to get out of there in a safe and tactical manner. And the latest information is that the Ukrainian forces have safely left former Zenit Air Base south of Avdiivka. Russian forces took over the remains of the positions held by Ukrainians for a long time, but it's important to know that Russians are attacking Avdiivka for more than 6 months now, and they lost over 10,000 men and several hundreds armored vehicles in this battle. While according to NATO estimates, Ukrainian losses are 5 to 6 times lower. The capture of Avdiivka will not give Russian any tactical advantage. It's just another little town in Ukraine which they paid too expensive, and victories like this are actually just another step leading to the final Russian defeat. Avdiivka is about to fall into Russian hands. The pre-war town of 32,000 inhabitants at the last census, a frontline town since 2014, which has been under continuous bombardment since the beginning of the invasion, is preparing to fall. After 2 years without 9 days, after the Russians recorded somewhere around twice the number of deaths here that they had in 10 years of war with Afghanistan. Unfortunately, many Ukrainians also died, and a major cause is the lack of ammunition, in addition to the Russians' numerical superiority in terms of soldiers, equipment, and ammunition. I hope that the armed forces of Ukraine will manage to withdraw from the city in an orderly manner before we see another Debaltseve. To the Ukrainian fighters who fought with extraordinary tenacity and insane courage, to the Ukrainian fighters who sacrificed themselves, we can only pay extraordinary respect. Against an army infinitely superior in numbers, in a context in which they receive no outside help, they succeeded in inflicting losses on the Russians that will remain in the history that Putin will want to keep hidden. Through their courage, daring, and sacrifice, they have kept many Russian units pinned down, which have thus been unable to generate destruction elsewhere in Ukraine. U.S.-supplied M2A2 Bradley IFV and Ukrainian service with the 47th Mechanized Brigade fighting in Avdiivka last month. If the Republicans do not take action soon, what is happening now in Avdiivka may well happen in other parts of this front, the White House.
Just briefly, I want to share a few words about the battlefield situation in Ukraine, where the fighting is incredibly intense in the east, particularly in a city called Avdiivka. It's a city that we've talked about several times before. Unfortunately, we're getting reports from the Ukrainians that the situation is critical, with the Russians continuing to press Ukrainian positions every single day. Avdiivka is at risk of falling into Russian control. In very large part, this is happening because the Ukrainian forces on the ground are running out of artillery ammunition. Russia is sending wave after wave of conscript forces to attack Ukrainian positions, and because Congress has yet to pass the supplemental bill, we've not been able to provide Ukraine with the artillery shells that they desperately need to disrupt these Russian assaults.
Just yesterday, FPV Strike Company of the 47th Mechanized Brigade destroyed yet another Russian infantry group on the approaches of Avdiivka. Massive Russian missile attack on Ukraine this morning. Explosions heard in many Ukrainian cities. There have been hits of civilian infrastructure, according to local authorities.
Thank you for watching. Stay with Warhawk Defense. Comment, like, subscribe, become our member and stay
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was saying all these wonderful things too. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's one of those days, huh? Yeah, I know. Thanks, Curtis. I sure appreciate you sending that. I said all that when I was on silent, apparently. I apologize. It's one of those days. I'm just going to accept that this day is not going to be completely perfect. I think that's what it's trying to tell me. So I'm going to go ahead and say, okay. Okay, day. There you go. Now you have a new news source. All right, let me see if I can find something relevant while we wait for everybody to figure out what the fuck they're doing. Hold on just a minute and I will do some searching. Oh, I ate a little bit of my breakfast, and if I eat too much too fast, you know, I get like really nauseous, because when you have gastric sleeve, your stomach gets really small and you cannot eat what you might think is a normal amount of food. Never mind what Americans normally eat in a bite. Now I have to it keeps you from eating a lot, I'll tell you that. Let's see, there's nothing. I'm trying to see if there's anything live. Oh, it'd be fun to watch Texas Paul, but I don't know if he'd appreciate that. I don't want to steal his content, but I do like Texas Paul. What's happening in the DC Court of Appeals? Let's take a look and see what cases they're doing today. Assassination Archives and Research Center v. DOJ. Mark Jordan versus the Bureau of Prisons. Huntsman Petrochemical versus the EPA. Ooh, that sounds terrible. That sounds like a terrible idea. And now I have hiccups. I don't know why. Why isn't anybody on time for court? That's what I want to say. Oh my goodness. Let's see if we can. Okay. Nope. 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 Wow, how embarrassing. There's just nothing on. Let's see. Dude. I have the hiccups. I'm so sorry. Don't scare me. I don't know if this guy is gonna like me doing this, but I don't really care because I like him very much. And I want to play his stuff. Hold on. Do 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 do. Is that? Did I do that right? I don't know if I did. Okay. Do 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 do. Nope. Oops. Nope. 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 Here we go. This is what I wanna show you all. This is what I wanna show you all. I love this guy. I love this guy so much. Inner City Press. I'm sure you guys follow him on Twitter. Anyway, I really like him. He does a lot of New York cases. And this is a 3-minute thing from him on Engoron, his like little update today. Because he really, God, man, he's fucking on it. On all these trials in New York. So let's listen to Inner City Press. I can't remember what his name is. This is terrible. I just think of him as Inner City Press. But I know he has a real name. Sorry. Okay, here it goes. Matthew Russell Lee. Oops.
Manhattan
Yet again, I have it
Supreme Court
down.
Is set to rule,
on.
it said, in the Letitia James case against the Trump
He just said Friday.
390 million, 400 million, a ban on business in New York for 5 years, forever. We're on the alert. Inner City Press. We covered the trial, and we will be reporting the result. Yesterday, we live tweeted the status conference in People of the State of New York versus Donald Trump. This is the Alvin Bragg business records falsification case, and it's on March 25th. It's happening. There was arguments made by Todd be delayed.
Come on.
That it's primary season. These were rejected roundly by Merchan, who said this is not a legal argument. See you March 25th. So you'll see us as well. We'll be there. There's also the thing in Georgia. I actually managed to at the end of the day check out day 1 of Fani Willis, and we'll check out day 2 as well. So we're all over that thing.
Follow
in
him,
crypto news
Siegfried.
here in the Southern
You'll love
District
it.
of New York.
He's
Behind
great.
me, there's probably a motion to dismiss by Justin Sun, the SEC crypto case. Who knows? Maybe they said if they don't settle, they'll be doing a motion to dismiss today. So we're all over that.
He's handling a lot of finance
The Honduras,
cases too,
the
which I like.
long-promised trial for narco importation of Juan Orlando Hernandez, former president of Honduras, was set to begin February 5th. Then it was moved to February 12th, but it turns out there's all kinds of last-minute Classified Information Procedures Act filings by the government. He's gotten yet another free lawyer, Juan Orlando has, despite keeping his financial affidavits sealed. And now his one of the
trial.
two new
I'm getting all my
publicly paid
dates
lawyers
mixed up.
wrote in
Siegfried.
late yesterday to ask, yesterday in the afternoon, to ask for a 90 to 120 day extension. Now, to some, it seems like it's just, I saw somebody saying he's just trying to delay it so he can get a pardon. I think it actually, in this one case, I'm going to say, like, if the government still had all these CEPA issues, probably the trial maybe should have been set at a later date. It's a shame because people have come all the way here. Maybe it'll start Monday, maybe it won't. Either way, we're all over the top of it. And we're on top of the United Nations, who we've asked about its shameful role not in Honduras when Juan Orlando stole his second election. Antonio Guterres sent a team down. He's never said what the team did. There's never been a report back. They spend your money without answering it, and they take your money without answering questions. The spokesman, Stefan Dujarric, has refused to answer any written questions while palling around with China and Qatar state media. But that's how it goes in the UN. We're going to continue to push freedom of the press.
He's really big on the UN too. Like,
to be continued. Inner city press.
Totally. He's totally on top of the UN. Like, he is always, I really like him. I think he's great.
Madam District Attorney, I'm Alan Stocks, and I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Madam DA, you described these various trips, and Mr. Sadow asked you about going to Washington. Did you and Mr. Wade go to New York?
I've gone to New York.
Stop. Sorry. I want that to stop. There we go. Lolo, I tagged you on Twitter with a short from Texas Paul. Oh, I love Texas Paul. I like Texas Paul a lot. Hold on, let me find that. Well, this is great. This is a team effort, folks, trying to keep us informed and entertained this morning. So thank you to the team, the informal team, and everybody's part in trying to keep us focused on what the fuck is going on in this world. All right, all right, all right, all right. Thank God I'm a country girl. Okay, here we go. Oh, tagging is so great. Can I just say how great the whole the whole tagging thing is? Here we go. Here we go. I love Texas Paul. Oh, Texas Paul. Mm-hmm. Although he was saying some stuff the other day, you know, I don't agree with everything everybody says. And sometimes those guys get off on tangents that I don't agree with, but that's okay. Because at the end of the day, they still want us to be a more perfect union. And that for everybody. As long as you want that for everybody, I'm cool. That's all. I'm cool. As long as you like everybody. Okay. Let's try this now. This might not work so well. All right. Let's see what this is all about. Texas Paul, I apologize, but hopefully you get more viewers from this, and I'm not going to take away any money from you. Oh, wait, let me make sure the sound is. It's not. Okay. Ooh, I actually did it right this time. Okay.
Hello, my people. Have you ever wondered why they had to rush so fast to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas? Do you ever wonder why that had to happen? Knowing that it was DOA in the Senate. I mean, they weren't actually going to get him removed from office, but they had to get him impeached. It's all part of a psyop that they've been engaged in to really get at scared white people. They've been running the Republican Party, led by Greg Abbott, and, you know, DeSantis tried to get in it with busing people, you know, stuff like that. It was all a psyop.
I agree, Joe.
And it was meant to come
I think we're going to get the Eastman disbarment decision this month.
Every year.
Sure. Coming up on the 90 days.
As long as we've been a country.
Yeah, exactly, Curtis. We don't
People
have to always
come from
agree with
Mexico to the
people,
United
but
States
generally we
to
share
visit
some
their families
core values.
at the holidays.
And it's about humans.
Every year, immigration increases in December. It does.
Why did that do that?
And then it radically decreases in January. Well, this year, illegal crossings just plummeted. Disappeared like a fart in a hurricane. Why? Well, in December, Alejandro Mayorkas and Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State, Mayorkas, being the head of Homeland Security, went to Mexico and met with Mexico's president, Obrador. And they got them to increase enforcement this December. So starting in late December, the numbers were plummeting already. Then come January, when the holidays were over, illegal crossings just vanished. I mean, there's nobody down there. That's why when they had their big, we got to get a trucker convoy down there, they never went actually to the border. And the few people that did go to the border, you saw the videos we shared with you. These people were like, no invasion down there. I don't know what to think about this. Nobody's given me a talking point yet. But yeah, there's no invasion down there, and I don't know what to make about this. I drove all the way from Kansas, and yeah, I didn't see an invasion. It's not what they told me. You remember those videos? Yeah, that's why they didn't hold that big party at the border where you could actually see. They held it 30 miles off at a ranch. Yeah, folks, this is all a psyop. It's all a psyop. And that's why they had to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas. They had to try to make this stick. They had to put a pin in this before the numbers for the immigration came out. Immigration plummeting came out. Now you've got my idiot, worthless, the most useless governor. I mean, less than useless, actually. He's damaging. Governor Greg Abbott coming out today saying, oh, I'm responsible. Immigration's plummeted. I'm responsible. When he didn't do crap, but waste. We had a surplus this year in Texas. Last year in Texas, we had $30 million. We got it because of inflation. We're a sales tax state. It was inflation, so the state got more revenue than they thought, about $30 billion worth. And yeah, he's wasted like $10 billion of that on this stunt, this psyop for the Republican Party, because they have nothing. They passed no bills this year. They've done nothing. This is all they have to run on. So he wasted my state's tax dollars on this boondoggle show down at the border, trying to claim, oh, we're being invaded. And then when everybody went down there, oh, I don't see an invasion, because there was no invasion. It's the same thing. Let me just rehash it for you real quick. Every year in December, immigration increases. They wanted to make a show of it, so they claimed it was the worst ever. It's Christmas. It's what happens every year. We know it. Families want to see their families, so they cross the border to go see their families at the holidays. Then they go home. Usually, they go home. We have people in our government that did their job. Alejandro Mayorkas did his job as the head of Homeland Security, went down to Mexico, worked with the government of Mexico to increase enforcement. They absolutely caused immigration to plummet. And when I said this weeks ago, all the MAGA around, you're a liar, there's an invasion, you're a liar, and then what's happening today? Greg Abbott's coming out, oh, we did it, we lowered crossings, we did it.
That's
Those same people that were calling me a liar, saying that crossings had plummeted, will now be like, oh, we did it. Yeah, that's MAGA, folks. They do nothing. They offer nothing. They do nothing. They offer nothing. They don't do the work. They're the worst employees ever.
Oh, okay, thanks.
They are the worst employees ever. All they do is take credit for everybody else's work. Folks, in December, Anthony Blinken and Alejandro Mayorkas went to Mexico. They met with President Obrador. They got increased enforcement in December, and those numbers started to fall. Then the holidays ended, and they really plummeted, just like they do every year. They'll pick back up in the spring for construction. They will. Yeah. Landscaping and construction, you'll see a big surge again.
Yeah.
Starting in late March, April, May, through the summer.
And the harvesting
You
season.
will.
Yeah.
Every year. We know how this works. And the federal government is on it. They're doing the job. Except
they don't have enough people.
Republicans killed the border bill. We were going to add enforcement at the border. We were going to improve processing at the border so that workers could get visas and be here legally. They killed it all in lieu of a spectacle because they needed that December spectacle. They needed that December spectacle because they've got nothing else. Nothing. Foreign policy, they're Putin's puppets. Domestic policy, they've literally, this Congress normally passes close to 400 bills a year. This Congress has passed less than 30.
Oh my God.
And 2 of them were renaming buildings. Folks, this is all a psyop for scared white people. Their base, the Republican voting base. And they wasted my state's tax dollars. And I'll talk more about that in another video because this is just a crime, what's going down here. We've needed tax reform in Texas. We have hugely high taxes. They passed, anyways, that's another video. They boondoggle on the taxes too. Anyways, this is old Texas Paul out. Love you folks. Pay attention. They're now trying to claim credit for what the federal government did. As usual, pay attention.
Love this video? Make sure you stay up to
I apparently never know the sound is off. So, I'm sorry. Sometimes I want to be.
All over the United States, but hey, try to have the best day you can anyway. Anyway, what's going on? Well, there's a lot of snow up in the certain part of the nation today. We'll get to that in a minute. But what's going on today is the bill the Republicans passed in the Senate today, early this morning, on aid to Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, military aid. And now it's being sent down to the House, where Mike Johnson is already bragging that it's going to be dead on arrival, baby. No, it's not going to get any support in the House. Why? Well, because they've already gotten their marching orders. That's why. Mike Johnson knows exactly what he's doing. He got the orders from Donnie Boy that no deal on the border no matter what. And they killed the bipartisan border deal that was on the table the other day. They killed it in the Senate, baby, in their own deal. Are you shitting me? You think they're going to give aid to Ukraine now? No, they're not going to do that, baby. They're going to try to force some issue, and their excuse is the border. That's the excuse for not pressing the Ukraine aid. Wait a minute, didn't you just have that bill? Yes, you did. You had an opportunity to do that. You chose not to, and now you're going to use that as an excuse not to pass your aid to Ukraine. Are you shitting me? You combine that with Donnie's little comment about threatening NATO allies that he doesn't care what the hell Russia does. Go attack anybody you want. We don't give a shit. Really? Plays right into it, baby. I want to do whatever they want. And this aid to Ukraine, the shooting that down does nothing but help Putin. It seems to me that the Republicans and the Russians seem to have an alliance here or some shit. They want to be buddies. That's what Donnie's insinuating. You know, it's sad. I never thought I'd see the Republican Party in my lifetime ever turn their hearts to Russia and not America. Joe was right in his speech today. It's un-American. It's dumb and it's dangerous. That's what Joe called it. What the game the Republicans are playing now, but they don't really give a shit. They're in it for Donnie, baby. Hey, speaking of Donnie, he went to the Supreme Court trying to get an appeal on that decision out of the 13th Court of Appeals about immunity. And Donnie already went to the court and filed his paperwork. Today, John Roberts gave Jack Smith 1 week to respond. I don't think it's going to take Jack that long. I think Jack's already writing out that response right now. But he has a 1 week deadline. In my opinion, the court shouldn't even touch this thing. The 13th Court of Appeals opinion was pretty solid. Nobody has complete immunity over everything they ever did. No. And Donnie was not acting as a president on January 6th. He was acting as candidate, baby. And he wanted his little minions to go down there and destroy the place, baby. You know, we have a Republican Party I don't recognize anymore. And it's affecting this whole nation. The Republican willingness to flush everything down the toilet in praise of their glorious leader. We can't go down the road of glorious leaders in this country, baby. I prefer to have presidents elected by the people. And that election is coming up soon. Hey, talking about elections, they got one today. That's right, we're going to find out up in New York who's going to replace George Santos. Is going to be a Republican or a Democrat? Well, we don't know yet. We'll find out later this evening. I'll tell you what, though. This country's got to start making a sharp turnaround, baby.
I love this, Curtis.
I don't know if you have Republican neighbors around you, but if you do, smile at them, wave at them, and show your best to try to show them the light, baby. I don't know. Do whatever it takes. Do something.
Baby.
We got a nation to fight for, and it's worth fighting for. So stay on top of the news. Listen to it, what's going on. Make sure you're ready to vote and all that kind of stuff. We're going to be live tonight on YouTube, on Facebook. Come by 6 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Nice.
Come on Discord.
I'm going to follow him,
Curtis. Follow the
a
instructions
blue dot
there to
in
get on Discord
Texas.
and all that
That's
stuff.
cute.
You can come in the room and talk. Get your 2 cents out there. Anyway, have a great day. We'll see you this evening. Y'all take it easy. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah, they're going to try to impeach Mayorkas again this evening. Yeah, they ain't giving up on that because Donnie wants them to impeach somebody. Anyway, we'll see y'all later. Bye.
That's adorable. Oh my God, I love him. Do we not? We don't have anything? No, they're just chitty-chatting. Yep, it is how they get the message out. That's right. This is how we get the message out to our people. Like, sub, ring the notification bell, and please share. Yeah, please. Thank you. Let's get this out to the universe. Let's see. That was a blue dot in Texas. Let me link that. Hold on. Let me link it for you. Let me find that tweet. I'm going to link this tweet in the... That's fantastic. I like that. And I need to share this, and I want to link it. Oops. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, wait. Let me put his channel. Hold on. I'll put the channel in the chat. Oops. Thanks, Curtis, for recommendation. Okay, there we go. Texas Paul and Blue Dot in Texas. There's my damn crown again. Really sorry. Yeah, share it on Facebook. I actually, what I'm trying to figure out now with the streaming software is how to get it to multiple destinations. So soon I should be streaming simultaneously on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, etc. But I haven't quite figured out how to put all of this onto those platforms. I'm almost there, but it's this is a system that is, you have to kind of figure it out on your own. Soup Mama, no, I don't watch those people. I don't watch any convoyers anymore. I'm actually so done with them. The convoy watching movement and the convoy itself is full of operatives and people who don't have democracy at the forefront. So I'm done with those people. I'm done with all of them. I might watch them just to get either mild schadenfreude or to follow a particular asshole that might be doing stuff that's wrong. However, yeah. However, I will not patronize any of the pro or anti-convoy people. Because they're just, I've moved beyond them. So that's where it is. But Deidre, where did you come from, the convoy watching community? I don't know where, everybody comes from different places here at the lounge. So I wonder where people have kind of entered from, whether they've followed convoy stuff or, oops, just normal. Why are you doing that again? So yeah, I do wonder sometimes, like, how does everybody find the place? But yeah, no, it's those people, they're crazy. Let me see what the. Right, let me go to, I'm gonna see if there's anything live. I don't know, we may have to like hold until we. Oh, I see. I see Soup Mama coming up. So Soup Mama was a convoy person, and she is now just travels around and does like protests. And today she's in East Palestine, Ohio. They're claiming they have a little Trump rally to welcome Joe Biden to East Palestine, Ohio, which when I say that, it sounds much bigger than. It's literally 20 people. I'll just show you the picture of it so that she doesn't strike me, but yeah, it's just, that's what it is. That's Soup Mama. She's standing there with people that are probably not from East Palestine, Ohio. And they are, I won't patronize those people I've surpassed. Is that, am I wrong about that? Maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. But yeah, that's them standing there waiting to harass Joe Biden. You watch Tony Michaels and sometimes Midas Touch. Yeah, that's where I feel like I do, like on Twitter, people come to hear from Twitter and stuff like that. Yeah, there's just a lot of different entry points. Yeah, I watch Tony and I watch Midas. I don't really like the ads on Midas. We joke about that a lot. Oh, the stupid border crap. Yeah, that's true. Soup Mama was down at the border. That's right. I forgot about that. Oh, God. My surpass. But, well, but I guess we have to kind of like, surpass is kind of a relative term. I think I entered better. How about that? I'm that egotistical that I think I entered this scene better than many. And then I just remained myself throughout. I'll tell you what though, this has been very illuminating the last few days, and I just think it's fucking hilarious. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I think y'all are funny. I'm going to gather up my clips of testimony from mob figures who have mentioned Trump many, many times, court hearing and congressional committees. Yes! Oh my God. Curtis, we should make like a little movie of Trump clips. I can totally do that. I just can't stand the ads. I just can't stand, and the thing about it is, Deidre and Oomph and I laugh about this from time to time. They are not very good actors. I wouldn't say we laugh about it, but we quip about the fact that Midas Touch, their commitment to the product is not always, it sometimes gets in the way. Their commitment or lack thereof sometimes gets in the way. But anyway, gosh, I really can't believe we don't have any court proceedings we can actually look at, but that's okay. Let me see what else is happening. Let me go to Twitter and see if there's anything. Nosy nose, nosy nose, nosy nose. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to take you along my Twitter feed. Oh, fuck. Hold on. All right, let me show you my Twitter feed. Okay, when I open my Twitter feed, guess who shows up? Tina! Remember when Faux News was paying Palin to stand on Putin way before Trump? I do. Tim Miller really makes you think, Sarah Palin. Let's see, what is this? He's been in jail since January 2021. Sarah Palin. She's funny. She's funny. Oh, look at it's Gremlin. Oh, Matt Taibbi's back in the news. Ivan Ricklin. Thank you, Dave G. Koch Jr. You were duped by John Brennan about their targeting and discredit. Oh! What?
Is
God
so strong.
damn it!
I'm not going to go to bat
Sorry!
because these people must know something that I don't know. So
I'm sorry. I fucking suck at this. I'm sorry. Here we go.
it was all a lie. I say one of the biggest sort of mistakes, I made in the whole thing, and I think this is sort of by design, was, when they went after General Flynn, I was like, well, I mean, again, the CIA is saying he did this, the FBI is saying he did this, and Obama said you can't trust him, and now you realize why years later, but I was like, well, I don't know, I knew him pretty well. I spent a lot of time with him on the campaign. I was like, this is not a guy that I believe to be in any way, shape, or form any of the things that he's saying, but the accusation is so strong that you're also like, well, I'm not going to go to bat because these people must know something that I don't know, so maybe I won't come out against, but I'm going to sit on the sidelines. I'm going to take myself out of the game, and whether we like it or not, I have a decent sort of soapbox to be able to be loud, to be able to, fight back. I did so for myself because I knew, but for someone else, I don't know, there's got to be something there, and, it's a truly sad wake-up call, but I think a lot of Americans have experienced that now, and I think that's being reflected in sort of their approval of Congress, as well as sort of in their trust and faith in in traditional mainstream media.
Okay. Oh, watch with Lolo's Lounge. Thank you, 5G. Oh boy. I have a really good story about Bernie Carrick. I don't know if I can tell it yet though, because I think it's still unfolding. But I got some outreach from someone that claims to be connected to Bernie Carrick. And they I think they were just blowing wind up my skirt, but they were claiming that they may have information for me that I could, of a more personal nature, about Bernie, that I could blow him up with. But I don't know if it's true or not, so I'm gonna just kind of like Breaking news, New York Times, Donald Trump has been privately backing a 16-week national abortion ban. Oops, decided to go away. Oh.
The governor's name was mentioned. I think there are some facts and circumstances surrounding the search for someone to take over the lead of this investigation at that time. Now, prosecution is something that, given the allegations in the case, is certainly relevant.
All right. And it doesn't sound like it would be all that long a witness anyhow. All right. So in that case, we can transition over. And Ms. Cross, I'd like to call your witness.
Thank you. The state would call Governor Roy Barnes.
And Judge, just so I'm clear, so you had told us not to ask questions about qualifications. So we did not ask any of our witnesses about qualifications. So if the state's now going to bring in evidence of that, we would just ask permission to now be able to go into that.
Sounds to me, well, Ms. Cross.
If you want to ask Governor Barnes about his qualifications, I mean, that's certainly something he'd have knowledge of. I don't know what his basis of knowledge for anyone else's qualifications might be, but I also don't think that opens the door to anything other than what my understanding of what the testimony was.
As I hear it, the issue of qualifications versus who was her first choice is going to be relevant to her intent, maybe, and perhaps that issue of the case in whole. I don't think that necessarily opens the door. We'll see how it goes.
I believe he's being brought over, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, don't go to too much trouble, Curtis, because I can always throw clips together in a little software thing. So even if you just throw some raw clips in email, that can be a good start. That'd be fun. But please don't go to any trouble, please. I hate making work for people. I do it all the time. So don't let me do that for you too.
Ms. Cross, assuming this may be a 10 to 15-minute witness, does the state have other witnesses on deck that they'd like to go forward with as well?
Yes, we've called to gather everyone we could, so we can go forward with another witness, I believe, after this.
All right, appreciate it.
Okay, everybody, take your seats. Who's that? Who is that? The live feed on the bottom is from Channel 11 in Atlanta. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm not going to have sound on that. Here we go.
I do. Roy Eugene Barnes, Royeugene, Barnes, Barnes.
Say, good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Barnes. Can you tell the court a little bit about your background as it relates to your service in public service?
Oh, you think it's Floyd's too?
I was first elected to the state senate in 1974 from Cobb County, and I served 16 years there. And then in 1990, I ran for governor and was defeated. And 2 years later, I went back to the House of Representatives. I was elected to the House of Representatives, served 6 years till I was elected governor in 1998, and I served in that position till January of 2003.
And after serving in the position of governor, can you tell the court a little bit about what you transitioned into after your public service?
I did exactly what I was doing before. I was elected. I went back to practicing law in Marietta, Georgia, with my daughter, who's now a judge of the state court, and my son-in-law. And now we have, I think, 6 or 7 lawyers. Charlie Bailey back there was one of them at one time.
Okay. And Governor Barnes, would you consider yourself to be a trial lawyer?
Yes. We don't write contracts or we don't write wills. All we do is try cases.
And I want to direct your attention back to 2021, where you approached by the district attorney of Fulton County, Fani Willis, about being a special prosecutor.
I was. I don't recall the exact date, but I know it was sometime in 2021. And she asked me to come down, and I met with her and Nathan Wade, and there were several other in the meeting. She asked me, said they were beginning this investigation, and she asked me if I'd be interested in being special prosecutor, to which I replied that I had mouths to feed at a law office, and that I would not do that. And also, I just had a bad, well, I won't say bad because it happens from time to time, but I just had the FBI to report a fella, a militia trainer, to me that said they were concerned that he was making threats against me. And because I thought it was because of the flag, but I asked him and he said, no, it was because I was too close to the Jews, quote unquote. And I told D.A. Willis I'd lived with bodyguards for 4 years, and I didn't like it. And I wasn't going to live with bodyguards for the rest of my life.
So ultimately, you turned down?
Yes. Yeah, I told her. I said, I'm not interested.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Whoa.
Ms. Marching.
Whoa.
Ms.
Morning,
Marching?
Governor Barnes.
Morning.
How are you?
Just fine. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You said it was sometime in 2021. Do you remember?
I think
if
it
early?
was. I don't remember the dates. They all go. I could look it up on my calendar at the office, but I don't have that.
Well, I want to ask you about some statements that Ms. Willis made March 28th, 2021. She was talking about assembling a team for this case. Are you familiar with her work assembling a team for this case?
Well, I assume that's what she was talking to me about. but besides that, I don't know anything.
And I know you had said you had a meeting with some folks and Mr. Wade was at that meeting?
Correct.
Okay. So he was with the district attorney
I love
interviewing
you
you
guys. You're
about
so
taking this
kind to
case.
each
Well,
other.
of course, I know
love
Nathan
this
very well,
place.
as you do.
Yes.
And I exchanged pleasantries with him, but the conversation was with Ms. Willis.
Okay, with Ms. Willis. Were you aware at the time that her team consisted of Brian Watkins, Megan Vargas, Sonia Allen, Shannon Trotty, Sal Chan, and John Floyd? She had reported that was her team.
Did they look like they
I
had
know
just
John
had sex,
Floyd
sir?
was,
Did you think they were
involved, and she
post-coital
probably
at that
told me the
point?
others, but
I expect her to ask that.
listen, I barely remember what case I tried last year, much less every word that was said in the conversation.
I understand, fair enough. But she said she was looking to hire more lawyers and investigators to work on this case.
She told me, it was to me, she said, would you be interested in being special prosecutor in this case? And I gave the reply that I've already known. I mean, about hiring other lawyers or whatever, I don't know. All I can testify to is what she told me.
Did she tell you at all why she wanted to hire special counsel and not use someone who was an ADA, not have an actual employee?
No, she did not. I mean, we did not discuss that, and but I would assume it was because in a case as big as this that you'd have to have some assistant help. I know John Floyd has been in some cases over the years out in Cobb County, for example, and others.
Would you agree that an employee of her office, someone who was paid a state salary or a county salary as an ADA, could handle a case like this?
I couldn't tell you that
No.
unless I knew the person, knew their experience, and really had been with them in a courtroom to
All right.
pass an opinion on that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sit down.
Hello, Mr. Sadow.
It's been a while.
It has been a while.
I hope you're well.
I'm doing fine, just getting older, but that beats alternative.
That's true, but that applies to all of us, I
Yes,
believe.
yes.
I think you indicated that if you had your calendar, you'd be able to pinpoint a date for
I
it.
would.
Is there a way for you, for example, at a break before you actually leave to contact your folks to see if you can get a date?
I guess I could. I don't know how far back we archived those, but I assume I could.
Would you be willing to give that a shot for us?
I mean, I'll do whatever the court instructs.
So if I ask the court and the court says, go ahead and you could do it, that's all right?
I'll do whatever the court instructs.
I hear you.
And you should too.
I try to live by those words. I'm not always successful, but I try. If I pinpoint a date, for example.
That was a good one.
I think the record is clear that Mr. Wade was hired for the position on November 1 of 2021. Does that help you at all?
No, it does not.
Okay. Then let's go to the meeting. It sounds like it was just one meeting.
Yes.
And could you tell us where that meeting took place, if you
It
remember?
was in the conference room adjacent to the district attorney's office.
So was it in this, or the adjoining building?
It was in the Lewis Slayton building, yeah.
And District Attorney Willis was there, obviously, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And Mr. Wade was there?
The best I recall, now I could be mistaken about that, it's like anything that far away, but that's my recollection.
Do you have a recollection of anyone else being present?
Yeah, there were some other folks, but I don't remember.
Do you remember, were you introduced to Mr. Wade by anything other than you already knew him? Was he given
No,
a title
I
or
would have
anything?
known him.
So at least as you're there, if I heard you correctly, Miss Willis did all the talking, Mr. Wade did not.
I mean, we exchanged pleasantries, but as far as the basis of the conversation, the reason I was there, Ms. Willis did the talk.
And would you be able to give us an estimate of how long this meeting lasted? Just rough.
Probably an hour.
And during the meeting, you made it clear, but it was the thanks for the offer, but no thank you.
Oh, yes, I did. As I said, I started off as a prosecutor, and for about 10 or 15 years, I did nothing but criminal. And then, but I've tried to move away from it and do primarily civil now. Mr. Gillen and I have done some white collar cases over in federal court. I've got one over there right now, but it's generally business related, where I have a client that's got a kid or him getting indicted. And the case I have over there now is an alleged fraud case.
Fair to say that based
Yeah.
on your career and the
Joe
work that
Dempsey,
you've
that's
done,
exactly
you've
it.
handled high-profile cases, correct?
I have. I've handled some pretty good cases. I sued Syria one time for beheading a client of mine, recovered $83 million. So I guess that's the best high profile, but that was in D.C. I tried that up in D.C.
And what would be considered complex cases, you've handled those as well, correct?
Yes, I mean we regularly do mass torts, class actions, business torts, breach of contract, and most of those are complex, requiring many experts. We also do malpractice. I did malpractice defense for about 25 years, but since I've returned from the governor's office, I try not to represent an insurance company anymore. And I just tried a malpractice case before Judge Edlin in November. And those are complex cases because of the type of, medical knowledge and that you have to have, and also because of the many experts that you have.
Thank you. Did Miss Willis, and this is the last question, did Miss Willis tell you why she had sought you, why you had been her choice?
No, I hadn't, but I get consulted fairly often on major cases.
Would you believe, based on circumstances in which you were given the offer, that it had to do with the fact that you had handled complex and high-profile cases in the past?
It could have been. I know her very well. I tried a case against her. She worked for the JQC, and I represented Judge Robert Crawford, Matt Crawford, and she prosecuted him, and I defended him. She beat me at the trial. I turned it around at the Supreme Court.
So you had some experience with
her. I had plenty of experience with her. She's a very qualified young, well, everybody's young to me, but she's a very qualified young.
After that one occasion, did you have any other contact with her in reference to the position itself or who she might be considering?
I had some conversations with her or Jeff DeSantis or some of those, but not really an in-depth, about who she should hire or anything like that.
Did the name Nathan Wade come up in those conversations with her? No, right?
No. Nathan was there, I thought. Now, I could be mistaken, but I thought Nathan was there when I was.
For the conference.
Think Nathan was. I'm positive Nathan was there when I met with him.
Right, and my question was probably poorly worded, but what I was asking is after the conference and whatever consulting you might have done.
Yes.
Did Miss Willis or Mr. DeSantis bring up the name Nathan Wade as a special prosecutor?
I don't think so. I don't recall one. I mean, Nathan is a good organizer. Nathan can organize stuff. I've watched him over the years. So I wasn't surprised that he was acting as a special prosecutor.
And Mr. DeSantis, for the record, who was that? Jeff DeSantis?
Jeff DeSantis.
Do you know who he is?
Oh, yes.
Could you tell us who he is for the record?
Jeff works in the DA's office. I knew him when he worked for Thurbert Baker.
Know what his role in the DA's office is?
I have no earthly idea.
Is he in media? Does that sound familiar?
He has done media in the past. Jeff has generally been, I like Jeff, and I'm very close to him, but he's generally been on the other side of my campaigns.
All right, so we're talking the best of your recollection, conference, we don't have the date, I'm asking if you could possibly get it, but the conference you have, Mr. Wade could have been there,
Yes, I'm almost sure he was there.
And Miss Willis, obviously, and Mr. DeSantis was there.
I think Mr. DeSantis was too.
And as far as whether there was anyone else there, you don't
I
have a
don't
present
recall.
recollection.
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Next time I'll take a picture, so I'll have an exact,
Next time, hopefully, you won't have to be here.
well, hopefully not.
That's cool,
All
Bodie.
right.
All right, Mr. Stockton.
Thanks for hey, Bodie, it's good to see you. Feel like I
Thank
haven't
you.
seen you in
Mr.
a
Durham?
while.
No questions, Your Honor.
Maybe.
Mr. McDougal,
Might be mine.
Questions for the governor, Ron?
Mr. Rice,
He just wanted to say that.
No questions.
No questions for the
Gillen.
governor.
I've been waiting for this for years.
Oh, so this is
I
just
couldn't give up the
payback.
chance getting up here, Governor. Good to see you again.
Good to see you,
We've
Craig.
done some work in the past together, haven't we?
I consider you to be one of my best friends and a crackerjack lawyer.
Well, I will say to you, on the record, that I can understand why they came to see you because you're the finest lawyer that I've ever worked with.
Thank you. I need to put you in the next day.
Yeah, there we go. We'll get that. But one or two more questions.
Okay.
You and I working together when it's appropriate, we've had no qualms about filing motions to disqualify the DA, have we?
No.
Matter of fact, you and I successfully disqualified the DA out in Cobb County in the Brown case, didn't we?
We did.
So whatever needs to be done should
You
be done.
represent your client.
You got that. Thank you so much.
Thank
Mr. Coturo, are you still with us by Zoom?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, any questions?
No, sir.
All right, and Mr. Cromwell for Ms. Latham?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Abadi?
I got it.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Thank
is there a way that we could potentially ask through you for that date if you can get it?
The question is, you want the exact date that the meeting occurred? And I'm wondering if we can, if it's really material, the exact date rather than just its proximity to the November 1st hiring. Is that fair? If he knows whether it was far earlier in the year versus maybe closer, would that obviate the need for the exact date?
Can't get the exact date, of course, we'll take the best we can get.
Okay, let's start there.
All right.
So
Let me
think, well,
look
you
around.
may take care of it for us, just if we hold in place here.
I'm not sure I have this.
Well, let me try this first, Governor Barnes, before you do a deep dive in the email there. Do you recall what time of year it was when this meeting occurred?
I'm afraid not.
Okay.
I mean, you know how this is. The cases and the days move together. I had a fellow a few years ago that said I represented him in 1978. And I told him I'd take his word for it.
You wouldn't do that if it was a question of him saying he just paid you.
No, I would not. I will tell you, I believe lawyers should be well paid, Mr. Sada.
All right, so sir, that's something.
I'll have to look. It didn't come up right here.
Okay.
I'll have to
All right, we'll ask this witness to step down subject to recall. And that might be something the state can present with stipulation as well. All right, thank you, sir. Do we have an update on Mr. Bradley?
His lawyer should be here. He's probably outside. John's gonna go check.
Okay.
The last estimation I heard was about 11:30.
Okay. If that's still the case, then Ms. Cross, did you have another witness available?
But having brought over, it's Mr. John Floyd, not the special prosecutor, John Floyd. John Floyd, is District Attorney Willis's father.
Okay. And is he heading this way?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Ward, we're just holding in place for taking witnesses out of order. Do you have any updates on Mr. Bradley?
Yes, so he is still in this appointment. This may last a few more hours. However, he's going to make himself available for Zoom if that's possible. That will be the quickest and easiest way in order for him to provide his testimony.
All right. Ms. Merchant?
I was outside looking for them.
Sure. We found them.
I'm sorry.
So he has asked whether the defendants would accept his testimony by Zoom.
As long as I can show him documents, if he needs his memory refreshed, then that's fine.
It is not because.
It is
with all
not.
due respect.
Yeah, the state would have an objection to this witness not appearing in person.
Understood. All right, Mr. Ward, I think we're going to need continual updates from you and also some kind of expectation of what this afternoon is going to look like. I was never informed of a medical appointment, and I think the notice in this hearing indicated it would last at least 2 days. So right now, I think he's in violation of his subpoena.
Your Honor, I believe that the counsel was given notice of his doctor's appointment. He missed one yesterday. He took the stand yesterday and really was hoping to be able to finish his testimony yesterday as he stayed here all day. This appointment started at 9. And it's out of his control with regards to, again, the issues involved with it, as well as, being able to be at 2 places at one time. And
I'm just trying to get more. I mean, we initially been told maybe it was going to be 9:30 and 10. Do we have any better idea to get a realistic expectation of when we think we can have him here?
If it's Your Honor's wish, we can just tell him to come on in, and he'd have to go back to his. He'd just have to go back to his appointment.
Is he? Without getting too much into the particulars, has he already been seen by the doctor and he's waiting for results, or is he still waiting to be seen by a doctor? I'm just,
Both. He's been consulting with his doctor, and they're waiting for results.
And after he gets those results, he was supposed to have another meeting with them today as well. But potentially that meeting could occur later.
After they're able to figure out the purpose of the actual appointment.
Okay. If you can get any kind of an update on how much time they think that those results are going to take. If it's more than an hour or two, I think we would want to start bringing him here, and he can have that follow-up consultation later. All right. Thank you, sir.
Did Your Honor want to take up the 1.6 motion?
At this point, I think we've got something else that can occupy our time, and I think we need to move forward with that. All right.
Is that something?
Of course. Yeah, absolutely.
And I didn't learn about the appointment.
Right. Okay. Understood. Ms. Cross.
Yes, sir. Mr. Abate will,
Thank you, Paul. Mr. John Floyd.
Mr. Floyd, if you could have a seat, sir.
may I approach the witness quickly? Just
Thank you.
This well-funded testimony you should give to the board will be this.
I do.
You may be seated. Would you please state and spell your full name for the board?
My name is John Clifford Floyd III.
Say, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the court, are you currently retired?
Yes, I am.
And prior to being retired, can you tell the court a little bit about, did you work in the legal career? Were you a
I
lawyer?
was an attorney. I practiced law. I've probably tried 1,000 cases. About 50% of my practice was criminal law. 25% of it was family law, and the rest was whatever walked through the front door and could pay for it.
Okay. And
Wait 1 second. I think governor's come back. He might
I
have.
do. My calendar shows it was October 26, 2021.
All right. And would defense counsel accept it as
Paul,
a stipulation, or is there any follow-up
We're the
questioning
chat
needed on that?
refresh
Mr. Barnes
twins.
is still considered under oath on this
Thanks,
point.
Paul.
All right. I'm just going to look for a show of hands or for someone to speak now on Zoom, and hearing none. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
And sir, can you tell the court, are you from Atlanta?
No, I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. I spent most of my legal career, I would say, in Washington, D.C. was kind of the circle, but I've tried cases all over the country, and I tried the longest. I was the first lawyer to try an international criminal court. I was with the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. I was in trial there for 4.5 years in Arusha, Tanzania, and Hague in the Netherlands.
Okay. And when you weren't there, it sounds like your kind of center of gravity was Washington, D.C.
Correct, but I've tried cases in West Virginia, Maryland, Florida, California.
All
Yes.
over.
Yes.
And do you, sir, can you tell the court, do you have any children?
I have one daughter, Fani Willis.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention back to 2019, okay?
Yes.
Back in 2019, can you tell the court, did you move here to Atlanta?
I was living in Johannesburg, South Africa. And unfortunately, for some reasons, I could not get an extended visa. When I retired from the practice of law in 2018, I moved to South Africa. And I had to leave South Africa, and I did then come to Atlanta.
Okay. And do you, sir, remember about the time period in 2019 when you moved in with your daughter here in Atlanta?
It would have been the spring or summer of 2019.
And after you moved here, did you get a driver's license to kind of confirm your residency in Atlanta?
Well, my driver's license for the District of Columbia was going to expire on my birthday, which is in October. And yes, I did get a license here in the state of Georgia.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
If you will just take a look at what's been marked. Stated.
Okay, Your Honor, would you, if you don't mind, my eyes are very bad, which is one of the reasons I retired. And so I need a magnifying glass, so I'll be
Whatever you
constantly,
need.
thank you. Yes, I see it was issued on 9/28/2019.
Okay. So before we get there, do you recognize State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, just my driver's license.
And it states Exhibit 2, a fair and accurate copy of your physical driver's license.
Absolutely.
This time, Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Nope.
Seeing no other objections, it's submitted. State's Exhibit 2 is submitted for the record.
Now, and for the record, Your Honor, the state is going to supplement State's
A lot
Exhibit
of
2 with a
late
redacted
people
copy
now.
of the license.
There's a lot of late
The current
people.
copy is not redacted.
Nobody is on
with
time
the
today.
address and things of that nature.
All right. And do we need to
grew
mark
up in
that
South
differently in any
Central.
way?
Oh,
I will mark it
wow.
as State's Exhibit 2A.
Perfect.
Now,
Despite the
you
accent-
talked about when
I
your
don't
driver's
find
license
accents to
was
be-
issued.
I understand
Can you tell the
what
court
people are saying
when was
about
that driver's
accents, and
license
I know
here,
that that's
your
not
Georgia driver's
uncommon.
license issued?
It was
I'm
on,
gonna turn this down a little bit. But I
on
think that the
9,
accents
28,
don't necessarily throw. I
2019.
love accents, first of
September
all. If you
28th,
know me, you know
2019.
that I'm like
Now, when
an
you moved
aspiring voice
into,
actor, and this is
District
something I
Attorney
really
Willis's
love. I
home,
love to sing. I
who
love
lived there?
linguistics. I was a language major in college. Like
Well,
language,
my
sound, all of those things
daughter
is
lived
really
there.
like part of
I
who I
lived
am.
there. And from
I
time to
love
time,
accents.
our grandchildren would, my grandchildren
Dialects.
would come.
Okay. And did your grandchildren, were they at school coming and going?
Exactly.
And I love
I
big
think,
Southern draws. I
they
just
were
think
in
they're
school
musical.
in various
Just
jurisdictions.
And during the time,
just
how long did you
melody.
live
I just think it's
at
beautiful.
or with Miss Willis and at her home here in Fulton County?
She was forced to move after she was elected.
Is this the dad?
I mean, I
No.
don't know if you want me to go through the whole thing, but that, Your Honor, if Your Honor will indulge me. After she was sworn in on January 1 of 2021. And on or about the 3rd of February, at probably 5:30 a.m. in the morning.
Right, Deidre, I don't think
there were
I
people
think that's a
outside her
common,
house,
like weird, like a
cursing
common
and yelling and
assessment
calling
people
her
make, and
the
I
B
understand
word and
that,
the
but
N
I
word
don't
and
agree with that.
just,
And
I mean, it was
I think that
bizarre.
accents are
okay? I
merely
mean, just-
indicative of where you
Sorry.
grew up
Mr. Abadi.
and who you grew up around. That's
Here's the
all.
objection to you.
So
I would say it's effect on this.
They're all
he
beautiful.
was present while all of these things were occurring. But I can.
No, that's, and he's saying he
That's
was
a
personally
relevant
present
objection.
to hear these things?
Yes.
Okay, overruled.
I think it is.
And
Willis's.
fortunately,
Is it?
the neighbors called the police and disbanded, disbanded the group. And, it was
Boy,
just,
if I was Fani, I
mean, it
would
was
really
just-
want
I hadn't
to
seen
be in the
anything
courtroom when
exactly
my
like it
father was
before.
being
And after that happened, can you
whatever,
tell the
interviewed.
court, did Miss Willis have to move from her home?
Yes, she was forced to leave.
Oh my God, I love
And
him.
can you tell the court, after she was forced to leave, shortly after she was sworn in, did you remain at her home in Fulton County?
Yes, I stayed there really until 2022, I guess.
And from what you described, did you fear for her safety?
Absolutely. I mean, not only did I do that, I mean, the South Fulton police, they brought somebody, a man with a dog, because there've been so many death threats. And they said they were going to blow up the house. They were going to kill her. They were going to kill me. They were going to kill my grandchildren. I mean, on and on and on. It just, it became, and I was concerned for her safety.
And after those concerns came to your attention, and after what you heard and saw that day, you remained at the house?
Yes.
And can you tell the court, with what you just described, why did you remain living at the district attorney's home here in Fulton County?
I don't see how this is relevant.
Mr. Abadi.
I believe it's relevant based on a lot of the questions that were asked yesterday of Ms. Willis as to about the security threat and the fact that it was implied that those threats were not necessarily real in the sense that Mr. Floyd remained in the home. There were many questions about the fact that he remained and her children could still come and go to the house. I think it's relevant based to the testimony that was elicited from defense counsels yesterday.
Overruled.
Well, these
sure
South Fulton
accents don't have
police,
anything to do
first
with
they put
intelligence.
a car in front of the
Take off their
house that was there permanently. A police car. That was thing one. Thing two.
I think it's okay to
they
code
brought a
switch, but I don't think
person,
it's okay to
with
be
a dog,
appropriative, right? Like I'm not going to
sometimes more
appropriate
than
someone's
once
language
a
or
day,
dialect.
twice a day, and they would circle the house to look for bombs.
I don't think that's right.
I knew that
we have
that
to be
was
careful of that.
a house that my daughter had worked for. It was a brand new house. She's the only one who had ever lived there. It's a 4-bedroom, brand new house. And somebody needed to protect the house. And I stayed there to basically take care of the house, to take care of the yard, to take care of that. Also, somebody sprayed, again, the B word and the N word on the house. And I don't think my daughter even knew that. I cleaned it off and called the police, and South Fulton Police. They have, I'm sure, all the records of all the things that happened. And all of the neighbors, I notified all the neighbors to look out and to watch out. And it was so crazy. I mean, it was just so crazy. We'd have people would show up in parked car. There was a guy parked for probably 8 hours out in front of the house. You know, it was just, and we'd call the police and, you know.
Now, at the time that you lived there with Miss Willis, and I guess even when you remained, so during the time period of 2019 to the end of 2020, are you aware if Miss Willis was dating someone?
Yeah, she did. She had a boyfriend when I first got there.
And did you meet her boyfriend?
Yeah, I met him often.
Okay, and did you know him by any specific nickname?
Yeah, Deuce.
Okay. And can you tell the court why you were living there? How often would you see him?
Sometimes every day, sometimes, you know, every other day. He was a disc jockey or something, and he had all this paraphernalia that I'd have to move out. It was a, you know, a thing with the keyboard, things that play music and so forth and so on. So.
Now, when you moved in 2019 and then throughout the years in year 2020, 2021, had you ever met someone named Nathan Wade?
I did not meet Nathan Wade until 2023, about a year ago, when a reporter by the name of Issakoff interviewed me. I met him. That was the first time I had met him.
You said that was in 2023?
2023, right.
And I know you said you hadn't met him until 2023, but when you were living at Miss Willis's house in Fulton County, did you ever meet Mr. Wade in the year 2019?
Absolutely not.
How about in the year 2020?
Absolutely
Well
not.
done.
Did you ever see Mr. Wade at Miss Willis's Fulton County house in the year 2021?
Never.
And is it your testimony that the only time or the first time that you met Mr. Wade was in 2023?
Let me say something. Mr. Wade said that he remembers seeing me, and I do remember some banter. I'm a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, and there's kind of this thing that goes on between fraternities, and Mr. Wade is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha, and they, you know, so I do remember there was some kind of banter when my daughter was sworn in to be district attorney between me and a couple of guys, and he said he remembers me. I don't remember him.
I agree,
And,
Curtis. No,
prior
it's
to
really
that
admirable
experience
for
that you're
him
talking
to
about, as
go
well
through
as,
this
I guess, your
experience.
official meeting in
I know he
2023.
would want
Had you
to
ever
because
even
of his
heard
daughter.
name?
I
No,
would want to if
never.
it was my child. So
I don't think I have any further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Merchant.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Fine, how are you, counsel?
Good, thank you. Just got a couple questions. On Monday, we heard you were in California. Do you have a place in California?
I'm gonna say that's none of your fucking business.
People always ask me about where do I live. I guess I live right here, sitting in this seat right now. But yes, the answer is I have place in Los Angeles.
Okay, you do. All right. So do you share time or split time
n-
between Los Angeles and Georgia?
Actually, I'm working on a documentary film, and I'm supposed to be being filmed not for this trial, but I'm supposed to be being filmed right now. It was planned, and we had to stop it because they asked me to come here. But the answer is I'm working on a documentary, and I'll be in California until I finish the documentary. If we don't have another actor strike and we don't have another writer strike.
So do you own property in California?
No, I don't. I live with a friend of mine.
Live with a friend of yours. Okay.
Yeah.
And when did you first move? Well, let me qualify with the dates. Did you spend any time in 2019 in California?
No, and the reason I didn't is that when I first came here, the answer is no, I did not. What happened was COVID. Once COVID hit, I was just paralyzed. I couldn't go anyplace. I couldn't go anything. I mean, I'm a theater buff. I used to go to theater at least once a week, but when COVID hit, I just couldn't. I couldn't go to the dentist, which I need to do. Well, you know, I just it was just a thing. So I was just stuck. I was just stuck there.
I may be wrong, but I believe COVID hit in 2020. So I was asking about 2019. In 2019, did you spend any time in California?
Before COVID was even here in the United States, remember I'd lived in South Africa and I've traveled the world. I knew COVID was coming
Oh my
before.
God.
I knew
I love
COVID
him
was
too,
around
Kathy.
before. They may have announced it in 20, but in fact, I knew about it and I knew what was happening in 19.
Okay, so let's walk through 2019 then. You said you moved here in September. So
No, I didn't say that. I moved here probably prior to September. In September is when I got the driver's license. I probably moved in the springtime.
I'm sorry, you did. You said spring, summer. I see that in my notes. So spring, summer 2019 is when you moved here. So up until spring, summer 2019, where did you live?
I lived in Johannesburg. Well,
That's right.
I lived in Washington, D.C., 2018.
Just
I had
stop me
planned to
from going
retire
after
for the
you.
rest of my life in South Africa. I had worked for Nelson Mandela and the Free Mandela and get that. And someone I'd gone to law school, he had located there after Mandela was freed from prison and became president. I was going to live there for the rest of my life, but unfortunately, because of political reasons, I could not stay in South Africa, and I was forced, in a sense, to come back to the United States.
So let's just focus in on the period from, let's see, let's just start with October 2019. Okay, we'll call that the relevant period. October 2019 until the end of 2019. Were you in Georgia every single day of that year?
Absolutely.
So now let's move to 2020. Okay. And every single day, before I move on, every single day in 2019, you slept at your daughter's house, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's start in 2020. All right. So 2020, the entire year, did you travel anywhere?
No,
You didn't travel at all that year.
no.
So,
And I didn't go to the movies, which upset me also.
so that entire year, 2020, you remained here in Georgia.
Right.
In 2021, did you do any traveling?
No.
So when did you move back, or when did you start this documentary film in Los Angeles?
What I had been doing to occupy time as I was writing my own memoir. As I delved into my family background, I discovered something, and that's what got me to working on the documentary. So I want you to understand what was going on in my life. I pitched I have a movie script called Bad Blood. I have a movie script I was trying to sell. So I tried to sell that, and I just happened to mention something that happened during the civil rights movement. SNCC.
This lady is out of control.
It's called
She's
the SNCC 5.
inappropriate.
The legendary Peter Fitzsimmons was interested, and so
It could be good lawyering,
with
but
Peter
I don't think it has
Fitzsimmons
to be
and
good
Leah
personing.
Smith, we're now doing the documentary. So
I don't want to interrupt you, but what I was asking was when you moved to Los Angeles, not what you moved there for.
well, you keep saying moved. I haven't moved to Los Angeles. I spent more time in California, in Oakland, if you really want to just be, because Peter is basically San Francisco based. So we're working on the documentary.
Okay.
I was in Los Angeles because I was going to the Pan-African Film Festival. And that's why we were there. And the way Hollywood works is, you know, when you make connections in film
Thank you,
festivals,
don't go, because I didn't know what the hell was
sell
going on
ideas
here.
and meet people and organize things.
You still own property in Washington, D.C., correct?
No, I don't.
You don't own property at 1467 Roxana Road Northwest?
That's where I used to live.
That's where you used to live. Did
Right.
you own that property?
Yes.
Okay. And you owned that property when you moved here in 2019?
Yes.
And you owned it in 2020, correct?
Well, now you talk about a very complicated issue. I left the property. There was a dispute between me and I had gotten a reverse mortgage company. And there was a dispute between me and that. And I just, I walked away from it.
Okay. You walked away from it with almost $300,000.
Yeah, what is the relevance of that?
Where he lived and registered to vote. That's what they brought in. So that's,
Why is the money he got from a sale relevant at all?
it's the only proof I have of that he owned that address. So I can move on though. Okay. When did you sell that property?
I didn't. The reverse mortgage company took it.
Oh, okay. So in 2019, when you got your driver's license here,
Yes.
the next day you registered to vote, correct?
I think it may have been the same day, but maybe it was the next day. I don't remember.
But you didn't own property here in Georgia that day?
No, I was living with my daughter.
You said that you met Mr. Wade, that you remember you met in 2023, right? That was the first time you
Correct.
remember? Okay. And I wasn't really clear. You said something about meeting him. Was it with Mr. Isikoff or did Mr. Isikoff tell you?
No, I was being interviewed by Mr. Isikoff.
Okay.
And he walked in and I met him. That was the first time. He walked into the office and
Where were you being interviewed?
at the district attorney's office.
And Mr. Wade walked into that interview?
Yes.
And so Ms. Willis had not told you about Mr. Wade prior to that.
Absolutely not.
So she didn't tell you anything about their relationship before you met him that day.
No.
But Mr. Wade remembers meeting you in 2020?
He said that at my daughter's swearing in. I do remember that we having some banner about fraternities, but other than that.
Oh, at your daughter swearing in. Okay.
Right.
That's all I have. Just one moment, Judge. Nothing else. Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you, counsel?
I'm fine. I'll try to ask you some specific questions if we could, okay?
And I'll give specific answers if I can.
Perfect.
Okay.
The driver's license address, I'm not going to publish. That is State's Exhibit number 2. But is the address on that driver's license the home that you're referring to as your daughter's in South Fulton?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're really trying
It's
to
unclear to me.
make it happen.
Maybe no
here.
one else, but it's unclear to me. When did you stop living at what I would call your daughter's home in South Fulton?
Things got so bad and threats got so many, even against me, that the house became basically uninhabitable. I got tired of sleeping in one room one day and one that. I would say December of 2022, something like that.
December of 2022.
Right. That's
she
about
already
right.
went.
Yeah.
Now, let me change and go back for another date. You had indicated, and I didn't hear it.
No, this
When
is another
was
one. This is
your
another
daughter,
guy.
Miss Willis. When was she sworn in as district attorney?
On January 1, 2021.
And did you indicate that there was an incident, and I know you've described it, was that incident on February the 3rd, 2021?
That's my best recollection.
Okay. So my question then is, after February 3rd of 2021, how much longer did Miss Willis stay at the house before she moved somewhere else?
Very short period of time, and I cannot be precise, but I would bet all the money I ever made, it wasn't more than a month and a half, if that long.
Okay, so we're talking about, best of your recollection, end of February into the beginning of March, give or take, of 2021, when Miss Willis would have moved to a different location.
Exactly.
Okay. And did Miss Willis return to the house, that is, the house that you were in, at any point in time that you can remember?
From time to time, she and her security might show up for her to pick something up or take something or something, but she always would come with her security.
Okay, my question was poorly worded, and I apologize. Did she come back permanently to her house?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay,
Absolutely not.
So as far as you're aware, that once Miss Willis left the house, her house, South Fulton House, so the record's clear, in either late February or into March of 2021, best of your recollection, she's not returned to that home to live.
No, no.
Don't forget to take your
became
soother, everybody. Weed,
uninhabitable.
coffee,
I mean,
water,
it just,
tea.
you know, I mean,
a blanket. I don't care what it is. Grab your
I would
soother.
have to walk
It's a
around that
reminder.
house, looking out of every window. I made a habit of having to walk around the whole house. I got lights so that if somebody would come at night in the back, so that those kinds of, reflecting lights, I had those put up.
I don't mean to, again, to
yeah,
cut you off.
okay.
All I was interested in is whether she had ever returned.
No, the answer is no.
Okay. Now, when
Sorry,
Ms.
didn't mean to
Willis, when
disrupt
your
the
daughter
lower
left the home,
picture
time
there.
period, end of February, beginning of
Resilience.
March, give or take, 2021, do you know where she moved to?
No, and I didn't want to know. I intentionally did not want to know, because I was not, if somebody stuck a gun to my head and I could tell them, I wasn't going to tell them anyway, or I'd have made up something, but I didn't want to know.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that if you didn't want to know, you never visited her at the place that she moved to?
Oh, I never did.
Never did.
Never did.
Do you know how long she stayed at the first place that she went to after she left her house before she moved
I
to
know.
a second
I
place?
see him there.
What I know, and this is hearsay, counsel, is that my daughter has had to move something like 4 times.
But do you know any potential?
No, I don't know any place. I was taken one time for Christmas Day. I've only seen my daughter, and this is very hard for me to say, but during the period my daughter left, I've only seen my daughter 13 times, because I can't, and we've never seen each other more than maybe 3 hours because of, the nightmare threats against her and me.
And I understand that, and from the perspective of being a father myself, I understand what that means. So I'm going to move away from that. I was just trying
Yeah,
to get
why
an
don't
idea
you
of
move away
date
from that,
wise,
you
okay?
stupid prick?
So let me try to get one more date. In 2023, when you were being interviewed by one of the gentlemen that wrote the book at the DA's office, and Mr. Wade came in, can you give us, other than 2023, what the date would be?
I'm sorry, I can't, counsel.
How about spring, summer? Any idea?
I would guess spring or summer, but I can't. I don't. I'm sorry.
And you've already indicated, at least to your recollection, that was the first time that you'd met Mr. Wade.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you about that. I want to go to Miss Willis's boyfriend that you referenced. Okay, you met Miss Willis's boyfriend, as you've characterized it, when you came here in 2019.
Correct.
And you met him on one occasion, several occasions?
Oh, no, I saw him often.
Oh, so you mean there was no secret that she was dating this man?
Not from me.
Not from you.
And he was a disc jockey of some kind. I think he had a government job during the day. I don't know what it was, but apparently he would do weddings and so forth and so on. He was a disc jockey, play music. So he had all his stuff was always in the way, and I was always having to try to push it aside. And anyway.
But Miss Willis, your daughter didn't keep him from you, correct?
No.
No, I mean, there was no doubt
we my daughter and I lived in the same house. I mean, he came and went,
Right. Now, when did you learn that your daughter had a romantic, personal relationship with Mr. Wade?
Well, about 7 weeks ago, when as a matter of fact, I just found out when other folks found out. Okay.
But that is, your daughter, as I understand it, never told you one time in the year of 2022 that she was dating Mr. Wade, correct?
That's correct.
And until recently, you didn't know from anyone, including your daughter, that she dated Mr. Wade, correct?
That's correct.
That is, whatever the relationship is between father and daughter, she kept that a secret from you, correct?
Correct.
That's all I need to know.
Margaret, I could only imagine that that's the case. That how this is landing on Black Twitter, like the reactions. I've seen some of the reactions from yesterday, specifically.
Good morning.
In that
Good
regard,
morning.
and
Correct.
yeah, it's.
Good morning, Council.
When your daughter moved or left
I guess
the
it's
house
good that
she
we're
owned,
all, we're supposed to see
Did she say anything to you about having a
what
large
the world is really like.
savings of cash?
Oh, no, oh, no.
This is
See,
so dumb.
maybe, excuse me, and Your Honor, I'm not trying to be racist, okay? But it's a black thing, okay? You know, I was trained, and most black folks, they hide cash or they keep cash. And I was
cash. I
no,
don't
I
know.
train. You always keep some cash because I've been places, and just because of the color of my skin, for example, I took a fellowship at Harvard when my daughter was just if I might, Your Honor.
They
if I might,
were
when I was
definitely,
just,
the
she was just,
celebration
you know,
of
maybe 3
Fani
years
and
old.
her,
And I remember going to a
you know,
restaurant in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
celebrating
and I
her
had a American
taking
Express
command of that
credit
courtroom
card
yesterday
and maybe a
is
Visa or
beautiful.
whatever. And
And
I
I'm
had a
glad that
lot of
people are able to see
what they
what
call
people
traveler's
are
checks. I don't even
subjected
know if they
to
still have traveler's
in this
checks, but
fucking
traveler's checks.
world.
And there was a
Where
sign said, you know, with the credit
I, as a
card.
white person, don't
For whatever
understand
reasons,
what
the
it's
man
like to
would
be
not take my
scrutinized in
American
this
Express
regard.
credit card. So I pulled out my Visa card.
So,
and he wouldn't take my Visa card. So then I
I'm
pulled out my
grateful
traveler's
that
checks. He said,
people
we
are
don't
willing
take
to
checks. Now these were
subject
traveler's
themselves
checks.
to
This was
this, I
money.
guess, so
I had
that
a
we get
$10
the truth
bill. I'll
out
never forget
and
this as long as I
we
live.
expose
And he said, the bill
intrinsic
for my wife at the time,
racism.
Fani's mother, Fani, and myself was like $9.95, and I had a $10 bill. That was all that. And I always remember that. But even before that, I've always kept cash, you know, and I've told my daughter, you keep 6 months worth of cash always. For example, I had 3 safes in my house. I put some of my clients' stuff there too, things I didn't want other lawyers to be, I mean, because you're always in a firm, and I knew that there were special conditions. So some of my clients' things I would bring home, put them in the safe. But I've always kept safes. And as a matter of fact, I gave my daughter her first cash box and told her always keep some cash.
keeping a safe is not
So
controversial.
is that a yes?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I know.
That's all I
Well,
got,
that's
Jed.
fine. They can grab any quotes they
Mr.
want.
Durham.
The fact of the
No
matter
questions.
is,
Mr.
the
McDougall.
Willises have won the day,
Mr.
have
Rice.
won this case. Period.
Mr. Gillen.
Don't you dare, Mr. Gillen. Nobody wants to hear you shit.
It's still morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Counsel. How are you?
Just fine.
It-
Just a few questions.
It's a good
following
point,
up.
don't go. It is white
when,
privilege.
You were talking about when you learned
I don't know.
about,
There's a lot of
Mr.
complexities in
Wade
this, but the
and your
takeaway
daughter,
for me
correct?
is that
Correct.
this is demonstrating
Did your
that they
daughter
have
tell
fucking
you in
that
around
racism is
October of
intrinsic in
2022
our
that she had
society.
gone on a
And
Caribbean
we have to
cruise
deal with
Mr.
that.
Wade to the
Vodka.
Bahamas?
The answer is I knew that my daughter had gone, but I did not know who she went with or
Yeah,
what the
Deirdre, I don't
circumstances were.
think it's
So I knew that she had gone out of
unusual.
town, but I
don't
didn't
think it's
know
unusual.
with whom.
I don't.
And did she tell
Hey,
you
Muskie.
in November?
Oh,
of
this all works for
2022 that
Willis.
She had gone
I'm
to
sorry.
Aruba,
They've controlled
and
the
stayed
narrative
at
on all of this.
the
They've
Hyatt
not
Regency
let them.
resort there in
They've
Aruba
not
for
let
3
them
days
put any
with Mr. Wade. Did she
bullshit
tell
in
you
front
that?
and
The
misogyny.
answer
Thank
was,
you. As a
again, I
powerful
knew she went out of
woman
town. I didn't know
who
where she went.
commands
I knew she was going out of town. She told me she was
this
going out of town. I
subject,
think she might have said she was going
it
out of
is
the
up to
country or
them
something.
to
She'd be
point out
gone.
her
But other than
romantic
that, that was all.
Okay.
entanglements,
And did she tell you
then
in
financial
March of,
entanglements, any
2023 that
cultural, and
she
like
was
all
going
of
to
these
Belize
things
for
are
several days
the
with Mr.
foundation
Wade?
of their attacks.
It's the same answer that I knew she would tell me she was going out of
Good.
town.
I'm glad,
and
Margaret. Like
she
it,
may or may not have told me where she was
I
going,
am
but she'd be
very.
gone for a couple of days.
Okay. Now in 2023, you were.
I am so
you were,
confident in Miss
many
Willis
days you would
and
be out
her
in
ability to
California, correct?
navigate the
Some days I'd be in
entanglement she
California,
has
correct.
Okay.
or
Well,
had,
did she tell you
and the work at
in
hand.
May of 2023?
I'm not her
that
boss.
she was
I don't
traveling
have to
to
discipline
to
her for
Napa
having
Valley
a
with
relationship at
Mr.
work.
Wade, so maybe y'all could see
That's
each
her
other
boss's
when
job.
she visited
me.
California with Mr. Wade.
The answer is no.
And so the first time that you ever met Mr. Wade or learned about Mr. Wade, to your recollection, was in 2023?
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kucherov.
I agree with that. Nothing. This would
On
not be
Zoom.
happening.
Yes, Ron, just
I
a
mean, they
couple
would have
quick
tried
questions.
something. This is all desperation.
Good morning, sir.
This
I
is
know I
all
can't see you.
desperation to.
I can't see you either,
We
but
can take a moment.
good morning, Counsel.
We take a moment. Let's just pause, see if we can change the screens to show Mr. Kucherov. Sorry.
Yeah, give the
Your
poor
Honor, I'm on
IT
a,
person a second.
I'm on
Oh,
a
you're on a
phone, so
phone?
it's kind of difficult.
No,
Can you turn your
phones
screen
have
on?
cameras. Phones have cameras, bitch.
Trying to.
Yeah, you can't be on. You know this, counselor. You know you have to have a camera on when you're questioning a witness in court. Come on, let's not be foolish. Is this your first rodeo? Well, you're gonna have to be over there with the rodeo clowns, sir, because you don't have a camera on. What are you using, a flip phone? What are we doing
Does
here?
that work?
You got your razor?
Just to hold one more moment. All right, there we go. You can
All
proceed,
right.
Mr. Kucherov.
Sir, you seem to know about the issue of cash in this transaction. You said it was a black thing. How did you know that the cash was going to be an issue in this testimony?
Because I was asked for it and I was prepped by the lawyers and they asked me about it.
Yeah, it's kind of normal.
What else?
Stupid.
And did you speak with Mr. Wade about your testimony?
No.
Did you speak with your daughter about your testimony?
She may have been present when the lawyers were. I really don't remember.
If Mr.
Doesn't
Wade and
matter.
your daughter were dating, you wouldn't have known that unless your daughter told you.
What do you, maybe I'm not understanding your question, counsel. So maybe you want to restate. What is it that you're asking
I know, I'm
me?
trying to breathe.
Yeah, if it wasn't clear, I can re-ask the question. I'll
I'm
rephrase
really
it.
angry
Yeah,
right
right,
now.
yeah,
Wade,
please do.
What a fucking
If
dick.
Mr. Wade and your daughter were dating, you wouldn't have known that unless your daughter told you.
I did not know that they were dating.
Judge,
And
I have
when were you
nothing
talking
further.
about the cash? I didn't know that, I don't know what you're asking me. What I told my child from the time she was a child is always have some money. Always have some money. If you go on a date so that people don't try to stick you and you want to leave whoever, always keep some cash, okay?
Mr. Floyd, you answered the question that the attorneys prepped you for that. So that's all I wanted to know.
Anything else, Mr. Kucherov?
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cromwell.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Abadi?
Your Honor. Mr. Floyd, now, it wasn't common for your daughter to confide in you about her romantic life at all.
No, and I haven't confided in her about mine before when I had one, okay?
Hate him.
And you wouldn't have known about her boyfriend. The
Hey,
disc jockey.
Debs.
Is that an objection?
I think that might have just been still off mute.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Now, you wouldn't have known about her boyfriend, the disc jockey, had you not been living with her, correct?
That's correct.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
I have nothing further.
Did he answer the question?
He did.
Okay.
He said that.
All right. By show of hands, any redirect on those points only? Ms. Merchant.
I just want to know when you were prepped by the lawyers, when this prep session was.
I just got off the plane on, what was it, Tuesday night? I think I was probably drooling at the mouth. I was so tired. So it must have been, I got in Wednesday. It must have been Wednesday.
Okay. And did you talk about any of the testimony from yesterday or watch any news reports or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely. You can't cut the TV on without seeing this. The first thing, and I listen to conservative radio a lot, and, last night for 5 hours, all they talked about was this case.
So you were aware of what the testimony your daughter gave yesterday was?
Yeah, unless you don't cut the radio on, unless you don't cut the television on, unless you don't read the AJC or any other, the New York Times or whatever, which I do every day, yeah, of course.
So is it fair to say nobody instructed you that you were under the rule of sequestration?
Right, and I'm not under subpoena either.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. It's a pleasure to appear in front of Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Cross, let me check in. Was the state planning to call additional witnesses?
Not at this time, Your Honor. We're trying to accommodate
Well.
if there's a
Sure.
lapse in schedule to be able to
He
this
is
afternoon. Right
pissed.
now, that was our last witness.
Okay. So even if Mr. Bradley testifies to some extent, there's still the potential that the state has no
I think
further
he's
witnesses.
he held his composure
At least
really
one more
well.
will be available this afternoon.
Oh, Kurt, I'm so
but that would be
sorry.
it.
God,
Okay. So there are
fuck.
potentially more state's witnesses. All right.
You've
But
had to
before we
have
move on,
cash
maybe strike
around.
the last witness's testimony.
People who are debanked.
All right, so.
Do you know what it's like to be debanked?
I think
where you
the
cannot get a
rule
bank
is
account?
invoked and the instruction was for the parties
You
to
only can have
tell all
cash.
witnesses subpoenaed or
So
expected to appear about the rule. I don't think
debanking is
the
a big
remedy
thing.
is necessarily striking.
He
I
was
think it can
very
go also to his
clear.
credibility as well. So to that extent, I'll, unless Ms. Cross, you want something else to be heard on that, point is made. All right. Do we have an update for Mr. Bradley?
Yeah, he should be here at 12:20, 12:25.
Okay, then what I think we should do is have these preliminary conversations about privilege, see if we can
Yeah,
make
how
any headway, and then
embarrassing.
take our afternoon break. So to that end, counselors, I don't know if you just want to argue in place
He's
there, or go to
nicer
the
than
table,
I would
whatever
have been
makes you
in.
comfortable. But Mr. Chopra, I think maybe it was relayed to you since you weren't in the court earlier this
I would
morning.
never have been that nice.
We'd had some initial conversations about the distinction between the privilege and Rule 1.6, and it sounded like you wanted to be heard on that.
Your Honor, it was brought to my attention, and I apologize because I don't have things.
What do you need?
Well, a copy of the case in front of me would be helpful, but it's not necessary. It would just take me a second to keep looking at my phone to respond to the court.
Whatever you need to do.
Your Honor, I believe the case for in anticipation of piercing the rule 1.6 is owns Corning Fiberglass versus American Centennial. Is that correct?
Pardon me, Your Honor. It's difficult hearing counsel. Could you?
Yeah. There's a microphone there at the jury box. You can try to
Hear what he's saying. Thank you, Your Honor.
either try to lift that microphone
Yeah,
up and speak
just
in the jury
please
box, or make your
go.
way over to the podium or table.
Thanks. Can we
Sorry?
do like normal lawyers and just stand up and go to the fucking podium?
Is that any better?
All right, and no, that was authority provided by Mr. Sadow over our morning recess, and I think that was indicated to go more towards a potential crime fraud argument. I don't think we've really gotten there yet.
It's not crime fraud per se. It's the same notion. It's fraud on the court, different proposition.
Okay.
But yes, and to attorney-client privilege waiver.
Right.
1.6 confidential and secrets waiver.
The case that I had cited to this morning, showing the distinction between the two, was Tenet Healthcare. So that's where we were on the threshold issue. Did you have something that you wanted to address on that?
I've not been able to review that, Your Honor. I was unfortunately unaware.
All right, Mr. Ward, you're co-counsel with Mr. Bradley?
Not here in that capacity.
Remind me why you are here.
I'm here just assisting. I'm here just assisting with Mr. Bradley and I'm assisting with the counsel, his counsel.
Okay, so
Wow,
you
this
are
is-
co-counsel on
This
this.
is really not
This
going
morning-
very well.
This morning, when you were asking where he was, I had to make sure everybody knew.
I grew up as white. Leave it to be.
That's what I was
vacant.
doing, just informing you.
I
Okay.
identify.
Oh, this is.
Yeah, I would imagine if you grow up in
Right,
in
and
a
the
neighborhood,
citation for
maybe
that's 273 Georgia
predominantly
206.
Judge,
And I'll give you time to
another
review that.
culture
In
that
the
you
meantime,
I mean,
what
with your
other
friends growing
things did you
up,
want me to know? And perhaps
it
at
makes
this
a lot
point,
of
we just take our
sense.
break now, unless you also want to talk about the questionings that were provided by Ms. Merchant, seeing if there's anything we can achieve.
So that I can be clear, it is apparent that at this point, we're going to go into whether or not 1.6 provides privilege for Mr. Wade, even though he has specifically stated that he does not waive that privilege. Therefore, it would be incumbent upon the court to issue an order to demand
he
that
waives
Mr.
private-
Bradley,
he
over and
invokes
above
the
the privilege
privacy
afforded in
privilege, you stupid
1.6,
ass.
is required to testify. Is
No,
that
we
correct?
tried
That's
this
right. That's what we
yesterday.
covered this morning.
And so
I thought they talked about that yesterday.
would ask the court, is the court then going to travel under the fraud exception?
We haven't quite gotten there. We haven't decided whether attorney-client privilege applies. I think there are some other things that we would have to do to, I think we got held up yesterday on 1.6. As I understood it, I was waiting to hear from you whether we are now beyond that. And then if we're in the land of attorney-client privilege and only attorney-client privilege, so Rule 505, then I think Mr. Sadow has some arguments on crime fraud. And I think there's also just the general arguments of, does it exist? Were certain statements in furtherance? Does Mr. Bradley have any knowledge independent of those?
Certainly.
Right.
And in order to keep the court abreast, yes, we are still traveling under, there should be a privilege afforded to Mr. Wade under 1.6. And we are aware of how they will try to convince the court that that should be overcome. So
Yeah, Val,
hopefully
Dad
I
was
can read
great
this
on the
case in less
stand.
than
Okay.
5 minutes.
He's a good dad.
All right, that's fine.
I know, but I think part of the
I guess
code, don't go,
as he
in
reads that,
Georgia
let's do
is you
this.
can invoke a Fifth
Assuming we do
Amendment
get beyond
privilege
1.6, if you
or
can
a
work with me
privacy
here,
privilege. And I
anything we
thought
want to
he
add to
discussed
that?
invoking the privacy privilege, but it sounds like I
I'm
missed
afraid
a
I would have to hear
conversation.
what the arguments were that got us past 1.6,
Okay.
Judge. I'm not here to insinuate to the court that we would do something else. I don't
Okay.
know.
But there was a line of questioning that Ms. Merchant decided to write out and share with the parties. Were there any initial thoughts, comments, reactions to that? Again, just trying to make sure we make the best use of Mr. Bradley's time once he arrives.
Your Honor, I just want to say that, that might just reiterate that my client has not waived the attorney-client privilege. The questions that we reviewed this morning, Mr. Bradley is not able to testify about anything relating to Wade's marriage or dating history after December 2018. That's going to be the operative date. Nor does any of the questions Mr. Bradley cite to any external knowledge or sources. Anything he will say would be derived entirely from privileged communication with our clients. So we just want to renew our objection.
Okay. So certainly the assertion of the privilege is confirmed and for the record. And I think, again, this is where we got held up yesterday is that I know you're asserting that certain answers to these questions would be covered by privilege. I think there's still some boxes we would need to check before we can confirm that. And we'd have to check those boxes with Mr. Bradley before we can get there.
Certainly, Judge.
Okay. If there's nothing else, then let's break until 1 o'clock. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes.
You need your break today. I hope that was.
Wait, I stepped away to get some coffee, a refill. What happened? Are they on a break? Oh boy. Okay. So they're on their break. Do we know how long this break is? I'm so sorry I missed it. Ugh. A little discombobulated. It's a crypt crapta. Crypt crapta. We invented a new word. She's the crypt crapta. She crept in my crypt. She crept in my crypt and I crept and I clapped. But how long is the ban? How Teresa, I read your BA and I just filled in the rest. How long is the break? Or are they just waiting for Booty Pop to show up at 9:30 or 12:30? Oh lordy, not sure what I need. I should probably go shovel snow. Yeah. Das klebt Klepper. Klepter. Das klebt Klepter. Elin klept in der Krypt. Paul, me too. I went rogue with my homies in the hood. I had a blast. I don't identify. Oh, Muskie. You guys are so funny. I grew up in a pretty multicultural, pretty diverse place too, actually. I felt really lucky looking back. I'm sure I didn't appreciate it enough when I was a kid. But we had a pretty we had a pretty diverse community in where I lived up in Northern California. Is it an hour? I thought they were just waiting for Blue to show up. Ah, yay, Easily. Let's go on a walk with Easily. Okay, I'll find something else. Hold on. Hold on to your love. You got to hold on. Hold on to your love. Got to hold on. Go to my da 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 da. Hold on. Do 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 do. Bow. Do 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 do. Bow. Oh, it's waiting for the computer to join. Oh, well, you know, okay, so I have the worst YouTube subscriptions on the fucking planet, just so you know. I just want you to know that if there is someone with the worst YouTube subscriptions, it might be me. One of my subscriptions is ACLJ, which is, I don't know, American Civil Liberties jerk offs. I don't know what they are. But it's Sekulow, Jay Sekulow. So I watch his show so I can get real angry every day. Oh, you tagged me with Sammy the Bull's latest. Is he still alive? Sammy the Bull Gravano is still alive? Is that true? I grew up in DC outskirts, had classmates and friends, all sorts of colors, nationalities, and religions, mostly got along. Yeah, we did not actually have a lot of fights. Like, it didn't really, it wasn't contentious outwardly in that. So I'm confident there was a lot of racism. Don't get me wrong, believe me. But I think there was not a lot of like fights between people merely for racial identity. There were fights for the normal high school stuff that you know, fights with. Let's see. I'm gonna go to my tabs and I'm gonna see. Bum 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 bum. Okay, here we go. Let me do this. How should I do this? How should I do this? Wow. Oh, really? Oh, maybe I could. Hold on. Wow. Okay, here we go. Boom. Let's see this. Let's see if this works. Burp, burp. And then this is what now? Oh, that's that. Okay. All right, and then I should be able to. Oops, nope. Nope. Should be able to do this.
Well, speaking of the restaurant, at one point, 2 feds showed up at this restaurant and they were sent by Steve Wynn.
Yes.
You know the story?
Gerard was there. That's how you know the story, right?
Correct. Tell me what happens.
Oh, it was my son's restaurant. That whole thing disappeared, what I was just talking about. 2 agents, ex-agents, big name agents, I can't remember their name, but he's a big name. And he came and talked to me. He says, I'm retired. I work for Steve Wynn.
Who owns the Wynn casinos in Las Vegas?
Who owns the Wynn casinos? Billionaire.
Yeah.
He had casinos even in Atlantic City. Trump moved into Atlantic City and was his competitor, and now is going to go to Vegas and open up his casinos. So these agents wanted me to tell them something about Trump so that they can go in front of the Gaming Commission and he wouldn't be able to get a license in Vegas and he would lose his license in Atlantic City.
Got it. So they wanted you to say that Trump was somehow tied to the mafia because when it comes to these gaming licenses, if you're at all mafia affiliated, they'll just shut you down.
Right.
Because basically the mafia started the casinos in Vegas to begin with, so they don't want a piece of that. And I remember you talked in one of your interviews about how at one point, you know, back before, you know, you got busted, you actually tried to press up on Trump, but you could never get to him.
Yeah.
Because he had ex-FBI agents all around him?
All the time. And I tried a couple of times to press him and make arrangements where I could work with him and earn with him. I did that with other big contractors. I had the power of the unions. I could do all kinds of little things, but I couldn't get to him. He wouldn't bite. He just wouldn't bite. He didn't want to do anything like that. And there was layers of people in the middle. One of my guys said, we'll go up to the office. I said, we'll go up to the office. Everybody around him is an ex-FBI agent. We'll go up to the office, we'll get cuffed, and we'll go right to prison. So forget about Trump. He's a legitimate guy. He don't want to do it. Forget about Trump.
Yeah.
We're not doing it. We can use Tishman and everything that we're doing and do what we're doing. But let me get back to that thing with those two agents.
Got it.
So they said, Sammy, it's very important to Steve Wynn. Very important. Tell us something, anything. And I said, you want me, if I lie, I'll tell you a lie? Come on, Sammy, we're ex-agents. Well, I just told you I don't know, and I tried to get to him once, and I couldn't get to him. But let me ask you a question. Steve Wynn is heavyweight. He owns casinos and all kinds of shit. If I tell you something that hurts Trump, do I get a piece of the casino? Do I get a very big, important job in the casino?
Right.
Then maybe if he wants me to lie, what's his offer?
Yeah.
Oh, Sammy, we can't use the word lie. I don't give a fuck what you could use. I told you 4 times, I don't know if the guy ever did anything illegitimate.
Right.
He didn't do it with me, and I tried to get into his pockets a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But he wouldn't budge. And I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to go up and gorilla the guy. I just walked away. There's other people. And I'm telling you that too. So if you can't use the word lie and he's not going to give me something for this, there's not even a negotiation. I didn't want the money. I wanted them to say, I wanted Steve Wynn or them to say, lie, and we'll give you X, Y, Z.
So were they ever offering you anything for your cooperation?
Oh, no. They
just
said,
want you to
listen,
cooperate
he
just
would
to
be
cooperate?
but they wouldn't pinpoint. He'll be very happy, Sammy. You know,
Okay,
there's
so
jobs
they're giving
there
you a
and
gray
everything.
area kind of,
Job's
yeah.
my balls. I'm not interested in the job.
Yeah.
You're asking me to knock out a fucking multi-billionaire who's opening up casinos. What are we playing marbles? I mean, you know, this is big money. I'm not gonna. This is bullshit.
Okay.
Oh boy. What a guy. Okay, wait, because there's some really good stuff coming up in this. Hold on. You guys have said a lot of wonderful things. First of all, I think it's amazing. Thank you all for sharing like where you grew up, how you grew up. I think we need to celebrate the diversity that we have. Like, I just feel like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like no. Anyway, I appreciate everyone sharing their experiences and things. Oh, Scottsdale. Oh, okay. So wait, Don't Go, and Don't Go's, ex. Wait, I gotta get to it. Don't Go's ex arrested Sammy the Bull. And, let's see. His wife and kids who are grown and the whole family got pinched for pushing ecstasy back in the late 90s. Oh, interesting. I think we had some busing too in high school. And then we had a large geographical area that our high school covered too, because they consolidated high schools during my time. So it really, the town was fairly diverse, and then it just ended up being an even greater size high school. So I don't know how it's doing now. I suppose it's doing fine. Yeah, we did romanticize mobsters, didn't we? We really did. Wow. All right, Siegfried. Ruth Ben Gia is having a Zoom meeting with a guest at 1, so I'll be there for an hour. I need to forage for food. All right, we'll give you your full report. Oh, I wonder if I can pull up the Ruth Ben Ghiat thing. Is that, what time is that at, Siegfried? Noon what time? What time zone? Or 1 p.m. time, what time zone? Where I live now, if I, oh, because you live in a white, in a more white area now, Paul, up in the Northwest. Yeah, I think it's, well, thankfully, I think there's far less places now that are predominantly, like, I think we're getting more and more diverse, which is exactly chat refresh. Oh man, thanks, Paul. I generally just want, I don't like anybody. No, it's not true. I love everyone. I grew up in a small town, minimal diversity, but went to a Big Ten school, moved to various cities, and never looked back. Yeah, exactly. Lee, I agree. I agree. We need to set you up with a podcast so I can listen while out and about. No problem. No problem. I'll do that. Oh, Siegfried, I will do that. I played 6-man football and graduated third in my class. There were 3 of us. Wow, 2 males and 1 female. Who us boys used to argue. Curtis, that's so adorable. 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, great. But you have to be a paying customer. Oh, okay, great. No problem. Well, good for her. I'm glad she's doing that. That's what they hate. White supremacists. That's right. All right, let's see if I can find anything else. Oops. Uh-oh. No, that's chat. It's coming back. Come back, chat. Come back, chat. Hey, chat. You come back. Do 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 do. Da da da. Nope. Let's see. What do we got here? Nope. Okay. That's fine. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do that. Let me do this. Let me do that. Let me do this. Wait, where am I? Oh, here. Do do do. Let me check and see what's happening on Twitters. On the Twitter spaces. Twitter cases. Twitter, Twitter, Twitter. Alan Dershowitz. I wonder what they have. Well, I know what they have on Alan Dershowitz. By the way, he did not have his underwear on. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Ivan Raiklin. I'm not even going to show it to you. I'm just going to read it to you. This is his tweet from 41 minutes ago. And just like that, the CIA convinced the world that more funding to Ukraine is needed because supposedly Putin killed Navalny. I don't buy it until I see irrefutable proof that Putin ordered it from credible sources not associated with the U.S. government, U.S. MSN, big tech, and particularly the CIA, FBI. Murdering Navalny only benefits the U.S. deep state uniparty and protects Rep. Mike Turner from being removed as chair of HPSCI. And the media frenzy will strong-arm the corrupt, weak Republicans in the House to justify voting for the Ukraine package to continue to fund the, quote, war, aka the uniparty military-industrial complex money laundering scheme, all caps. Disgusting. Watch all these idiots and New York rhinos likely others to cave to this hit job. The lengths they go to divert and distract from their original sins on spying on Trump and the continued cover-ups keep escalating. IMHO. That was Ivan Raiklin's voice, in case you didn't know it. Upside down world, upside down world. What was the sing? I was singing, what was I singing the other day? I was singing DMX, I think. You're gonna make me lose my mind up in here, up in here. You're gonna make me act a fool up in here, up in here. Yeah, sorry. Oh boy, we've got to I've got to find something newsworthy for us. Let's see. Up in here. Oh. Sorry. I'm stupid. All right, let me see if I can, instead of just singing you to sleep, which is popular. Pert, I drive by the rebel flag every time I go out for supplies, and I live in a northern state, but rural area. Oh, I have something I think everyone may enjoy from another time from my neighbor's Montana horses. It's 45. It's a way of life. Ooh. Ooh. Please share. Montana horses. I just want to see. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. Wide open spaces. Room to make a big mistake. She needs new faces. Wide open spaces. Is it Spirit Horses of Montana? No. Let me come back. Wide open spaces. All right, Val, see you in a few. Room to make a big mistake. She needs new faces. I like this picture of the chair down here. That's fantastic. Hope nobody like dropped a bubblegum wrapper. Matt Gates, he loves those things they shouldn't taste, like salads, ice cream, and he rapes. No, I don't know. Matt Gates. He should be in jail in the States. For many years he should shed tears while he rots in a cell for years. The big thing in my county is a possible wind farm. Right, Paul, we were talking about that yesterday. I remember you were bringing that up. That's a really great, I would love to have like a green energy conversation and hear from people who actually know what's happening like on the ground. I think that would be fascinating because I don't know enough about what's happening with that and what all of the corporate pieces are. His McCarthy stunt backfired, underestimated the revenge factor. You know, it's really interesting. I think that I put this post up the other day and it's like, I sense a shift in the farce, you know, and it's kind of like, I mean that. I felt a shift in the last few days where the haters of mine, if you know, you know, otherwise I'm not going to go into it, but there's a group of people who don't like me for whatever reason. I don't know, misguided, maybe. And they're like all like freaking out. And that's, you know, as evidenced by the trolls coming into my show and stuff like that. That to me is evidence of them like losing their shit. And so what I'm seeing all over the place is a lot of losing of shit by what I'll just classify as a large category of bad actors, right? From the Flynns to the Stones to the this to the that to the Lows and the Pink Magas and the this and the that. All of them seem to me to be in a huge panic and striking out and really showing their soft underbelly. So I'm just sitting back and enjoying it. However, it's also on a larger scale, on a national scale, it is something to be aware of and mindful of. I need to watch Michael Moore's documentary about climate change and corporations. Yeah, we should definitely. Yeah, fuck the haters. That's right, Wobsden. I love you too, damn it. Love wins. That's what I say. Love wins. Yeah, really. So I sense like with the whole like the failure, like there was a big failure. Oh, okay. All right. Out to lunch, I'll say. Aren't we all? I'll just put that in the middle. Well, maybe I won't. It's kind of dumb. I will say that I think it's important that we watch, because the unraveling of different groups of different chaos agents and, you know, straight up operatives and disgruntled employees and and you know, the whole collection of personalities. They all, I mean, on every level, they seem to be kind of imploding. And to me, that means that something big is afoot and some things are starting to fall apart. Right, Margaret? You watch some of this closer than I do, so you have a better grasp. But I really do sense that there has been a lot of panicky moves, you know? So I'm not sure if we're coming to a head on something. I'm not sure. But it feels like if I just was going to talk about my stupid little feelings, my feeling is that I feel like we're on, you know, we're cracking some holes in the wall and the water is starting to seep through a little bit and soon it may kind of like bloom. Yeah, because gang stalking is illegal. It's actually illegal. It's actually illegal. That's right. And new cyber laws are being written every day. Every day. You know, I once had a guy, I worked for an organization, a nonprofit, and I was running the fundraising area. And I was young. I was very young when I was doing that. And I had an employee that I had to discipline, you know, for whatever reason. And ultimately, it came to pass that, you know, I had made the decision and I had consulted with my executive director at the time. I said, I think we need to say goodbye. And so we went through, you know, a lot of process. And I had one of the board members who was the head of HR for a larger company there in Maine. The head of HR, he sat down with me and looked through all of my notes of documentation about performance coaching and guidance and training and other things and the details of conversations I had had with this person over the months, et cetera, right? So we went through all of my documentation in order to get their input on whether or not termination was the right, you know, course or whatever, you know, what was the right thing to do by the law and by everybody. And I'm going to tell you right now, that guy who was the head of HR of a big company in Maine said to me, "You are one of the best documenters I've ever seen." So I know what I'm doing. And that was probably 32 years ago, 33. So I've been doing this a long time. I know how to keep notes. I know how to keep details. I might be crazy, but I still have some core skills, like just capturing data that seems interesting. So anyway, that's the thing, and that's the problem. Yeah, we do see them, and that's, you know, I still don't believe everybody is 100% not right, but I don't know. You got to pick a side. You got to pick something. And the side of hating me because of who I like is really dumb. That's just sophomoric. Not helpful to anyone. Oh, Bodie, don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not important. It really isn't. It's not important because they're not successful. So don't worry about it. We're all good. You know what happens, Bodie? Sometimes when you put yourself out there, you get people that come for you. And it doesn't really matter what their reasons are as to why they come for you. It more matters that you check in with yourself and say, am I doing the right thing right now? Can I stand in front of a news camera on the 6 o'clock news and describe who I am, what my position is, and not be embarrassed by it? If I can answer that question with yes, then I'm okay. So I go by my internal integrity. Yeah, I'm affiliated. If you've heard of Jim Stewartson, somehow he seems to make people real mad. Oh. Yeah, are you familiar with that, Bodhi? I might have missed a comment, but are you familiar with the whatevers? Are you familiar with Jim Stewartson? I think they call it Stewanon. A whole space where they thought I was Looney Tunes? I must have missed that comment. Is that what you mean? Yeah, they are. They're stalking Heidi and Hi-Fi and Ted. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't. Truth will do that to some people. Yep. I guess so. I don't know. I'm just doing my thing over here. I mean, am I not Looney Tunes? I am kind of Looney Tunes. I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? I know who I am. I know why I'm here. I know what I want for this world. Yeah, you can get a job. It happened. I mean, all you have to do is look at Jackie Singh's work on cyber stalking and what her experience has been and what Patrick Tomlinson's experience has been about gang stalking and cyber stalking and all that stuff. I'm not anywhere experiencing what any other people on this app have experienced. So, but I also just have a big mouth and I don't like to be bullied and I don't like bullies. And I'm going to tell the truth. And I'm not going to let people twist narratives to suit their own weird, fucked up agenda. And frankly, I'll say it again. If you support Fred Brennan, you're a sick fuck. Period. Full stop. There's no wiggle room there. Fred Brennan is a piece of shit human. Period. And that seems to be the point of contention for some of these yahoos. I don't get that. I don't want to be your friend if you think Fred Brennan is anywhere near a decent carbon unit. That's it, man. That's it. I love Looney Tunes. I love Daffy Duck. I'm just a bedroom boy. Wolfston, you're so funny. Oh, look at that tennis shoe. Nice tennis shoe. Great sneakers you got there. Okay, let me see if I can get our thing back up. You guys, you're so funny. I know. It's truly fucked up. I'm sorry. I block everybody. So I literally, I'm going to tell you, can I say this like totally honestly right now in front of everyone? I have blocked more people on Twitter so that I do not see the hate even third hand. I try to block enough people where it won't even creep into my timeline. So if people are saying shit about me online, can I tell you, I honestly don't know what they're saying. So if nobody tells me either, because they know that this is like, it hurts me. So my friends tend to protect me from that while still gathering the information. So, but generally, I don't know and keep up with what the hell they're saying about me. I really don't, because I can't. If anyone has questions, I have an email in my about page. I have links. You can reach me personally anytime, really. I'm pretty easy. I'm pretty easy to read too. I don't know. There's a few people in this chat that know me pretty well. And they know that I am like, my heart is on my sleeve pretty much all the time. Pretty much all the time. So there's that. There's that. All right, let me see. No, that's fine. We can leave that one there. Let me find our other shot. Let's see what that was. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on just a second, everyone. Let me go ahead and do this. Yeah, I don't see them. I just don't watch. I just don't watch. I can't. I can't listen. I can't watch. I do want to know the important things. And if there's something actionable or something I need to have a screenshot of, people do send me those so that I can keep them. But it is adolescent. And you're talking about 20 people. I know how big those spaces are. They're like 10, 15 people. Because I'm going to tell you right now, and this is for you guys in the back, about 60% of the people in your spaces are socks of people that are friends of mine. I've known you for a minute. That's right. And it's the same. So we're talking about a very small, very loud, but very small group of people. And they have Jim in their sights, and that's really the catalyst for this. But whatever, that just, I don't know. You got a problem then. If Jim Stewartson is your problem, you are a problem. Oh, wait, Biden speaking about Navalny. Hold on. Oh, shh. That is not what I want. Anyway, enough about the haters. They already got too much real estate in this one, didn't they? We're not giving them any more. They'll be in here in a minute, so hold on. You know what I mean? Like, don't worry. Hold on.
And that's, look, all that's transpired since then.
Hold on.
Sanctions on Russia right now? We're looking at a whole number of options. That's all I'll say right now.
Hold on. Please hold on.
Ammunition to the Ukrainians without a supplemental.
Show.
No, but it's about time they step up, don't you think? Instead of going on a 2-week vacation.
Shit.
Congress. No, but it's about time they step up, don't you think? Instead of going on a 2-week vacation. 2 weeks. They're walking away. 2 weeks. What are they thinking? My God, this is bizarre. And it's just reinforcing all the concern and almost, I won't say panic, but real concern about the United States being a reliable ally. This is outrageous.
Are you more confident now that you'll get the Ukraine aid, given what's happened today?
Well, I hope to God it helps. But I mean, the idea we need anything more to get the Ukraine aid. I mean, this is in light of a former president's statement that saying Russia, if they haven't paid their dues to us, go get them. Come on, what are these guys doing?
Because Fred Brennan runs the
What are
cult.
they doing?
In my opinion,
argue about the anti-satellite capability that Russia is developing, and what is your administration planning to do in response?
First of all, there is no nuclear threat to the people of America or anywhere else in the world with what Russia is doing at the moment, number one. Number two, anything that they're doing or they will do relates to satellites and space and damaging those satellites potentially. Number three, there is no evidence that they have made a decision to go forward with doing anything in space either. So what we found out, there was a capacity to launch a system into space that could theoretically do something that was damaging. Hadn't happened yet, and my hope is it will not.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll take one more.
Thank you, Mr. President. Switching gears for a moment, have the Israelis presented a credible evacuation plan for the nearly 1.5 million displaced Palestinians sheltering in Rafah? And what would the consequences be for Israel if they move ahead with a full-scale ground invasion without clear measures to protect civilians there?
Well, first of all, I've had extensive conversations with the Prime Minister of Israel over the last several days, almost an hour each. And I've made the case, and I feel very strongly about it, that there has to be a temporary ceasefire to get the prisoners out, to get the hostages out. And that is underway. I'm still hopeful that that can be done. And in the meantime, I don't anticipate, I'm hoping that the Israelis will not make any massive land invasion in the meantime. So it's my expectation that's not going to happen. There has to be a ceasefire temporarily to get those hostages. By the way, we're in a situation where there are American hostages. American citizens are being held hostage. It's not just Israelis, it's American hostages as well. And, my hope and expectation is that we'll get this hostage deal, we'll bring the Americans home, and the deal is being negotiated now, and we're going to see where it takes us.
An
FBI informant at the center of the impeachment inquiry into you has been indicted for allegedly lying. Your reaction to that, and should the inquiry be dropped?
He is lying, and it should be dropped, and it's just been an outrageous effort from the beginning. We did. No, I'm serious. See you in Ohio.
Mr. President. Thanks, Paul.
So, that's that. Sorry, I missed the beginning of that. They use nuclear emitting engines, so they have electrical power to use the jamming equipment to try and block our signals reception. Oh, interesting, Tom. No, you're not going to be sad, Badger. No, don't be sad. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Wow, this is the longest half hour of the universe. Hold on, let me find something else. It's the longest half hour of the universe. Yeah. Let's see if there's anything else fun. You tell the Ben? Oh wait, what's that mean? You tell the Ben? I don't know what that means. Whoops, nope, that's not it. That's not it. Oh. They have a picture. I'm going to be sad all day today, I think. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I'm focused. You know, the weather's getting nice out here. It's time for a dinosaur to get out in the world again. We got to figure out what dinosaur is going to do out in the world soon. Do. Boom. Boom. That's all OSINT, by the way. I'm not giving away secrets. Yeah, no, I figured, Tom, but thanks for the context, because that I did not get the details on what the quote nuclear space stuff was that Russia was considering. Listen to one of those spaces for a second, had hope for more creative ridicule. Oh, and by the way, I never worked for any defense contractor or anything in science, because I'm not that smart. My entire professional life, which was about 35 years until I had a nervous breakdown, was first finance. I worked at a stock brokerage firm for about 9 or 10 years, I think. And then I was forced to leave that job because I was a single mother. And back in those days, they did it, right? So that was part of that. And then I moved with my daughter. I worked on boats on my own for a couple of years because I met another woman who was working on boats. I happened to be living in Fort Lauderdale. And so I helped her working on boats and doing yacht maintenance and stuff like that down in Fort Lauderdale. I did that for a couple of years. And then by the time my kid was ready for school, I didn't want to put her in school in Fort Lauderdale. And I had my best friend lived up in Maine. So I thought, oh, I'm going to move up to Maine because that seems like a great place to raise a kid. I did. And the first job that I got was for $9 an hour. And it was answering phones at a nonprofit for grieving children. And I did that, and then I rose up the ranks in that organization, and I ended up being the director of development for that organization. And then I left and came back home because my father was dying. So I came back to California with my daughter, and I started a new job in a new nonprofit, a little one called the San Francisco Zoo. And I did fundraising events for the San Francisco Zoo, and I drove down to see my father every weekend and slept on his floor for 3 years until he died. And then by that time I had switched jobs to be closer to where he was in Santa Cruz. And then I worked for other nonprofits after that. After school programs, I worked for an after school program that used social justice as its foundation for helping girls find their voice. It was a girl empowerment social justice program. I did that. Then I worked for an agency in Washington, D.C. that worked on global slavery and trying to end that in 6 countries, working locally with partners on the ground and empowering them to actually put programs in place to get people out of slavery and into communities back. Let's see. I then went to help a school in Africa because they were trying to ensure that their operations could be in Africa, and I was sent there to help them just get all the back office all straightened up. And that's what I did. And then I ran a high school in Brooklyn when I came back to the States. And then I had a nervous breakdown. I had an attempted sexual assault. A friend of mine was kind enough to give me a project management job for about a year until I really couldn't function in a professional setting. So I left that, and I've just been trying ever since. And my daughter helps support me now because she's awesome and we're buddies. And here I am. And I've always wanted to be a singer. I've always wanted to be a comedian. I'm not going to say which school, Margaret. I've always wanted to be creative. I'm an artist at heart. And so now, since I can't really be super functional in other settings, I do this. Yeah, the University of Lockheed Raytheon. So, lost me when one of them started reading minutes from a termination hearing at a charter school board meeting. I wasn't terminated. Are you talking about me? I mean, the bottom line is this. Anybody can find out anything about me. My salaries have been public, everything about me. I'm not the enemy. I'm not the enemy. So. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting that You know, so let me tell you a little bit, Bodie, about how we got here, since they seem so hell-bent on trying to ruin me. I was approached by someone to join convoy watching groups. And thanks, She-Hawk. I appreciate that. I was invited into convoy watching groups, and over time, what I noticed was that people just started to like, you know, like ghost me, like just started ghosting me. And I finally, and so then as part of that group, Taylor and Stephen, well, Stephen approached me and said, hey, you know, you do these spaces on Friday nights and all that kind of stuff. And you know, I want to do this podcast, and my partner's not going to do it anymore. And would you be interested in doing it? And I'll write the script and da da da. And I'm like, that's great. I would love to have like a reel. He's like, I can't pay anything. I'm like, I don't need to be paid. At this point, I'm really grateful to have like recordings of my voice that are professional that I could use as part of my portfolio, right? Like that was beautiful to me. And then over time, we recorded a few episodes, and then Taylor was part of it too, and which I thought was great because I knew Taylor was really excited about the convoy and stuff like that, and he had helped me on spaces a couple times. So I thought, this is great. Hey Charlie, how you doing? Aw, thanks babes, appreciate you. So then Taylor and Steven said, you know, hey, let's do this podcast about the convoy, blah blah blah. So we recorded a few episodes. It seemed fine. And then all of a sudden I noticed Steven posted something really nasty about Gal. And Steven and I knew that Steven didn't like Jim Stewartson. And we agreed to disagree. And I thought that was a very open part, and I would discuss what, you know what I mean? Like I was open about where my relationships were. I wasn't hiding anything from anybody. And even though people knew that Steven was affiliated with people that didn't like Jim, they didn't stop me from partnering. I want to say that again. My friends knew exactly what might be happening. And it's not that they didn't, that it's not that I wasn't aware. It's not that I wasn't aware, but I thought naively that Steven and I didn't know how close his relationship was or what he thought of me or thought of my friends. But then I learned, and it was after a conversation. So I don't remember what month it was. We had a conversation on the phone, Steven, Taylor, and I. And Steven said to both of us, hey, you guys, I don't think we're going to release the podcast this year because we've already missed the first anniversary of the convoy. So it doesn't really make sense and da 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 da. And I'm like, well, could we do it for the fall maybe when the convoy like end? And he's like, no, I've been talking to people and they think I should do the podcast like in 2024. And I'm like, fine. I said, you know what, I was not angry at all, at all. I was like, you know what, I knew this was always a chance. It's fine. This is just a status update. And, you know, it might happen later and that's okay. And I might still be able to use the tape, you know, whatever. It just didn't faze me. I was like, whatever you need, Steven, whatever you need. After that, I then saw a shitty post that Steven made about Gal, very dismissive, very condescending, in a thread with these other fucking idiots, Pink MAGA. And I was like, shit, I've been played. oh my God. And I DM'd him and I'm like, what the fuck? And then he was like, what the fuck back to me and got all defensive and blocked me. I blocked him. I don't know who did it first. I don't care. And then I didn't hear from Taylor at all, right? After that. And I had posted something about Steven online, like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, why are you dissing my friends? Like, I was honestly shocked. So then I sent an email to Taylor after about a week of not hearing from him, which was unusual. And I just put a subject line that said, please do not discuss me with Steven Cuevas. And I was very specific on that because I wanted him to, if he agreed with Steven, then I wanted to know that and not necessarily open up to any more, like be wordy about it. If he wasn't with Steven, then he would ask me, oh my goodness, what is wrong, Lolo? He never did. And now I know why. Because Taylor has been part of this all along. He's a fucking simp. So I'm going to be honest with you. I'm the right one in this one. He is 100% in the wrong. And you know what else they did? Do you want to know what else they did? Do you want to know what else these two shitheads did? They have all my private information. They know where I live. They have my resume. That's why they are reading stuff, like all of that. But it sounds to me like they may have some of the story wrong. So if you want to know the story, and if you have questions, I don't even know what the questions are. So you have to tell me what the questions are. Otherwise, I can't stand up for myself. So do you see what's happening now, people? Do you see what's happening now, people? This is actually 100%, not fucking kidding, an attack on me by people who have something against someone else. Because I'm going to ask, what the fuck did I do except for be your friend? What did I do except for be your friend? So clearly, you have another agenda in this that has nothing to do with me, which is fine. I don't care. He's not my biggest fan now. He was never my biggest fan part. Apparently, it was all a ruse, which is, again, I just think it's ridiculous to spend that much time. Oh, they really don't want to be linked to Q. Yeah, or Flynn. Well, but they certainly want to be linked to Fred Brennan, which for me, Margaret, is really enough. Taylor simps for Fred Brennan on the app. I'm not sure what doesn't compute with people there. Why would you take anything they say seriously? Oh, God. Listen, you got questions for me, you fucking come to me. Don't worry about those bitches. I can't. Useless. I guess I must be a real danger to their society, right? That must be like, I must be like fucking amazing. Well, I'm just not going to be quiet about it. Everybody can go fuck themselves. Oops. Ooh, that's the wrong one. Sorry.
I've got an objection. Can we approach the bench?
Is this the Twitter browser? Oh, it is. Okay, I need this to be in another one. Sorry, let me get this fixed. Let myself get so stupidly angry. I apologize.
This witness.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's about that. I don't care.
Don't
Whatever. Fuck them.
differentiate between what I'm considering.
Fuck them if they can't take a joke.
Kind of buckets of information that this witness might have. One is communication derived from his representation.
Okay, now this needs to.
Second is any information that he might have from personal knowledge.
And then this needs to go away. This one needs to come here. I need your sound.
Not derived from communication with Mr. Wade, his client, but gossip, secondhand, thirdhand, speculative things. Ms. Merchant's questions don't.
Yeah, maybe people need a reminder of who Fred Brennan is, which is ridiculous.
And I'm concerned about the questions being proposed without that qualification, so that Mr. Bradley doesn't know when to invoke a privilege.
Oh, I love you
testimony
guys.
yesterday
I
was
love the
his
trolls.
personal knowledge of
I
any
love
of
the
this.
trolls.
That was my understanding of the testimony. I believe that was Mr. Bradley.
And I wasn't fired from the school.
Yesterday. And my
So
concern
there.
is
I was
that the
fired
gossip
from a
through
school in
unsourced
Africa because
hearsay
I exposed
is
one of
where
their
we're gonna get
employees
really fast.
who raped children.
And I think
And
that's
I
a
fired
a
him
fair
and
point. I
called the
think
cops.
she's following the
That's
script
why
that
I
she
was
already
fired
provided
from
you, so
that
we have
job.
more than enough
I've got a whole
notice
fucking
of
article
when that might be
about it,
coming. I think the
bitches.
second she asks a question that you think might weigh into that,
Oh,
make the
I
objection,
have a
and we
camera
can rephrase
problem,
if
JFK.
necessary.
I'm going to get back to the cooking shows.
All right, Ms. Merchant, you can
So
re-ask that
yeah,
last
if you want to
question.
read a board meeting minutes about I was fired from a school in Africa because I
How much you and Mr.
called out, and since that time, that school has been handed away from their American board and American CEO. They were fired because of what I reported.
But I do not recall
So you want to know why I was
do not.
fired? Because I was protecting children.
that. I do not recall calling you after the article
there.
came out. I was shown the article, but I do not recall calling you after the article.
That's right, people.
Can you tell us your phone number?
It's 334-717.
Wait, hold up. Why is that relevant, Ms. Merchant?
Because I need to establish that his phone number is the one that all of the texts that he had with me.
Can you just ask him if he has texted you at some point? We can stipulate that as a matter of record.
Go
I don't need
deep
that on
and
the record.
hard,
Okay, you don't have to put it in the record.
Go deep
How about
and
this? Can I
hard.
show him a copy of his
They're simping for
saved it in
child
my-
pornographers. Fred Brennan is a child pornographer.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
Take a look at that and just verify if that's your number and your
I'll
cell
take
phone.
my firing
number and
for
my cell
doing the
phone.
right
Okay, and is that also your
thing
email?
by
email
children
address.
every motherfucking day. And you know why I can't talk about it publicly? Because I was under an NDA and they would sue me.
And we can redact it.
So there.
So after whether or not you left a message on my voicemail, the next day, we were all in court in front of Judge
I
Harris.
don't even
on
think I was
September 12th,
technically fired. I think I was able to resign.
I do recall being in Judge Harris. Yes, I do.
There you go. You want the
your
headline
attorney,
on
BC
that?
Chopra, was there,
That's the
I was
fucking
there,
headline, bitch.
And another attorney, Burt Cohen, were there, correct?
Those people were there at the time. BC was not the my
I'm good,
attorney. I
G.
didn't
How are you?
realize I needed an attorney
I know you
until
can
I
cut deep, Charlie.
was subpoenaed.
I'm counting on you.
But BC Chopra
Fred
was
Brennan
there.
is a child
objection
pornographer.
about-
Period. Full stop.
Ms. Cross, as I see this line of testimony,
Listen, they can dox me. Everybody's doxed me.
much of it is
Oreo's
I'm
sister has
taking in
doxed me.
response to the original.
All these
how we
weirdos have
started off this
doxed
whole
me.
hearing that Ms. Merchant had no basis
Go-
whatsoever to
I
bring
mean,
this,
you've
and she
done
should
it.
be sanctioned. And
What
I think she's
now?
laying that out.
What now?
Okay, all right, Ms. Merchant.
What now?
I recall.
I don't think it's. I think it's Stephen Cuevas, Kathy. I think
it was
girl
in a
power is
conference
Stephen Cuevas
room
or
in the
Taylor
front.
as a sock. That's what I.
I don't know.
Oh my God!
I know
they
you
are
were
really
handling a case in
upset.
Judge Harris. I think I was speaking to Bert
Are you on
about
the
a
run?
case,
Are you on the run,
and
boys
BC
and
was there to
girls?
speak to
Are
Bert
you
about a
on the
case. Yes,
run?
I think I do recall that happening, but I can't recall who else was there. It was a regular court date.
Gee, thank you, my love. Thank you very,
Correct.
very much. I really
And it's
appreciate that.
It's not a public,
Thank
it's sort of
you.
like a jury room.
Correct.
I'm glad you.
And it was the four of us in that room talking.
I don't recall if anybody else was there. I will say that I do remember at some point it was myself, you, BC, and Bert there, but people were coming in and out of the courtroom, so I cannot sit here and say
Kathy.
accurately say
Sorry.
that somebody else wasn't
Oh,
there
yeah,
at
what
the
we're
time.
watching. Okay.
Correct.
And based on that phone conversation, I told you I had been submitting open records requests and I was going to continue to submit open records requests, correct?
Based off what phone conversation?
Based upon our conversation in court.
Oh, okay. Correct. You said that you were doing some open records requests, correct?
And then based on our conversation, I told you I was going to do some additional open records requests.
Which open records request are you talking about?
Just any. I'm just asking if we talked about that I was going to be doing some follow-up to Fulton County. That's what I
Okay. Because I recall open records requests being made for other things, and so I don't know which one that you're referring to.
At that time, we talked about getting, I guess it's called a county card and getting access cards and things like that for coming in and out of Fulton County for you, Mr. Wade, and all of the access that you all had to
Yes,
the office.
yes. And you asked me, did I have an access card?
And you are the one that told me that you and Mr. Wade, or that Mr. Wade at least had an access card.
I told you that the three of us had an access card because we had a contract with the DA's office or the county. I told you what those contracts were and that we had an access card that will allow us to pick up the documents, go into a specific office, and leave out.
Right, okay. And so we talked about that badge access card and asking for that I was gonna ask for that, right?
Correct.
And then a couple days later, I sent you a text, and when I say a couple days, so that was on September 12th when we had that conversation.
Do you mind if I pull out my phone?
Not at all. On September 14th, at 6:38 p.m.
And what day was this?
It was September 14th.
September 14th, correct.
And I sent you a screenshot of a Fulton County openings records request I did.
Yes, and I said, wow.
And then, and then we continued to text.
Wait.
Okay, sorry.
And then you sent another text about a badge, and I did not respond. You sent another text about an entrance card. I did not respond. You sent another text about some other badges and with a circle around it.
Oh, fuck
and
yeah, I
did not respond.
will. Hells
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Mr. Bradley, if you could just
Cover all
respond
that
to the question
case.
asked and only the question.
Fred Brennan was 8chan. Yes, he certainly is. Is.
Okay.
Thing I want to raise. Ms. Merchant provided some text messages that she let us
They
know
rarely
she
address me in
was
public,
referring
not for years. They
to.
popped
The
up about
text
6 months ago to
messages
tell me to stop trying to connect them to
Mr.
Flynn and QAnon.
Bradley's exchange as he apparently is reading it
Oh,
off of
you guys
his
are
phone.
so lovely.
if I could ask Ms.
JFK,
Merchant,
thank
since
you. Oh, you're a
it is
love.
true,
I
accurate,
really needed to hear that today.
and perhaps you can see
And
some
gee,
Bradley's
thank
But
you.
more importantly, I am going
I'm
to
trying.
understand the court's
I'm
way
just
about
trying
being
out
able
here.
to establish contact based on previous statements made. But I'm concerned about going into the content of the statements without.
I should probably
putting
figure out
things in
though
about
what they're
this
saying so that I can
Sure.
at least provide
And
any
so am I,
additional
Ms. Merchant. I'm not seeing
context.
so much the relevance of it back and
Because there
forth.
is
I'm
kind of a
allowing you
lot
to
of
establish,
context
you know,
to
the
some of
content that
these
was
little
made and
accusations that they
line with
may
the
throw.
outline
But you know,
provided
whatever.
me, and I
Is it
think
important?
we're
Probably not.
on
Doesn't
track with
change
that.
my life.
Were you planning to tender these text messages?
Are they going to knock me off of Twitter? Are they going to knock me off of Twitter? Like I've been knocked off 4 times
So that
before.
was the testimony again today. And yes,
Are they
I
going to
will
knock me
at
off
least
of
try to show them
YouTube?
to refresh his recollection or to impeach
Really?
him. But Judge, their
Yeah,
first
I'm a
part
big
of their
danger, I
argument is
guess.
Foundation.
I guess I must be
We're
right.
assuming they're saying all of these.
Y'all
They're not all relevant.
support
I can
child
give you all of my
pornographers.
texts,
Okay.
But they're not all relevant. And so they asked for screenshots, and so I took screenshots. If there's a way to submit my entire text history with Mr. Bradley, then that's fine.
Oh, and
But
Amanda
they do not
Carpenter
have
is
to
a
read
piece
every
of
single
shit.
text.
So
That's
it,
fine. I just don't want to be in a position where people are
oh
saying
my
that they're
God.
not.
Well, I
Y'all
also
get your
don't
heads
want
out
to
of
be
your
in a
asses,
situation
okay?
where
Fucking
you as
do
counsel
some
of
research
record
on the
are
people
having
you think
to
are heroes once in a while, for
lay the
fuck's sake.
foundation and do that sort of thing
Motherfucking
yourself.
idiots.
So I don't know how much further we
Why
can
we
go
don't
with
deserve
this
nice things is a
before
bunch of
we
motherfucking
get into
idiots
that.
in this
So,
country, I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I'm not sure what their objection is. So I asked him about one question and he read
Sure.
off several other.
Why don't we just go with your next question and we'll see where we go from there.
All right, let's move on.
But,
She's the
so-
worst.
Mr. Bradley, when you
She
wait
is
for
the
her to ask a
worst.
And I understand that, Judge, and I'm not
Well,
trying
apparently you
to.
don't, sir. Wait for her to ask a question, and you'll have a chance.
So I think the last thing I asked you was about September 14th. So those texts that you're talking about, those refer to. the
Val,
issue
I
that
heard
we're here
that.
today about.
Manchin is not running for president. I did not realize he was even considering it. J31C! Oh, that's it? She's, oh, so J31C is girl power. Oh, well, that's good. It's only one person then. Oh,
I'm not
God,
sure of
Robert.
that. I do not.
They're going into girl power trying to dox you again? Oh, okay.
And
They're going into troll chat? Well, let me go right in there then. I got another device right here.
I appreciate the question.
Thanks, Al, for
as
that.
it is on the form, and if the question is what she's going to read, I object to it even being asked out loud.
These people
Without
are really
knowing,
going hard.
Number one, the relevance of it.
Al, it's because both
If that-
J31C
if the
and
witness
their
answers the
Girl
source of
Power
information
alt
that I feel
and
like
their
is so
Trixie Girl alt are
inflammatory
blocked
as
in
to
here.
Say out loud.
Oh,
Without
Thirsty
knowing
Mad.
Where
Thirsty Mad.
Mr. Bradley calls on that, then I do.
Oh, they have my IRL shit? Okay. Which IRL shit do they have?
Why
Oh,
is it that
but
we're
you
not
may
allowed
have
to ask
Oops.
the question? And then when the question is
Let's see what
asked,
bitch has got to
there's
say
an
right
objection
now.
made either by the state
Here we go.
or the lawyers for this particular
Hey,
witness.
bitches.
It appears that what the state would like to do is force us to tell you in advance every
I'm gonna say,
question
hey,
we're going to
botches.
ask before there's an objection raised. And I don't understand why they
Girl-
get to do
girl
that.
power.
And we are obviously in the same position to say to them.
I don't know if I
"Tell us
wanna
every
drop a
question
link."
you're gonna ask first." I realize it's a privilege, but that can be the questions asked, state objects,
Oh, I do.
chauffeur objects in the court rules.
Cash
but
App.
Not being able to put it on the record because it's inflammatory or it's
Shamed
somehow
alt.
prejudicial. I don't think that's.
It's a great name
I'm
for
just
a band.
suggesting, I
Sure.
don't think
So, Mr. Stan, I'd agree with you in the general sense of things, but in this situation, Ms. Merchant offered to provide essentially her list of questions in advance, giving us a
Where's
preview of what she's going to
J31C?
say. And that puts us in kind of a different posture in that respect, where we can actually have some sense of what's going to
It's
come
been hidden.
out. But Ms. Merchant,
Any
I think
questions?
knowing what your next question may be, since usually we don't have that opportunity, does it presuppose some knowledge on his part that we have yet to establish is inside or outside of privilege?
Well,
Not
the
her
person
again.
that
Yeah.
I
Oh, it's the
gave
same
these
person.
questions
It's
so
this
that
person that was
we
Sure.
were objecting and
part
having
of the
board
convoy
talk
watching
about
group.
privilege, confidentiality, every single question. So I was hoping that we would ferret that out ahead of time.
Yeah,
So
G,
this
you
is the
gotta
question I
kinda-
heard, that
You gotta
objection
kind
to the
of
question
Francis
began
Ford
because the state
Coppola a
concept
little
as well.
more.
Trying to be completely transparent.
Come on in anytime, you
I have to
guys. Come on,
establish
we can
that
do this.
his information, there have been statements in this court.
Oh, no
that
problem, Al.
outline,
I appreciate it. Thank you
multiple
for
statements
standing
that
up.
contain
I appreciate it.
how many times that
Thank
was said
you.
Under oath yesterday.
I'll do the same for
And
you.
that I did not get this information, and so I have a right to
Which I've already said we can do and we can go over, but and we've already started doing that. But the next question, as you plan to ask it, may presuppose again some information that he has that we need to determine whether it's inside or outside of privilege. Is that right?
No, well, I don't believe so, no. I mean, if we're gonna talk about the privilege, I wanted to talk about it beforehand, which is why I gave all of these. I didn't know the state had objections on these questions to privilege. If we're gonna talk about the privilege, I'm happy to ask him the substance of the question, but that is what I'm getting objections for. So I'm trying very carefully to craft something to avoid that. But I'm happy to just ask outright the question.
Right. I don't see a way around that, Ms. Cross.
I understand, Your Honor. I'm going to do whatever you tell me to do. The problem in the context that Ms. Merchant is posing the question is, this was our communication, this is what I asked you, this is what you told me, and here are these texts that are supporting it. I understand the court's ruling that based on how things have gone, if Ms. Merchant feels like she needs to establish there was contact and communication, then I don't have an objection to that. However, number one, the text message that exchange that Ms. Merchant gave me is apparently not complete. And so I don't know, without making her a witness, how the state can, we're entitled to, if she's going to refer to text messages, we're entitled to an accurate representation of what those are. Mr. Bradley's looking at his phone, and that's what he's got. He is under no obligation. Ms. Merchant provided this to us, and I appreciate it. But I can't tell as I'm sitting here to object to an incomplete or an inaccurate recitation if what she gave me isn't complete.
So a couple things come to mind. One would be that anything the witness is referring to on the stand, counsel at any point
is
has
amazing.
the right to inspect.
Smokables.
And so if that's what you're asking for, Ms.
Like
Cross, then I
Lunchables.
think you have a right to do that.
But for food.
He decided to do that. The other is
I am smoking a 95% THC blend.
Evidence, but more for impeachment, in which
Girls
case,
and boys,
extrinsic evidence
he,
would
she's,
never
and
be coming
theys,
in to prove
and
them
it's
up,
amazing.
and he either takes her answer or he doesn't. That's how
Oh, I
it
have to
works.
refresh
So
the chat.
I
Sorry,
don't
gotta
see
refresh
the foundation
Yeah,
issue or the
J31C is pretty
completeness issue
mad.
really
I don't
playing
know who
into
they
it as
are
it comes
really,
to
but I
impeachment.
think I do know who they are really.
They asked me for the relevance.
They used to be a friend of mine. I don't know why they're so
Doesn't
mad at
deny
me.
them. I can't download the entire text message history.
I talk about a cult following. I feel like the people who hate me are really part of a little mini
All right, Ms.
cult.
Merchant.
I don't really get
think,
it.
At this point,
I don't know why you
I don't
want
see
to
anything
follow a
extravagant
CSAM guy,
about the
but
next question on his face. I think
that's
we need
what
to deal
they
with it
do.
as it goes. So proceed.
I asked you where I could get an affidavit from about the affair, and you responded no, because you didn't think anybody would freely burn that bridge. Isn't that true?
If you say so. I mean, I don't.
Do you have your text if you need to refresh your memory? September 18th at 3:11 p.m. if you need to.
Can you repeat the question?
The question is, did I text you asking you if you knew who I could get an affidavit from about the affair? And you responded no. No one would freely
oh,
burn that
Matt's
bridge.
Pod. That's right.
Yes, I do see
And they, okay, Matt's Pod, yeah. But I don't know if
Then I asked you
they
if Chris Campbell
were
is
ever
correct.
in Tifa. That's what I'm wondering, G, is if they ever were in the inner, like, group that I hung out with for a while. That I don't know.
No, you asked me if.
Because I can't
Under
keep
oath, he
everybody's
would
handles.
testify.
Like, when they have multiple handles, I can't keep them
I'm
straight.
gonna object to the source of Willis's information.
Oh,
about
Muskie,
whether
I
that's
wish we'd
firsthand
was
information or
legal.
not, And Mr. Campbell, of course, has a privilege too.
Yes.
Well, since Mr. Campbell hadn't even been brought in
Pumpkin spice latte
to this
pre-roll.
proceeding at all, I'm
Yum,
also
yum.
wondering about just the relevance
Yeah,
of
because they tried to
questions
come in
about
with
Mr.
Matt's Spode or whatever
I'm
that name is too.
It's been objected that I'm not asking about all the texts, and I'm selectively asking, so I'm trying to go through all of them. I would much rather just.
Wow,
ask
somebody
very
gave them all my
relevant ones.
details, didn't they?
Well, I have
Stephen
a question,
Cuevas.
Chair, asking, I can't tell if the
Oh.
statements or the testimony provided is consistent or inconsistent.
I wanna grow some.
Without a complete set of this text exchange. And it's not clear in the text exchange what the source of Mr. Bradley's information that he's providing is. And so that is, I'm
Sure.
struggling, and I know everybody else is
And
too.
again, I think you're focusing more on the merits than the impeachment value, right? If the sole purpose this is coming in is under those grounds, then you being able to match them up word for word, I don't see that as being a necessary prerequisite. But as it relates to Mr. Campbell, he's not a witness yet. He hasn't come in. I don't think he's come up really at all other than passing and maybe the firm. So why don't we skip ahead to the next questions, and you could always come back to that if somehow he is.
She did, I remember that.
That's great.
Yeah, I totally
just-
remember
I needed
that.
some clarity because the state is objecting that
I
it's
know.
not full and accurate. I'm keeping things out, and then they're objecting that I'm putting too much in. So I'm just trying to avoid every question having an objection, Judge.
There is,
So on January 5th, 2024, we had a text exchange where we talked about that I had discovered that
Yeah, I
Nathan
wanna
took
try and
Fani
grow
on a
a couple
cruise and a
plants.
trip
There's
and
places
paid
you
for it
can
with a
get
business
plants
card.
here. I just
You
have
told
to
me you were
find
on a
them.
plane home from Dubai, but you would call me as soon as you got home. Do you remember that?
Do it. Barbie, that sounds great. Does it taste like bubble gum or something? Like, what's the Northern Lights plants are beautiful. Oh my God, I gotta write that down.
So what I
Take a
have
screenshot.
is a text message from you saying, "Oh my God, Nathan took Fani on a trip to Napa and paid for it with his firm."
Okay, continue reading.
And you said, "Is he that dumb?" And I said, "Wow, I'm on a plane from Dubai, land at 3. We'll call you as soon as I land."
So that is accurate. That's what you told me.
That I will call you as soon as I land, and wow.
I like it.
Yes.
Yes, that is accurate.
And then you told me that you weren't surprised because they took many trips to Florida, Texas, and California.
Oh, yes. Gee, I remember.
Okay, so I don't have that, but and I can.
She must
show
be,
my
I
phone,
just don't know who she's
but
following.
I
like, she's
don't have
following
that in my
Taylor?
phone.
So the
Just
question
made
is
Taylor
do you
sent.
recall
I do not recall.
communicating
Get
that
it.
to
I do not recall.
All right.
Do you recall telling me that it was when she had to move her daughter a trip to California?
I do not recall that.
And Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. It's in the packet I gave you. Oh, I see it. See if that refreshes.
Yeah, I don't think Mrs. Potts really would, talk about dick sucking so much. But maybe in an alternate universe. Porn pots.
It does not. I mean, I see what's on the text chain, but
Oh God.
you said this happened January 5th?
I can tell you exactly what happened.
I think we may need a parody of Beauty and the Beast.
There's no date and time stamp on
I'm
that.
hearing parodies come out here. Gee, we should partner on a music video, I think. And not nearly as delicious when you chew her up and spit her out. Thanks, I just thought I'd add that morbidity there at the end.
If it was January 5th, but just give me
Judge, I just want to, on behalf of Mr. Wade, just to review the
I'm just
issue
like,
again.
it's crazy to me that these people used to be my friends.
Currently, we still don't know the source of this information, whether it was.
I don't know what I
how it
did.
came.
I don't think I did anything. I've been the same person.
I'm wondering now if there's a timeliness issue on the objection since he already.
Tail is all this
Well, he said he doesn't
time.
recall.
Right.
So there's.
Okay, I'm
He
gonna
just
work
gave
on
the
that.
date. He didn't
Sure.
start answering.
Well, his question or his answer was he doesn't recall, and his memory has not been refreshed. So I think it's time for the next question.
May I approach the witness?
This is Mr. Bradley, or it was Mr. Bradley, and he was the law partner that was fired by Nathan Wade, and he was his divorce attorney, I believe. So that's why he's claiming privilege between, like,
I have several messages
he's the
in
bridge
phone with me
between
that
like that.
I-
Oh, I missed
I've
you
never
too, G.
deleted.
I
mean,
missed
there
you
are
too.
messages about
Fuck the haters. I just
family,
can't.
my
They're
health,
daily with me, G, and I
things
know
like
they're
that.
daily with
He
other
asked me
people, but
to
they're just annoying.
be on some
I'm just here doing it, trying to show some
panel.
fucking politics.
And so I think it's complete.
Well, the thing is Cam, some of these folks weren't really
No, I
worth
haven't
it to
deleted
begin with,
anything.
so
Okay.
I have
there's
not.
that. Oh,
And I offered
I
them
like
to look through
everybody
my
seeing
phone
each
earlier
other
if they
again.
are welcome to.
Gee, and
We never
Curtis.
provided it to us.
I said you would.
Physical phone, we never provided it.
It's the only phone I have, Judge.
I understand and I don't want to keep popping up, but my concern, of course, is that these exchanges are just two lawyers gossiping about information. And I'm concerned about it coming into
Yeah.
the record in this way. I understand
Exactly.
impeachment is a thing,
It's sordid.
But if we could do it in a way that the substance of this gossip is not, that part is not impeaching, the contact is impeaching. So
I don't think we've gotten to that.
Taylor's a
point
good actor,
quite yet,
though.
Ms. Cross,
I will
but
say
you can
that.
review objection if you think we have. So right now, the sole thing that Ms.
Taylor's
Merchant is
a real
trying to
good
do is
actor.
hand him an object to refresh his recollection again. So we'll see where we get with that.
There's two things.
And I don't have you written down with it. It doesn't remind me. So.
May I, one
Mr.
thing?
Shana.
The court is a trier of fact. You're going to be able to determine whether something that has come in.
Sato, don't tell me what
is
to do.
hearsay, whether it's admissible, whether it's relevant, whether it's impeachment. You're in a position that if it all comes
Yes,
in,
Charlie. Shame Dalda's in here.
But you,
Does eating crusty buttholes
reserve the right,
sting in the
or
tongue
all
like
parties
testing a
reserve the right
9-volt
to
bat
object.
from your smoke
We can
detector?
deal with it. This is
We
not
would
a
like to
jury.
know.
You don't have to worry
Come on,
about
Mats
a
Bamon,
jury hearing
J31C,
something
Girl
that is
Power,
no longer
Trixie,
considered. All
Girl,
we're doing now, with all
whatever
due
the fuck your
respect,
name
and I
is.
understand what the process. The state doesn't want something to be.
Oh yeah,
heard.
there's a troll.
They've repeatedly.
We are all part of a
attempted to
troll
stop
nation.
Your Honor can hear it all and then decide what is and is not relevant or admissible. We don't have to go through every single one of them.
I don't know what you guys
The
are
only
talking
time we
about,
have to go
but
through this is if it is in fact a
P-bombed? I wanna
communication,
know.
and it's a privileged communication, and an argument has to be made at that point as to whether or not it should be elicited or it is subject to being stated in open court. Otherwise, all of this could come to the court, and the court can then decide how it wants to treat it. That's a suggestion.
I appreciate that, Mr. Sadam. I think it's certainly accurate that we could have an approach.
My favorites
where
of
if it's
screen
a
names are
close
still "Hey,
toss-up
would you
on an
blow
evidentiary
me?"
question,
is a good
we
one,
can have it all
and
come
Mike
in and sort it
Cunt
out later on the
is a
record.
good one.
I don't
And
think we've quite reached the
Emerson
point where I
Biggins. Those were
need to
my
do that. I think we
three top.
still
Those
have
were
time
three
to get
top
into these,
names
and
for me.
it'd be my preference to keep the record
Daisy,
as clean as possible and without questionable evidentiary issues.
Who's
But
Daisy?
we may get to that point. So the question
I
from
think
Ms.
I know
Burton
who
was
Daisy
to
is,
approach
but I
the
don't.
witness and with an object to see if that would refresh his recollection
These
to the last
are
question
good
asked.
trolls.
Yes.
Badger.
Now,
You should have seen it. They really did have my back and then some in their chat when that person came in trying to dox me and say lies about me. So I can't be. I am so appreciative. I can't be more appreciative of what the trolls just did to help stand up for me. So I'm really grateful. She's mixed herself in with some. Daisy is a racist homophobe. Oh, okay. Oh, she's one of those. One of them. Dumb MAGA girl. Well, she had a penis, though, on her panel, so there you go. I spoke with her on... Oh! Oh! Yes! Daisy!
Now I can't find it.
Okay.
I'm gonna move on to the next question that
Now
I
I
actually can't
remember.
find, and then I'll find out and come back to it.
Maybe
sent
not be a
you,
racist homophobe
a
and people
statement
won't flash their penis on
and
your
said,
panels. I
upon
don't know.
information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as a magistrate judge and began a romantic relationship at that time. And you corrected me and saying, no,
Oh,
it was
well.
in municipal court. Is that correct?
Well, it was probably fun. I probably had some fun with her
And is
then.
that based on your personal
I
knowledge?
had some fun on G's panels. It was a good
What
release.
question was it municipal
My favorite
court
was
or
Brett.
when they first met, or
My question was, is this accurate? Upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship at that time. And you wrote, know that it was municipal court.
Okay.
so I answered.
Where we go, where we go, one we go. Wait a minute. That's what my title or my handle used to be.
I do have one purpose here, and that purpose has now been met. Any information that Mr. Bradley may possess would in fact have come from his representation of Mr. Wade. This falls within the purview of his divorce proceedings, which, as we testified earlier, commenced in December of 2018.
Abortion is
There's no
related to
pierce or
marriage.
shield associated with it, and so we would say that under Rule
Man, when they said
1.6,
brains, they
should not
thought
be
they meant
compelled to give
trains, and
any
they weren't
further
going
information.
anywhere.
Okay, and as we discussed about before the break, Mr. Chopra, if I ruled earlier this morning that
Is Brett still
this
alive,
witness is going
or
to
did
be
he have an aneurysm?
directed to respond to any question to the extent it falls outside of attorney-client privilege and only attorney-client privilege, meaning 1.6 is not going to bar his testimony in this case, what would be your response then?
Then Mr. Bradley would have to consistently assess on his own, unless I'm jumping up and objecting for him, whether or not this came within his knowledge based on his representation. And I can say based on the phrasing of the question
Doorknob
from Ms.
almighty.
Merchant, it would in fact come within information obtained from his partner, client at the time, associated with the activity in question.
All right, Mr. Evans, same issue.
Oh, I think I left kind of daily watching of stuff like that when the crafting community was coming up.
Review the objection that
I
it's still
never
based on
did
gossip.
watch the
Either
crafting
gossip or
community,
privileged
but
communication. He doesn't ever cite the source of where any of this information is coming from, so I just wanted to take that objection.
Okay.
Stayed up for a week when he found false. He's
Judge,
become the
as far as
official,
privilege,
unofficial
your
bodyguard.
privilege objection, it's been waived, particularly for this issue because Mr. Wade
He did testify on this subject.
testified on this
I
subject.
think the last fight I had with him was calling him an anti-Semite in his chat.
He testified
In
factually
October.
about what trips he took and events that
I'm pretty sure that was the last time I interacted with
To
Brett.
my recollection about any communication with his attorneys.
Yeah, I won't
Testified
be
about the
trying to
subject
find
matter. The
it.
question
Thank
was
you,
just
Cam,
asked,
for
which
that.
is when, apparently they first met.
Furthermore, Judge, my client wasn't privy to that testimony. We have been under subpoena and therefore under the rules, so we do not know what was or was not testified to. Everything he says would be a violation of that privilege unless we know
I like it.
specifically
I
what
like it a
all
lot,
has been
Paul.
waived.
Unless I make a
That's
finding
right.
that there
Higher
was
power
an
can
express
be a
waiver on
doorknob.
behalf of the client.
Doorknob almighty. I
Okay.
love that.
Sure, got it.
Oh, what a
So
very
this question
empowering
particularly,
handle.
Judge, we would ask that you find that there has
Crafty
been a
community
waiver of the
is
attorney-client
hillbilly
privilege
and
because
pure.
Mr. Wade testified to something directly different than
They
what
don't need
this
some
witness,
50-year-old
we believe.
alcoholic.
Yes, Mr. Wade testified as to when they met.
He's
That
psychotic.
is not the entire
Okay, I'm
substance
sorry, I'm not a
of the
doctor.
text message that Miss
He's
Fani began
psychotic.
a
Brett is
romantic
truly
relationship.
psychotic.
Yes, he did not testify that they.
He did
were
threaten to
serving
come
as
to
magistrate
California and
judges when
hit
they
me.
began a romantic relationship.
There was two of them that did that. Him and Jeff.
Okay, Ms.
Jeff
Merchant, I
did
think
that
you're
too.
gonna
He said he'd come to
establish whether this
California and
witness
hit me.
Ever gain that knowledge independently or during the
Spoiler
course
alert,
of
neither
a
of them will.
attorney-client
Brett can't even leave Canada.
Did you have any, thinking back to the
Bye,
source
G.
of your
Thanks for
knowledge,
stopping in. Appreciate
and
it.
Let me just, before I do that, let me remind you of what is covered by attorney-client privilege.
See you later,
Communications
everyone.
that relate to matters in which legal advice is sought, and communications that have been maintained in confidence, and no exceptions to the privilege. So it's communications that are in furtherance of legal advice. Your knowledge that their affair began, that their romantic relationship, began while they were both serving as municipal court judges. Is that from your personal information, your personal knowledge, or is that from?
I'm going to overrule that objection, Mr. Chopra. He can
I
answer that question.
remember that. Is Jeff still alive, or did he?
Your knowledge?
Is any knowledge, if any,
If any knowledge
I'm always hoping.
of Nathan Wade and Fani Willis's relationship, romantic relationship beginning while they were both serving as judges, is any knowledge that you have from your own personal knowledge or something that was told to you in furtherance of legal advice?
I have no personal knowledge of when it actually happened. I was not there. I do not have any personal knowledge, so I would choose not to answer that question under 1.6.
Mr. Bradley, we made a distinction earlier.
Yes, sir.
That it's a bit narrower than that.
Okay.
1.6 is.
I have no personal knowledge, Judge. I apologize.
Okay.
If you were,
That's not a problem. The issue is attorney-client privilege, and so whether what you learned, if anything, was during communications with a client.
It was.
Okay. Ms. Merchant.
and was it that any knowledge that you had as to the truth of that statement, was it told to you in furtherance of legal advice?
I'm going to object to it. If that statement is true.
Oh my God, they're still alive too, the
witness has
pirates?
already testified he has
I
no
feel like I have
personal
seen,
knowledge.
actually that's not true. I have seen some of the
So whether
pirate stuff
he
come through
represented
because
at
it
one
still
point
shows
was
up on my
true or not
homepage.
true, he has no
So I have a
personal knowledge
vague
about that, so could
knowledge
not
of,
testify.
I think there's a breakup.
Prior inconsistent
That's all I
statement,
really
Judge. Do it all
think
the
I've
time. That is
captured.
what the state does regularly. They bring in, if it's a prior inconsistent statement of another witness, Judge.
He really did lie about everything.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Wade testified.
That their relationship did not start.
But you can't impeach him with a prior inconsistent statement that's privileged. And so
No, but
we haven't gotten over the privilege hurdle.
The privilege hurdle we've gotten over with fraud on this instance.
Well, that's the first time you used that word. So if you want to make the argument of why that applies, you can do that now.
Yes, Judge, the crime fraud exception, it applies because of the crime fraud exception.
Which crime and or fraud was committed here?
Oh
So there's a couple different things, and I want to just stress them both because he's raised 1.6 and also raised attorney-client privilege. For the crime fraud exception says the privilege doesn't apply if it's if the existence of it, essentially if he has to keep something secret to allow a fraud upon the court to continue. So we've got that. We've also got
No, it has to. The legal communications have to have done in furtherance of a crime or fraud. How has that been established? And what crime or fraud are we talking about?
We're talking about perjury, lying to the court.
In the affidavit filed last month.
Yes.
And so what have you done to link the communications that he made maybe, I don't know, years ago to the affidavit filed last month?
The communications he made years ago, it's proof of the affidavit being incorrect, being false. He's given a prior inconsistent statement.
But the legal communication has to be in furtherance of a crime or fraud.
Right. Right. but he also can't protect, so, and I think it's more under,
So if he had no idea, an affidavit wasn't even going to need to be filed until a month ago.
Right.
And these communications and everything happened well before that. How is anything that they communicated in furtherance of that affidavit that they didn't even know would have to be filed one day?
it's been waived. That part's been waived because he filed the affidavit. So you can't file something that's false and then your lawyer know that it's false and then say, oh, well, privilege, my lawyer can't correct that. When he waives the privilege. And he waived the privilege. He testified about this yesterday.
Okay, Ms. Cross.
I don't think that's even close to an accurate representation of what the law in this area is. And beyond the real kind of throwing out fraud and this and crimes, which what you have, Your Honor, is a conflict in the evidence at this point. I know which way the weight of the evidence appears to me, but that's going to be for the court to judge. But conflict in the evidence, that is not a crime. That is not a fraud. That is not perjury. That's a conflict in the evidence for the court to decide.
So I agree with you there that you would have to first establish a crime or fraud occurred by a preponderance. Got it. And anything else?
Just that she can't, under the guise of impeachment of this witness, number one, establish that. Number two, the witness has already said he doesn't have any personal knowledge of that. And there is the kind of specificity that is required to lay the predicate for a crime fraud exception to the attorney-client privilege is nowhere close to being met here.
Okay. Anyone else want to be heard? Mr. Seda.
Yes, Your Honor. This is what I said to the court earlier. This is not crime fraud. The scenario in the case I said, you want me to cite it for the record?
Go for it.
Okay. It's Owens Corning Fiberglass Corporation versus American Centennial Insurance Company et al. And it is at 660 Northeast 2nd, 812, out of the state of Ohio, Lucas County, Court of Common Pleas of Ohio. And it references, let me make sure I get the right page here.
No, I think McAfee's getting really tired of this.
The point in the case, or the holding in the case, if the party...
I'd like to see I want to see his financial disclosure. Show me your financial disclosure, bitch. I want to see you lie on something, because I'm going to guarantee you what happened.
That Mr. Wade testified falsely when he claimed the relationship would not begin until 2022. That if there are attorney-client communications in which the same individual witness has told his attorney something contrary to that, inconsistent with that, here that the relationship, the personal romantic relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis began prior to November 1st of 2021, which would be the day that he was hired, that if that communication took place, that is the attorney communication, that the fraud upon the court is Mr. Wade lying under oath about the starting date, and the attorney-client privilege under those circumstances for that material fact is pierced, and the attorney may be forced to testify to the contrary or inconsistent statement so that the fraud on the court no longer holds. In our situation, that is precisely what we are trying to do. If this witness's testimony, again, and the court may have to hear some of this ex parte in camera to determine, but if this witness is able to testify that Mr. Wade told him, under whatever the circumstances may be, that the relationship with Fani Willis began before November 1st of 2021, then we know from what the witness has testified to Mr. Wade that he lied under oath to the court, and that's a fraud upon the court, and the attorney-client communication to that specific matter is pierced and needs to go into the record. Now, how best to do that? The only way to do that, if it's not in writing, and apparently it's not, is for the court to hear in camera, ex parte, what the communications
They want to humiliate people and talk about their personal business as much as possible. This is all for Fox News and for
you wouldn't pierce the privilege.
Right-wing news
If on
media.
the other hand, this witness honestly, that is, now we're talking about Mr. Bradley, actually testifies to what he has told in text messages to Ms. Merchant on behalf of Mr. Roman, that he absolutely knows that the relationship started before November 1st of 2021, then he's testifying that his client took the stand and lied under oath and therefore did a fraud upon the court. So my request is, in this regard, the court's going to have to hear from counsel and from, that is, the counsel for Mr. Bradley, and for Mr. Bradley to determine whether or not he actually said what he said to Ms. Merchant and whether or not it was based on communications, whenever it took place, with Mr. Wood.
All right, Mr. Sada, I understand. Thank you for clarifying your argument there. So I understand this fraud upon the cart theory. And what I've been going back and forth with Ms. Merchant on earlier was that, as I understood, crime fraud applied in Georgia was that the communications had to have been in furtherance of a crime. And to me, that presupposes the existence of a crime at the time, or the forming of one at the time of the communications. The theory you're putting forward is one where we go back in time and can reopen that box because it's now become relevant for something completely, potentially unconnected to the communications whatsoever. Is that fair?
That falsity has occurred now by the very person who is attempting to use the communications as a shield to protect his lives.
Okay.
That's, and when I say crime fraud, it's a fraud waiver, is what, and that's what Millich calls it, is essentially. I mean, Millich says that it doesn't offend the privilege to ask an attorney to testify to matters already freely discussed by the attorney and a client at another hearing or proceeding. Allowing a client to selectively waive and reassert the privilege as tactics dictates, suggests that the client is using the privilege as a sword and not merely a shield.
So I think it was quite explicit that Mr. Wade never waived anything regarding to communications between him and Mr. Bradley. He was willing to discuss the subject matter, but he was never willing to get into communications that occurred between him and Mr. Bradley. So as to Mr. Sadow's point of this fraud upon the court theory, my question is going to be, has it ever been applied in Georgia?
And the answer to that is, it does not appear to have been applied in Georgia. I cannot find a case in which it has been applied. The cases that I have, case that I gave you plus the cases cited in there, are the only thing I've been able to locate. Although I think that the bar rules, if we want to go back to those, and I don't have them in front of me, that a lawyer should not allow his client to commit a fraud upon the court. Okay. And I think that, along with this, gives the court the discretion to do that. And the only way to make the record, even if the court suggests that this is the law that the court should apply, but even if the court disagrees, there's no way for there to be a record about it unless Your Honor does it ex parte in camera to determine the nature of the privilege, which of course Your Honor knows from earlier days is how judges can do it with the Fifth Amendment privilege. They can do it with any privilege as long as it's ex parte in camera. So what I'm asking the court to do, because when I get up I'm going to ask you the record. I'm not going to go through this that's going on now, to find out whether or not Mr. Wade has ever told Mr. Bradley in his capacity as his attorney or otherwise that the relationship started earlier than what Mr. Wade testified to.
All right, understood. So the big takeaway I'm hearing from that, Mr. Sadow, is that once again, we're hearing the words a matter of first impression here. And noted. Mr. Gillen.
Yeah, very quickly, Your Honor. Number one, he apparently, now he's claiming a privilege, which he certainly did not assert when he was communicating in text with his version.
Sure, but do we have any indication Mr. Wade waived it and allowed him to communicate by that text?
Well, we know what he did. We know what he did.
So how's that implied?
And I would assume that as the attorney, that he would know whether or not he should protect a communication.
That's a pretty big assumption, right?
Not all communications are protected, number one. Number two, let's not forget how we started on this journey with the state getting up and making very serious allegations against Ms. Merchant, asking for sanctions, saying all of her representations were inaccurate. And now they are doing whatever they can to block access to that information, which shows exactly what she said was exactly the truth. What they're trying to do is they're trying to say to the court the 100% accuracy of Mr. Wade's declaration and of his testimony. And by the way, please, Judge, don't let Mr. Bradley tell you what he knows. because what he knows is that this relationship, based upon what we see from the text and what we've seen in the context, it would show that the relationship started before November 2021. So I think we have a waiver issue, and parenthetically on the issue of crime fraud, Your Honor. The issue about crime fraud is whether or not, in any context, the communication would be not in furtherance of a crime at that time, but it could be for any particular crime committed by the client in the future as well. It doesn't have to be something that's being committed at the time. I will also note that when you look at the attorney-client privilege, the law basically says, look, this is a privilege which blocks evidence from coming in. And so in order to have that, they have the crime fraud exception, which is a very low standard once a prima facie showing has been made, which I believe has been done by Ms. Merchant.
All right, let me clarify one thing, Mr. Bradley. When you testify to personal knowledge, does that include anything you may have seen, heard, outside of communications with a client? When you say you lack personal knowledge, does that include anything you may have seen or heard outside of communications with a client? And you can tell me if that question is horribly phrased. I can try again.
You're trying to rephrase it for me, Judge? I'm sorry.
Okay. When you say you lack any personal knowledge,
yes, sir.
Does that also mean that and include anything you may have seen or heard outside of communications?
Outside of communications with my client? Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay. And the communications that were made, if any, that relate to the subject you were asked to, were there any other third parties present that may have resulted in a waiver of privilege?
Including texts.
Am I answering your question or her question? Okay.
Were there any other third parties ever present with you and a client that would have resulted in a waiver of these privileges?
No, Judge. I can't recall anybody being present. I mean, we ran an office. We had people around our office, but no, I can't say that there were other people present.
All right. And did you ever receive any kind of a waiver from your client at any point?
I have not received a waiver.
And anything that you learned regarding the subject matter at all, if anything, was it in the course of legal advice, of receiving or giving legal advice?
That's a broad question, Judge, to answer, because the advice was given, and then you have interaction. I mean, it wasn't, hey, this is for, to say specifically, this was for that, or, I can't sit here and say that. So I don't know how to answer that question, Judge.
Okay. All right. So
I was given a case that may reflect the same proposition that was argued from It's old case. It's Atlanta Coca-Cola Bottling Company versus Goss, G-O-S-S. 50 Georgia Appeals 637. Appears to be a 1935 decision. I've not had the benefit of jeopardizing it. So I can't say that certainly hasn't been limited or overruled. And looks like it's in reference to maybe head note number 2, at least from what I'm looking at on the computer. And language that is in the case, okay, is as to violations of law or commission of fraud, the protection extends only to communications after the act or transaction is finished. It does not cover communications respecting proposed infractions of the law in the commission of a crime or the perpetration of a fraud. And then it cites some cases. And then it goes, the privileged communication may be a
easily,
shield-
that's so cool.
may be a shield of defense as to crimes
Trump will lose
already
across the
committed,
board today.
but it
Curtis says
cannot
there's
be
more
used
happening.
as a
Ooh,
sword
Curtis,
or
I gotta look.
weapon of offense to enable persons to carry out contemplated crimes against societies, frauds, or perjuries.
Oh,
So,
easily, I bet there's some
opposition,
great
as I
stories from
indicated
there.
before, The witness, Mr. Wade, has committed perjury on the witness stand and called into question the statement.
All right, understood, Mr. McDougal.
Your Honor, this is adjacent Georgia law, perhaps not controlling, and I'll explain that in just a second. And that's Rule of Professional Conduct 3.3A2. A lawyer shall not knowingly fail to disclose a material fact to a tribunal when disclosure is necessary to avoid assisting a criminal or fraudulent act by the client. A4, and the reason I would qualify that, since we're talking about candidate report, I need to do that. I believe this rule is regarding the conduct of advocates representing clients in court. It might not govern or control the situation where the lawyer has been put on the stand, but it's adjacent to the point Mr. Sayal made earlier.
All right, fair point. Okay, Ms. Trump, anything you want to address on that?
Briefly, Judge, and clearly there's a lot of smarts in this room, but this whole thing is a deductive fallacy. It is suggested that the truth of the conclusion of the argument necessarily follows from the truth of the premises given, when in fact the conclusion does not necessarily follow the premises. They're, called him a perjurist. He has officially succeeded in saying the thing itself is true, therefore we must ask these other questions. And Judge, it's a fallacy. It does not exist as such, and the privilege should still apply.
All right. Thank you all. So I think here is what we need to do, as I understand the law. As I find it, the crime fraud exception only applies when by preponderance we found that communications made in the existence of a relationship or in furtherance of a crime, or the client at the time knew or reasonably should have known that a crime, that the attorney was being used to further a crime. I don't think that's been established here. Maybe something happened afterwards, and that's something that can be argued during closings, essentially. So I don't think the crime fraud exception covers this. The objection is preserved for the record. Mr. Bradley has indicated also that anything he learned about this subject occurred during those communications. There's some uncertainty on that point, and so in order to preserve the record, at the conclusion of the hearing, I think I can go in camera with Mr. Chopra and Mr. Bradley, and we can put in a sealed filing exactly what the extent of those communications were, if any were relevant. Or excuse me, not relevant, but just what they were, and those would remain sealed until some time if we're ever directed otherwise. However, at this point, the question, getting back to the question asked by Ms. Merchant, as asked, would be sustained on the issue of privilege to premise. He may have told you something, but it does not appear that there's any evidence that the client ever waived and allowed that information to be conveyed to you. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. All right, let's see. So we talked about Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade coming to and from your office and security details following them. Do you recall that?
Do I need to look at my phone?
No.
Just asking if you
Do I recall?
Yeah.
I think I did, yes.
Do you recall security taking Ms. Willis to your office?
I'm going to object to that.
Does he recall
Actually, I
Ms.
take that
Willis
back. No,
taking
I don't.
security?
But you can answer the question, sir.
I do recall security detail bringing Ms. Willis to my office.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when that was?
I do not.
And was that on more than one occasion?
I remember 2 occasions.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell me about those?
I can't remember when they were.
Were they before she became DA?
So I don't know if she had a security detail before she became DA. So, I mean, if she was sworn in, or I don't remember the dates, but I do remember. I think she was DA.
Maybe during her transition team period, was that?
No, it wasn't. I'm trying to remember. She would have had to have been the DA, I think. And I don't want to go on, I think. But I do remember twice her coming to our office, correct?
And she had a security team both of those times.
There was yes, she had a security team with her.
Okay. And do you believe that it's a different security team than she has now?
I don't know her security team now.
Well, let me ask.
However,
I'm sorry.
I don't know her security team now. I don't know her security team now.
Do you remember telling me that it changed at some point, her security team?
Yes, I think I recall saying that, yes.
And that the most likely people that could testify or had seen things about them having a romantic relationship early on would be the original security team.
I don't recall saying that, no, but
do you recall talking to me about other people that might have known about their romantic relationship?
I recall.
Yeah, I mean, objection based on we don't know the source. This is either based on privileged information or it's hearsay. Neither one is.
It's neither. I asked if you recall.
You need to clarify it. If you're actually going to think, if you think that this draws on information from outside the relationship that he's already testified to, then you need to lay that foundation. Sustained.
Are you aware of other people that you believe would have known about when their relationship began?
I object to the relevance of that. Again, the witness has testified he has no firsthand information of it. Anything he knows about the topic came from representation. Who he thinks might have been able to say something else is speculation, not relevant to anything, and a backdoor to
Curtis,
get
that's
in the
cool.
gossip and innuendo that has been.
The 70s were far cooler than I remember them being.
Okay, Ms. Merchant, I think we're getting to the point where,
I know it is.
you know, the reason I thought this line of questioning was appropriate was to rebut certain inferences about why we were here in the first place.
Right.
But to go into it at the granular level, I'm not as wild about. So maybe you can ask more overarching questions, and if you have anything else you think that's relevant, then you can get to those as well.
Isn't it true that I gave you a copy of the motion to disqualify in this case? I emailed it to you, and you read it, reviewed it, and emailed me back that everything in it was accurate, to your knowledge.
You emailed me, and
Objection.
Okay. All right. So there are things contained within that, Ms. Merchant, which he has now said fell within the privilege, and that he did not have the ability to waive. So I think that's where we have to leave it there.
And I believe I still have to ask the questions, and then if he wants to assert the privilege.
Well, I think we pretty much already established the privilege, and the objection has been made, and I think it's a valid one at this point based on the record. So the answer was he did acknowledge that you sent him the motion, and I think we leave it at that.
Humans are complicated easily. Humans are complicated.
And you had knowledge about an apartment. I'm not asking what Mr. Wade told you in furtherance of legal advice, but you had knowledge about an apartment in East Point or a condo in East Point that was owned by someone, and Miss Willis was staying there.
Judge, your privilege.
I think in the way the question's phrased, she qualified that. So
I did not have knowledge.
You did not have knowledge.
I did not have personal knowledge At all, no.
So no knowledge outside of what is privileged.
That's correct.
Did you have texts between yourself, Ms. Willis, and Mr. Wade?
Do I?
Have you ever?
I have. Maybe once or twice, but
Did Mr. Wade ever ask to use your credit card to pay for trips?
Objection. On privilege, I think it's still the same thing.
Just asking to use your credit card, how's that in the nature of furthering a divorce proceeding?
I had a business card, and we would use my business card. The firm would use my business card.
For travel?
Are you asking if I use my business card for travel?
Would Mr. Wade use your business card for travel?
I recall I recall a trip, but I don't know if that trip has anything to do with this case. So I do recall him using my card once.
When was that?
I don't even know when that was, and that sounds true. I recall him using my card once, but I cannot remember what that was for. I do remember it was a trip, but I cannot actually state, where it was and who it was with or anything like that.
And he paid you back for that trip in cash?
I can't remember how he paid. I think it was. I mean, I'm not certain if it was cash or a check. We routinely would use my card for filings, for
I don't know. They're trying to say that money was moving around, I guess.
paper, for whatever stuff with the office.
But this
And
was
so-
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you're done, sorry.
And so he would, whether he paid me back in cash or whether he wrote a check,
Oh yeah, that movie from the
it
70s.
was
I
paid
remember
back to
that.
the business card.
But this was the only time he had used it for travel.
Yeah, he did say he didn't use another person's card. So it's just to say that he's lying about that one thing. I don't know. It just seems kind of weak, but perhaps it's.
I cannot recall. I don't even have that business card anymore. But I do recall at least once for travel, yes.
And
I mean, if
that
this
was
is the
when you
gotcha,
were still law partners with him, though, correct?
sure it is a gotcha, but
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I do not.
so his
You
memory's
did not go on
fuzzy.
that travel with him, though, correct?
I did
His
not.
memory is
And
quote,
so he asked
fuzzy.
you to use your card for the travel.
Yes, I mean, I'm assuming. I mean, he
Well, I don't think I would
used the
assume
card
if I
for
were
firm stuff.
on the stand.
And so it was a business card.
Your business card, though,
It
not
was
his.
my business card, yes.
Right.
The law office of Terrence A. Bradley, correct.
Okay, so it showed up on your accounts?
That is correct.
Okay, wouldn't show up on his accounts, is that correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
Do you know if this was before he became special DA in this case, special prosecutor?
I cannot recall.
Did you see he and Ms. Willis together? You said you were in and out of the office, in and out of the DA's office. You saw them together, correct?
In and out of my office or the DA's office?
The DA's office.
Correct.
You saw them together in and out of the DA's office?
Did I see them in and out?
Yes.
Well, if you preface it like that, no. I saw him in and out of the office when I would be there doing my filter work for the tank team.
Okay.
He would come by. I rarely saw Miss Willis and Mr. Wade together in the DA's office.
So brought up the taint team. Let's talk about that for a minute. Tell me about, you did work as, you had a contract as a taint lawyer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that was in the anti-corruption unit?
Yes, I think so. Yes, correct.
And how did you get that contract?
What do you mean, how did I get it?
I mean,
How
the
did you get
person
the
they're
contract?
convincing is the judge, right? There's no
it
other
was-
person they need to
Did you apply
convince.
online?
Oh, no.
Making it sound like,
it
wait,
was
yeah. Oh, brother.
proposed,
By who?
we were,
I'm sorry, this feels stretchy to me.
it was proposed by, I guess it came from the district attorney. I mean, I didn't speak directly with her.
Okay.
It was, with Mr. Wade, and he asked if we would be interested, in having a contract with the Fulton County.
Okay. He asked you, Mr. Campbell?
I think so. I mean, I can't recall if he asked us both together or not. Rarely, we all handled several, different things for the firm.
Okay.
Criminal, personal injury, things like that, family law. And so rarely were we together there at the same time, like for an abundance of time. So he may have called me and then he may have called Chris. I can't recall how we got the contract, but
Did, was Mr. Wade, to your knowledge, part of the transition team for Ms. Willis?
to my knowledge, he was
That's
part
hearsay.
of the transition team.
Did he spend a lot of time at that office during this transition
Hearsay.
period?
How do you know? Were you
So
there?
from when Ms. Willis took office
How
to
does
when
he
you
know
left
that?
the firm, did Mr. Wade spend most of
Was
his
it
time
almost
at the
like
DA's
they were
office?
in love?
We said most of his time he was saying just working business hours,
Yes,
or
working business hours.
I would say he spent.
She is the greeter. She's the greeter at the Piggly Wiggly. We're not. We're just not talking about. Yeah, where's the hearing about gifts to Clarence Thomas? Good one,
Yes, he
Kurt.
spent over 51%
Taint.
of his time.
Why not
And that was
taint?
the entire time from
Where's
when
the
she took
taint?
office to when you
Where's the
left
taint?
I can't say
Clip
that
record,
was the
clip
entire
record. Where's
time,
the taint?
but yes, it was majority of. It was I can't pinpoint specifically when the time that he would spend. I think if my memory serves correctly, getting to the majority of the time, it would have been whenever
Did he look
he started
refreshed?
with this, maybe.
With
That
the
was,
special- as a
Was
special
there a
prosecutor?
spring in
When
his
you say
step that
majority
you
of the
may
time.
not have noticed
Right.
before?
Okay, so let's talk about the time before
Almost
he became
like
special
being
prosecutor.
in love.
Did he spend a lot of time at the DA's office then?
he spent time. I mean, it depends on what you say is a lot. He spent time at the DA's office, correct?
And so, just so we're clear, you were hired first on January 25th. Both you and Mr. Campbell were law partners, and you were both hired by the DA January 25th, 2021. Is that correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
You and Mr. Campbell
Yes.
both were hired on a contract basis by DA Willis January 25th, 2021, correct?
Which contract are you talking
The
about?
first one, the taint contract. Not the first appearance contract, the taint
Okay.
contract.
Well, you said the first one, and the tank contract wasn't the first contract, and so,
Okay, so what was the first contract?
to my knowledge, the first contract was the first appearance.
Okay, so, let me just mark these, let's see what number. 23, 24, 25. I got this contract. Judge, when they're done reviewing, can I just go through these contracts? Bradley, showing you what's been marked. That's exhibit 23, 24, and 25. You can just look at those.
Hi, butterflies. Hey, just saw you come in. How are you? Yeah, better late than never. Well, you know, it's kind of been this kind of thing most of the morning. And frankly, you probably came in at one of the more interesting ends of it. So, there you go. Did he smile more than usual? Did you ever hear him whistling? Did he insert her name in the lyrics of popular love songs? Did he write Mr. Fani Willis on his notepad over and over with big hearts around it? Did he think about changing his monogram on his towels? What do you think? Like how much? What are we talking here? Are we talking a fling, a spring fling? Or the real thing? What are we talking?
Okay,
I'm refreshing the chat.
So on, now that you've reviewed those, is it true that on January 25th, 2021, you got your first contract as a taint lawyer?
Taint wear? What? Oh, you called it.
As a
It
taint
came
lawyer, yes, I see the date.
Oh,
on-
taint
on
lawyer.
it
I
as
thought
a
taint
lawyer,
wear.
But
Sorry,
I'm
I
also
didn't
looking
hear it
at
right.
this contract here for first appearance, and there, you know, there must have been. I don't have it for me, but there must have been a contract before this.
Okay, so you think there's a fourth contract?
I can't say that there is or isn't. What I do know is that we did first appearance during COVID, and it was before 2021. So I don't know, you know, if I had a contract, a written contract at that particular time or anything, but I do know, I think that you could look at the recordings because everything was recorded at that time as to when the first appearance contract started and the taint contract started.
So when the three of you were partners, you had at least 2 contracts to do taint work, which is filter work, and then at least 2 contracts to do first appearance work, pretty much throughout that entire 2 years, right?
Well, it renewed. So, I mean, it just renewed.
You might want
so
to. I actually refreshed
yes,
it,
I mean,
Curtis, so it might have been
It's
that.
the same contract, but it was a renewal of
Okay. And so how did you, and you said that you got these contracts through, Ms. Willis gave them to you, but it was through her knowing Mr. Wade, correct?
Yes. I didn't have a meeting with Ms. Willis or anything. It was brought to the attention that a contract was going to be needed or awarded, and if I was interested, because this was
Can I just say, Tim Pool has a really interesting obsession with trans people in
He
particular.
asked if I was interested
And it's not
in
healthy.
doing the contract, correct. And then
So,
after that,
Tim he's obsessed. I just
Ms.
don't
Willis,
understand how much
you know,
hate
would
is in
come
that
in,
man.
or I think we actually came down here or something.
Talk about a taint, all right? Let's talk about
and signed
Tim
the
Pool.
contract.
The
And
taint in a
so
beanie.
that is how you were paid from Fulton County, these contracts.
No, taint in a beanie.
From Fulton County government? Yes, ma'am.
And you shared, your partnership, you shared 1/3 of all your profits with Mr. Wade?
At that time, yes.
And so his contracts, he got a contract that same year, 2021, and he shared 1/3 of all his profits with you, correct?
Yes, that should be fairly accurate.
Okay. So during 2021, 2022, you all had 2 filter taint contracts. You had 2 first appearance contracts, and you had Mr. Wade's special counsel contracts, correct?
My firm had what I have here, correct?
But Mr. Campbell and Mr. Wade were part of your firm, correct?
So I don't think at this time we had established WBC.
Okay.
At this time, I think it was, I had mine, Chris had his, Nathan had his, and we operated in the same building. But if you asked me, did we fee share or, without everything that came in?
Let me put on my
yes, that
taint
is correct.
filter.
So you weren't actually partners, you just fee share.
Oh my God, butterflies!
At this
I can't.
time,
I'm just looking at the Twitter feed that I have on my phone.
well,
Holy shit!
at
It's
this time,
terrible.
we were
They're
not.
so trying hard on this Pert. You're so right.
We were, at this time, I had
Filter
Law Officer Terrence Bradley, Chris Campbell, PC, and whatever Nathan's was, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just,
And all these the taint contracts and then Nathan's special counsel contracts,
Media
all of those
literacy,
were under the
people.
anti-corruption
Media
unit,
literacy. I'm telling you right now, it's a key concept this year.
first appearance was not
Addresses a
under
lot of
that.
these- a lot
the
of
tank
people's.
contract, if I recall, was under the, I don't think they called it, what are you calling it?
You can take a look at your contract if you need.
Okay.
And I'm not asking about the first appearance, I'm asking about the taint contracts
Mhm.
and then Mr. Wade's contract, which has already been admitted in evidence if you need to look at that. Let me know when you're done reviewing.
Well, I see on the first page where it says taint attorney, and I'm trying to go through and I see where it
Yeah, I
continues
like
says
it on the
taint
screen
attorney,
too,
but
because
it
then
always
everybody
says
gets to see
Fulton
everybody's
County District
comments.
Attorney's Office. Your question was specific
So yeah,
as to
I usually have the chat replay.
anti-corruption unit, and I'm looking for
I'm glad it works.
the verbiage of anti-corruption.
I'm getting there.
unit, so I
I'm learning this
apologize.
system very slowly, painfully so. One might say. Yes, let's. All right, we're not going to say shaving the taint. We're not going to go there. We're not going to talk. I mean, are we dancing around that? Are we dancing around the taint? Sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. NSFW.
And see, on both pages, I mean, it starts out Fulton County District Attorney's Office, and then it just goes to initials FCDA, unless I'm overlooking where it says the anti-corruption unit, then the contract was with the FCDA. I mean, unless you want to show me something.
I'm just asking you, and I didn't know if that would refresh your memory. Those contracts were for the anti-corruption unit, right?
Well, they were for the
Is that who you
district.
worked for?
I worked for the DA.
Okay.
I worked for the DA.
Okay, so just in general, the DA.
Correct. I worked for Fulton County District Attorney's Office in as a contract person, as it says here.
And when you did the taint work, you had to report to Sonia Allen?
I did not.
You did not. Who did you report to then?
I can't remember his name. His first name was Brian.
Okay. And let's see. So I know you said you met with Miss Willis when you signed those contracts, right?
Yes, I know I met at least one time to sign these contracts, or to sign when I signed the contracts, yes.
Did you meet with her any other times?
I did not personally meet with Ms. Willis any other time. When you say meet, what do you mean meet with?
Talk with her, meet with her.
I mean, I would see Ms. Willis in passing if I'm walking through the office and something like that. But no, I didn't have any meetings with Ms. Willis.
Okay, so the only times you met with her were when you signed those contracts?
Clarify meet with. I mean, not.
Sat down and had a conversation with her.
I signed these contracts, so when I signed these, I met with her to say that I sat down and spoke with Ms. Willis, are you saying in life, and you saying during this time? What are you asking me?
I mean, if it's voluminous, I can narrow down the times, but I wasn't.
Mr. Merchant, I haven't really heard a point in a while. Can we get along?
Oh, thanks, Curtis. No, it's really bare minimum right now. I know there's so much potential though for this. So little by little.
And somebody other than Mr. Chopra and Mr. Merchant.
You gotta narrow that down. I'm sure I sent many
I can look at my phone.
No, with him, if there had been any other texts. And I think that the state had some thing in rebuttal they mentioned, so I was just trying to clean that up before it got there.
You try the question one more time.
Yeah. Isn't it true that
What the hell is that? Do you guys hear that?
Have been between me and you,
The
and
fuck
Mr.
is that?
Chopra, and me, you, and John Merchant, correct?
Can I look at my phone?
Sure. They've said multiple times that there's this third.
Do you guys hear that
Talk to, and I'm trying to establish this
siren?
third party. And I don't know why it was relevant, but the state's argued it. So,
Well, if Ms. Merchant doesn't know why it's relevant, then maybe it might become relevant either way. Right now.
Ms. Merchant, I think you've been able to show.
Okay.
We launched this and answer the state's initial claims, and so let's get back to the core of what we were here for this hearing. Do you have anything else relevant to ask this witness?
yes, just a few more questions. After it became known that you were placed under subpoena, did you get a call from Gabe Banks?
I did.
And was he trying to determine if you were going to be giving information in this case?
I don't know what he was trying to determine. He stated
I can't tell what that's coming through on. 1990. I mean, okay, hold on. I'll just turn it down a little bit. Oh boy.
Colleagues, we are friends, we are.
Oh, okay.
In the same fraternity, Gabe and I.
Wow. I think that was like a Channel 11 thing. I really apologize. I don't know where it was coming
It was
from.
out of the blue. But he did call, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you relayed that to me as well, correct?
I did.
And then you also got a call from your best friend who was relaying a message to you from Mr. Wade, correct?
It was something from the TV station carrying the feed.
No.
11, Channel 11 in Atlanta.
Saying that he got a call, not that a message that was supposed
Oh, sorry,
to
that was
relate
me.
to me. The call was
Thank goodness.
I'm going to check if there's a hearsay.
Finally, something wasn't me.
Hearsay. Thus far, it hasn't.
Sure. So here's the objection as to the contents of the call, Ms. Merchant.
I believe the contents of the call were to remember your privilege. I took that as a threat. I think Mr. Bradley took it as a threat, and I think he would testify to that.
Well, he hasn't testified to it. He also said there wasn't any message relayed by Mr. Wade or any party.
Well, no, he didn't say it was by any
You're right,
party.
Mr. Wade.
So, assuming he did hear something from a party, what's the hearsay exception for that, Ms. Merchant?
I believe that it was a threat, so it's a statement against interest. I'm sorry, it's a, if he took it as a threat to influence his testimony, then it's not hearsay, then it would be admissible.
All right, so.
I did not take it as a threat.
If you're saying it's to the effect on the listener, perhaps?
Yes.
Then we'll go from there.
Were you told to remember your privilege?
No, the witness just testified he didn't take it as a threat.
Understood. I'll overrule the objection, the testimony given the weight it deserves.
Can you repeat the question?
Were you told to remember your privilege?
I was not.
A witness, there may be a potential witness now in the courtroom because the person that Ms. Merchant is referring to is sitting in the courtroom.
If that witness hasn't been told to testify, then I don't see any sequestration issues.
I don't know who it is. I don't know his name.
Okay. And
What a
so,
fucking
were you
mess.
told anything to that effect, Mr. Bradley?
Repeat the question one more time, but so I was not told, remember my privilege.
Something about privilege. Remembering that.
I do recall privilege being
discussed, right?
Mentioned, but it wasn't remember your privilege or, a threat of any sort.
There could be a discussion of the privilege.
No, I called someone else after.
You called me quickly thereafter then.
I talked to you that day, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Sit down.
Wow, she's really throwing him right under the
Is
bus.
the defense witness, is it the state's first cross? I think that's how we had been doing it yesterday.
No, actually, we're doing it just this way.
Yeah, I've been,
Okay.
this is the first time he's gone, and then we go through all the defense, and then you'll have your chance.
Some foundation questions to begin with, please. Your testimony as you began representing Mr. Wade as his attorney on what date or what approximate date?
I didn't have an approximate date.
Okay, and give me an approximate date when you began acting as Mr. Wade's attorney.
I would say it was, if I'm speculating.
I really don't want you to speculate. I mean, you're the one that was the attorney and Mr. Wade was the client.
Correct.
So give us the ballpark figure of when it was that you began acting as his attorney.
Maybe 2017, 2018, I think, maybe.
And the purpose for which you were retained?
His divorce.
So, according to you, from that time period, your communications with Mr. Wade with regard to the divorce or any matters related to the divorce, it's your position are confidential, are privileged, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Now, did you ever meet with Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade prior to, and everything I'm asking you is prior to November of 2021, okay? Keep that in mind. That's.
Why are you yelling?
I don't think he's yelling, Mr. Bradley. He's just speaking up. All right, Mr. Sadal, let's go.
Thank you. Prior to Mr. Wade getting his contract with Fulton County, which was November 1st of 2021. Okay?
Oh, he's yelling.
Keep that in mind.
November 1st of 2021.
Right. Did you ever socialize with Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis prior to November 1st of 2021?
I've never socialized with Mr. Wade or Ms. Willis in any setting. If you're asking, have I ever met with them, then I would say yes. But when you say socialize, what do you mean socialize?
Have you ever gone out to eat with both of them?
Before 2021, I do not
Or
think
November 1st of 2021?
out to eat with both of them before. When was she sworn in? I'm sorry. When was she sworn in? There was a dinner before. When she was sworn in that I attended. Shaquille O'Neal was there.
So sorry.
It
Thank you,
was like her
Siegfried.
inauguration dinner. So I'm thinking that's before 2021. So I would say
Let's
yes.
assume for purposes of my question that
Yes,
that's in early January of 2021.
Oh, that is early January 2021. So yes, it will be before November. So if it was January, yes, that dinner would have been in, I'm assuming, January.
Okay. And any other time that you socialized, went out to eat, went to anyone's home, you know what socialized is?
Exactly. So no, I
Of
did
course.
not
Thank
socialize
you, guys.
with Mr.
Sorry about
Willis.
that.
With Miss Willis and Mr. Wade.
So prior to November 1st of 2021, did Miss Willis come to your offices? The offices that you shared with Mr. Wade.
I think she came once or twice to our office, correct?
And the purpose for which she came?
I don't know. We had separate offices. I do recall I do recall some type of meeting happening at our office, and I don't know what that was about. I wasn't a part of those meetings. There was a meeting, there were other people there.
Oh, butterflies, the sky is the
There were
worst.
other
I mean,
people
and that's saying
from
something.
I want to say DA's office there, maybe.
Okay, let's go back to the basics. Ms. Willis came to your offices, together offices, on a couple different occasions.
I recall Ms. Willis coming to my office at least twice.
And on at least one of those occasions, or you tell us, did Ms. Willis meet privately with Mr. Wade in his office that you observed or heard?
I can't recall.
You can't recall?
No.
Did she ever meet with you in your office? Ms. Willis now.
Privately in my office? No. I've never met privately in any office with her outside of signing this contract.
Did Mr. Wade, prior to November 1st of 2021, ever talk to you about socializing with Ms. Willis?
I can't recall.
You can't recall?
You're asking me if he ever mentioned to me that he socialized
with Ms. Willis, correct?
And I'm saying I cannot recall if he socialized with Ms. Willis, if he ever mentioned to me that he socialized.
Did he ever mention to you that he ate or went out to dinner with Ms. Willis?
Oh, this
Again,
is
time
dumb.
period before
I don't
November
recall.
1st of 2021.
No. No. We weren't talking at that. You're trying to lip read. Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
Did he, repeat your question?
Mr. Wade ever tell you prior to November 1st of 2021 that he had socialized, gone out to eat, visited Ms. Willis in anything other than a professional setting?
I'm sure he did, maybe. I don't recall any specifics of any dinners, any specific places. It's been 3 years ago, the time frame, but I do not recall at this time whether or not he ever mentioned any dinners or socializing.
Did Mr. Wade mention to you that he visited Ms. Willis at Ms. Willis's then current abode, which would have been a place, not her original house, but a place she was staying in the period of 2021 before November 1 of 2021? And his question is, did Mr. Wade ever tell you that he visited Ms. Willis at her house?
I don't think I can answer that.
Yeah, privilege based on communication with my client, also based on hearsay.
Mr. State, if you want to try and rephrase the question, you can, but otherwise that would be sustained.
On both grounds or just on the privilege ground?
Just both. I didn't hear a second ground. What
The hearsay ground.
Oh, that would be on privilege alone.
Did you talk to Mr. Wade at all about his relationship with Ms. Willis prior to November 1st of 2021?
I think he's just laying a record, Mr. Wade. It's okay. And so on those same grounds, Mr. State Allen, all subsequent grounds, apparently the relationship with Ms. Willis in any way is covered by privilege according to this witness.
Well, I think the key words, respectfully, Your Honor, are according to this witness.
Good point.
So I'm trying to drill down to see if there are communications that are not within the privilege.
Sure.
I can.
So then we need to acknowledge the privilege in the form of your question, right?
You're asking me to ask it as in a way saying, are there any non-privileged?
Essentially.
Okay. Did you ever communicate with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021 about Ms. Willis that was not privileged?
I mean, we discussed this contract, but But
This contract doesn't help. You have to give me a exhibit number, please.
you said before November 2021?
Yeah, November 1st of 2021.
Before November, this contract for 1/25/21 is before that. So I mean, we discussed this contract.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, again, just give me that exhibit number so we can reference it.
Exhibit 23.
Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 second. On exhibit 23, did I understand you to say that it was Mr. Wade that in effect brought you and Ms. Willis together for the contract?
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay. And what did you understand was a relationship at that point between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade, for Mr. Wade to be able to bring you to Ms. Willis for the contract? It's not a hard question. It's
No,
really
I'm
simple.
just, say that again?
Mr. Wade is the one that basically says to you, go see Ms. Willis about this contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a yes, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
So Mr. Wade had to have some knowledge, you would assume.
Yes.
Right? That you going to Ms. Willis might bring you the contract.
I
right?
never went to Miss Willis. So I stated I never went to Miss Willis.
No.
I was told about that there was a potential contract, and I was asked by Mr. Wade if I would be interested in doing that contract.
You know, they're doing business as lawyers? Is that,
What was the basis
Counselor?
that you
Is that what you were
understood Mr.
doing?
Wade
Business?
being able to potentially offer you that contract on Ms. Willis's behalf?
I'm going to object to that. That's a mischaracterization. Mr. Wade offered it to him. I think he said he expressed interest. And also, I don't see the relevance of this at all.
So just in terms of relevance or phrasing, I'll overrule on those grounds. So the question is standing unobjected to, Mr. Bradley?
Can you repeat the question?
You've explained to us how the contract
Yes.
came to you, correct?
Yes.
And my question is, what was your understanding of the relationship of Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis for it to have been offered, or whatever word you want to use, for him to have said, expressed to you whether you had an interest in the contract?
Privilege.
All right.
Mr. Evans,
don't you
I'll
think
finish
if
my question, so Mr. Seymour,
Nathan,
can you clarify
or if
whether-
Wade
Was
was,
it a
sorry,
privileged conversation
Nathan
that
Wade-
you had with Mr. Wade that let you know about the contract?
Or, it was the relationship was the question you're focused on.
yeah.
Is the nature, no, I'm trying to do it in such a way, and I understand what the court said. Was the relationship that I asked you about just now between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis that gave rise to the contract? Did you know about that relationship as a result of an attorney-client communication?
No.
What?
I knew of
Those are
that,
two different questions.
Through whatever work they did together as municipal
They were a
court
law
judges.
firm, yeah, they were a law firm
that's-
working,
And
okay.
how did you know that? Who told you
So
about the
dumb.
work that they did together as municipal court judges?
He was a partner in the firm.
Mr. Wade told me that they did work at some conference.
Okay, now, this would have been something that Mr. Wade said, according to your time period, at the time that you were representing Mr. Wade, correct?
Say that again? SLE?
Mr. Wade would have told you what you just told the court after you had established an attorney-client relationship with Mr. Wade, correct?
Yes, but when he told me of them being at
Wasn't that
a
more the
conference,
common knowledge?
I mean, I'm not understanding how relate. I'm trying to understand your question.
Well, my question is basically, you had communications with Mr. Wade directly that
Yes.
were not attorney-client privilege, right?
I've had conversations with Mr. Wade that were not attorney-client privilege, yes.
That involved Ms. Willis, correct?
I just stated that they were at a conference. I don't know whether or not that involved her or not.
Well, if he's talking about her, that is, if Mr. Wade is telling you about Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade having met at a conference, right? And he's talking about Ms. Willis, correct?
They're both pretty equally
Yes, but he
offensive.
also told me about other people that he met at the conference.
But he told you about Ms. Willis as well, correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so there were communications in which Ms. Willis was at least a topic that was not covered by attorney-client privilege, correct?
Stop it. Stop it.
This particular instance, I was told about a conference. And
Conference was the subject,
And
not
when
the
were you told
attendees.
this?
I can't remember the dates of the conference, but it was after. It would have been after the conference.
Okay, I'm trying to get just the time period here. After the conference, I want you to understand from the record, I believe we've shown that the conference was sometime in October of 2019, okay? So could you give us an idea, that being a fact, when you would have had this communication about meeting with Ms. Willis at the that is Mr. Wade meeting Ms. Willis at the conference?
If that's the conference that they were at, yes, then, I don't know.
It really is a
how
toss-up.
many municipal court conferences there are. I do know that at the
I have a
time that
feeling
was
we're in
the
for
firm,
some
Mr.
pretty
Wade
bad lawyers
was,
this season.
He had some position with the municipal court.
Yeah, right now my only question is time-wise, assuming it's October of 2019, when do you tend to remember? What's your best recollection of when Mr. Wade told you about having
I can't remember because I didn't even remember that it was October 2019 until you said that.
So you don't have a present recollection?
I do not remember that, no.
Had to be before the contract, though, in January of 2021, correct?
That they met?
No, that you were told about Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis meeting at the conference had to be before.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yes, it would have been before that, yes.
So, what other communications did you have with Mr. Wade about Ms. Willis that are not privileged? We know of one, about the meeting at the conference. Are you suggesting that that's the only one you ever had about Ms. Willis that isn't?
I cannot recall any. I cannot recall.
You cannot recall whether there were any other communications that weren't privileged?
No.
I'll be specific, and I understand there's probably going to be objections, but I want the record to reflect. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021 about Mr. Wade dating Ms. Willis?
Mr. Wade has risen. An objection is sustained for the record. Excuse me, Mr. Evans.
Say that again?
You don't have to answer the question, Mr. Brown. Next question, Mr. State.
Well, I understand it's been objected to and the court has sustained the objection. Can you tell us the circumstances in which, that is, under which Mr. Wade may have told you about dating? What I want to do is try to figure out if we can, you tell me if you want me, if I can do this. I'd like to know how the communications themselves took place, where they took place, how they took place, under what circumstance, whether he was at the time providing advice or seeking advice. So those are the basics. If I can ask you as to all those, but if the court's going to sustain the objection to the then I don't
There's
want to
going to be
waste
a
your
lot
time.
of disbarments after this too.
So I'll note the question and your question for the record, and I'll sustain the privilege objection to that.
Okay, all of this prior to November 1st, 2021. Okay? I'm going to show you two text messages. I don't have a hard copy.
Text message?
That one. Yeah, they really are trying to trip everybody up. And, I just haven't heard anything that makes me go, oh my God, they need to get a new prosecutor immediately. I don't see it. I see normal people behaving in normal ways. I don't know.
These are text messages.
Do you want to get into the content?
I'm going to set up a question based on here's.
Okay, yeah. Tell me what you're Habba dabba doo. Her daddy will bail her out. Her daddy's like a Knights of Malta person.
And then I'm gonna frame the appropriate question, and then you're gonna object. We'll see where we are. May I approach?
You may, sir.
Seems to me Mr. Wade is a gentleman. That's what I'm gathering from this little circus.
Of course, of course. Okay. Kind of hard to reject, I haven't asked the question. And I know it's coming. Okay. Then you must be a soothsayer. Mr. Bradley, I showed you 2 text messages, correct? Both of those text messages occurred on January the 5th of 2024 at approximately 11:56 a.m. Am I correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And the text messages would have been between you and Miss Merchant, correct?
I didn't see it. Yes, it should be.
Okay. And I've shown the same 2 to prosecution, so we're talking about the same 2. In the text message to Miss Merchant, you indicated knowledge of some activity on the part of Mr. Wade, correct? I haven't asked him anything about what the...
Flag for the court that this is a topic and a specific exchange that Ms. Merchant went into, and there were objections that were sustained.
All right, understood.
Yes. And it's your testimony that the information that you imparted to Ms. Merchant in these 2 text messages is based entirely on confidential communications between you and Mr. Wade, correct?
Objection. He's referencing specific knowledge. The specific knowledge comes from Mr. Wade, which is we've already established as privilege.
Well, no, the question, he didn't get into anything. He just said, are these 2 text messages about privileged communications? We haven't actually, he's tested. I don't see an issue there.
Yes. And is it your testimony that the knowledge that you have, which you imparted in these 2 text messages, came from Mr. Wade and Mr. Wade alone?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us when it was that Mr. Wade imparted this information to you?
Objection.
All right, and I think that...
That's what you're going to do.
Sure, so I'll sustain that on privilege.
And I'm going to introduce for the record, when we finish these 2 text messages, so that Your Honor has those back there, so that you can...
Sure, what would they be marked as?
What do you have?
I have a whole set.
Okay.
We are up to 24.
I'm going to go ahead.
I know her dad was so great.
I think it'll be
Her dad was
defense exhibit
fantastic.
26. You have to give me a real pen.
Really, Fani and the entire camp have really just
All right,
shown
this
up
is
like
marked
bosses.
in- And on the record, it's Defense Exhibit 26, but not necessarily for its
This is not admitted
evidentiary
26.
value.
This is for purposes of the court conducting the in-camera review. And put a staple in it to make sure that you see it. No charge?
No, it's free.
All right, Ms. Seda, what else?
All right, so there was also reference, if I remember correctly, to some email correspondence in which Ms. Merchant sent you the motion that she was going to file to disqualify Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade for your review. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was sent to you in an email?
That was correct.
And did you respond to it in an email?
I don't think I responded to her in email.
Ashley, do we know?
He responded by text.
He responded by text. I'm sorry, I mischaracterized it. He responded by text?
If I can look at my text, I can, but I'm assuming I did, but.
Okay, I'm going to get it for you because I don't want there to be any assumption. As soon as we have it. Let me show you. This is here. I don't have anything besides what I just handed
So, is that what you're?
Okay. I'm going to show you if I might approach. I made reference to an email that Ms. Merchant would have sent you about the motion she was going to file. If you look at this, does this appear to be the email that you received? It's dated January the 6th, 2024 at 10:20, 10:25 a.m.
Yeah, I see it, the email, yes.
So that's the email that you received, correct? Along with, obviously, the attachment, which is referenced.
Yes.
Okay. And then, did you respond to that email within the text message that I've just placed before you?
Yes, I said looks good.
So the answer is yes.
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay. Then we'll mark this as another exhibit for your honor to look at. Since you love my tone, can I have a seat? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that part. Okay, I'm going to have these marked as 27. Okay? All right, so is it your position that what is reflected, let me hand it to you. Okay. What's the court's rule? To ask him not to answer.
We'll take it case by case. I think he's doing all right, so we need to ask for this witness.
Is it your position that your response, which is the second page of Defense Exhibit 27, is based on a confidential or confidential communications that you had with Mr. Wade?
Do you want me to read the response?
No, I'm only asking you whether or not the response, you actually already said what it said. I don't want you to read it again. Is that response, based on confidential communications that you had with Mr. Wade?
Objection, this is privileged and cumulative.
All right, so now we're talking about the email, potentially referencing the motion as a whole. He hasn't been asked to actually confirm or deny any specifics, just to say whether his response is privileged. So I think we're just laying the foundation, just like we did with the text message. So you can answer that question, sir.
Was my response privileged?
No. Was your response to the email of Ms. Merchant, which is on page 1 of that exhibit, is your response, which is on page 2, is that based on knowledge that you received from Mr. Wade pursuant to confidential communications?
Yes.
Have you discussed with the district attorney's office this case, or your purported testimony?
Of my testimony?
Yes.
No.
At all?
No.
No prep, no conversations, no nothing?
No.
Have you given your attorneys, for this matter, did you give them permission to speak with the district attorney's office?
Well, he can assert his own privilege, but that's kind of crazy.
Is there a objection to be heard?
Absolutely, this is privileged
Okay, sustained.
communication.
Stay down. Next question.
Do you know whether or not your attorneys shared privileged information with the district attorney's office?
No, I don't know what my attorneys shared or didn't share. I don't know if they even met.
Last question. Have you spoken to Mr. Wade prior to today? No, actually, withdraw. You're no longer in the same partnership or fee-sharing arrangement with Mr. Wade, correct?
That's correct.
When did you leave that fee-sharing partnership, pseudo-partnership arrangement?
I don't remember the hard date, but maybe sometime like July, August of 2022, I think.
Okay. And what was the reason for the partnership or the fee-sharing arrangements? What caused the separation?
I wanted to leave and go out on my own.
And that's the only reason?
I wanted to leave and go out on my own, yes.
I understand, but that was the only reason. There wasn't any suggestions or allegations of any form of misconduct on either part, either on your part or Mr. Wade's part, correct?
Misconduct of what?
Trying not to get into the specifics. Was there any allegations made of suspected misconduct on your part or on Mr. Wade's part? That's a fairly simple question.
Oh my gosh, Michael, thank you. I'm happy that I have people to watch it with.
Did he accuse you of doing anything? Did you accuse him of doing anything? Without getting into what it is, were there any accusations made by you or him against each other?
We had a disagreement, yes.
And had that disagreement have anything to do with Miss Willis?
Oh, no.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with your conduct?
No.
Did it have anything to do with his conduct?
Hold on, wait. So we had a disagreement. Whether the disagreement was, we disagreed. And so we dissolved, I left the firm.
Right. And was the disagreement having anything to do with alleged or supposed misconduct by either one of you?
If you define misconduct, I'm telling you we had a disagreement and we...
Just tell me what the disagreement was then.
The disagreement is mine to know. I mean, I don't see the relevance of the disagreement that I had. It had nothing to do with this Trump case or any other case.
I'm simply getting a question asked, what was the disagreement? It's not privileged, correct?
No, that is privileged.
Oh, it is privileged. Why is that privileged?
Because it's privileged. I can tell the court in camera, but it was privileged.
Ask a few questions further to see if this is actually something that does fall within that privilege. We can take it from there.
Did it have anything to do with you representing Mr. Wade in any capacity? Excuse me.
It would fall in that line, yes.
But your testimony is that it has nothing to do with your representation of Mr. Wade in connection with Miss Willis.
As it a connection to Miss Willis, that's correct.
It's connected to the matter for which you were hired by Mr. Wade?
I wasn't hired by Mr. Wade.
I thought you were the attorney representing him in the divorce.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you were saying something else. Oh, yes. So will it apply as to whether I was hired during the divorce? Yes, that's correct.
I'm not sure what this correct means under that. You kind of got lost on it.
Yes, the question.
Did not
Hey, anybody see the Angoron? I heard the Angoron decision is made, but I can't find it. Anybody have a...
This was whose decision was at that point? Did you stop representing Mr. Wade?
It wasn't at that point, no.
Was it before that?
No, it was after that.
Okay. And How much longer did you represent Mr. Wade in the divorce action?
I'll have to see the divorce proceeding to see Mr. Wade. I represented Mr. Wade for a time after that. He represented me in a construction case for a time after that. And I'll have to look at the filings. I ended up hiring new counsel for my construction case.
Wow.
He ended up, but it wasn't right at that moment. It wasn't in a matter of weeks. It was.
I'm gonna just turn him down just a little tiny bit.
So you continued representing him in connection with the divorce?
Well, it's
case
out. Here,
after
hold on.
you had the
Summary.
separation that you've made reference to.
You guys want me to read it?
Yes, and he continued to represent me on a construction case.
But the separation,
Oh my God,
at
why is
least
that so
in
hard to
part,
read?
if I heard you correctly, and please tell me if I'm wrong, had something to do with your representation of him in the divorce case.
That is correct.
Now,
Okay.
Mr. Wade has testified that he did not have a relationship, a personal relationship, a romantic relationship
Hold on.
with Miss Willis until sometime
92
early in 2022.
pages.
Okay? I'm leaving that as the premise for what I'm about to ask you.
Okay, here we go.
Do you possess information that counters
Hi,
that, that's
Harry.
inconsistent
How are
with
you?
that?
Good to see you. Long time. No see. Here we go.
Any information
Ordered.
Bradley has would be privileged.
The defendants, Donald Trump and all the other bitches, are hereby enjoined from applying for loans from any financial institution chartered by or registered with the New York Department of Financial Services for a period of 3 years. Further ordered, Eric and Donald Trump Jr. are hereby enjoined from serving as an officer or director of any New York corporation or other legal entity for a period of 2 years.
Possesses information which is inconsistent.
Holy shit.
Without getting into the
I'm just going to turn it down a little bit. Let's see. Ordered, the court's September 6, 2623 decision is modified solely to the extent of vacating the directive to cancel defendants' business certificates without prejudice to renewal upon the recommendation of the independent monitor based on substantial evidence. And it is further ordered that Honorable Barbara Jones shall continue in her role as independent monitor for no less than 3 years. Further, within 30 days, Barbara Jones shall submit a proposed court order outlining the specific authority she needs and the obligations of defendants in order to effectuate a productive and enhanced monitorship going forward. And it is further ordered that an independent director of compliance shall be installed at the Trump Organization at defendants' expense to ensure compliance with financial reporting obligations and to establish internal written accounting and financial reporting protocols. Further ordered within 30 days, Honorable Barbara Jones should submit to this court a list of persons who she recommends to be appointed to the Trump Organization's independent director of compliance. Let me see. I missed some of them in the beginning. Whoa, there's a lot of. All right. So, defendants: Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, Alan Weisselberg, Jeffrey McConney, Donald Trump Revocable Trust, Trump Organization, are liable under the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th causes of action. Alan Weisselberg and Jeffrey McConney are liable under the 6th cause of action. Defendants Donald Trump Trust, Trump Organization, other organizations are jointly and severably liable to plaintiff in the amount of $168,040,168 with prejudgment interest from March 4th, 2019. And it is ordered that Donald Trump Trust Organization, etc., pay another $126.8 million. I guess he's paying over $300 million. $300 million is the judgment. Let's see. But they're only stopping them from. Okay, so Alan Weisselberg and Jeffrey McConney are hereby permanently enjoined from serving in the financial control function of any New York corporation or similar business entity registered and/or licensed in New York State. Further ordered that Donald Trump, Alan Weisselberg, Jeffrey McConney are hereby enjoined from serving as an officer or director of any New York corporation or other legal entity in New York for a period of 3 years. Only 3 years, really. Except for Weisselberg and McConney are permanently enjoined. What the hell's that all about?
Inconsistent with what Mr. Wade testified to under oath.
You're telling me they were the drama?
Make a determination
Please.
whether it can be used here or whether it just remains in the record sealed.
So my intent would be to make the distinction of, from the in-camera hearing, if I still determine that everything is covered by privilege, then anything else that is said cannot go into the factual determinations.
Sorry.
Or the determinations that need to be made.
355 million
And
is
so
the
just
total
the
collection
issue
of judgments
whether the
against him.
privilege did or did not exist is preserved.
Okay, so, again, just to follow through to make sure. So if the court knows that there's
Well,
been
I guess
fraud
they're
upon
not
the court
enjoined permanently
through the
because they're
lie
so
of
fucking
Mr.
stupid?
Wade,
Or they played off stupid?
none of us are going to know that that in fact occurred, and the court's going to be in a position of making a determination on the motion, even though the court knows that it doesn't have all the information, truthful information.
I'll take a closer look at the case law you provided to see if that is actually a variation of the crime fraud exception. And I'll apply the crime fraud exception as I see it.
Right. And again, I'm not suggesting it is a variation. It is totally separate from crime fraud. It has nothing to do with using the legal advice of the attorney in order to commit a crime. It's you go ahead and commit fraud or lie to the court when you fully know that someone, your attorney, has information which is counter or inconsistent with what you've testified to.
And to that end, Mr. State out, that is something that you can, I mean, I've got this case from Ohio, but if you can find something more on point in Georgia before we schedule
Other
this
than
for
the one I
argument.
gave you,
The
1935 case.
The Atlanta Bottling Company. I don't think it went that far. I think it just kind of said the sword and shield language, and it didn't go so far as to say that there's this alternative.
I dropped a link for the one of the tweets about it from the Jack Smith account. You know, that Jack Smith account.
Mr. Durham.
No question, Your Honor.
There's a link to it.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Rice.
I have a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Bradley.
Good point. It's a great. Oh, you're
were
welcome,
counsel for Mr.
butterflies.
Wade in the divorce case when the interrogatories were initially served on opposing counsel on or about December 27th of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And you were also counsel for him when the amended interrogatories were served on May 30th of 2023, correct?
That's incorrect.
So you ceased representing him sometime before May 30th of 2023.
That's correct.
At any point during the divorce proceedings, was a pleading filed with the court or a paper served on opposing counsel that purported to have your signature that you were not the one that signed or authorized your signature on it?
Say that again?
Did anyone sign your signature without your authorization on any pleading or any other paperwork served on opposing counsel in the divorce proceeding?
I don't think so. If you have the documents, I can authenticate my signature.
And you have testified that you also practice criminal law and divorce law and perhaps other types of law as well?
That's correct.
And are you aware that OCG 16-6-19 defines adultery as a misdemeanor crime in the state of Georgia?
If you say so, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Judge, I would ask the court to take judicial notice of that.
What?
For what relevance?
Yeah.
Judge, I think it does go directly to the crime fraud exception. Because before we draw objection, because if Mr. Wade was providing information to him, to his counsel about his intent to either commit
I know, I
adultery
skipped to the
or that he
ordered,
was committing
so
adultery,
ordered
then
part.
that would be a misdemeanor crime. It would implicate the crime fraud exception. And additionally, as we know from yesterday's evidence,
Well,
we
let me
have
pause you there. Isn't adultery, as a statute, just on its face, been found unconstitutional? You can't actually charge anyone with adultery anymore.
It is still current in the
Then it
state.
can't be a
Are you kidding me?
It's still a current charge.
Let's move on to that next argument.
No, you better move on, you motherfucker.
Additionally, Judge, with regard to the interrogatories, we have 3 different sets of interrogatories that were filed.
People are allowed to amend their
beginning of
interrogatories,
yesterday,
apparently,
21,
so that's
May of
legal.
23,
Sorry,
December of
next.
23, that contain false information.
I think it's any business, Michael.
We also have
Any
the
business in
January
New York.
24 that contains the invocation of privilege. So to the extent that this witness
She will,
has
Curtis. Yeah,
information,
Barbara Jones seems to be, I don't know.
both with the
We'll
original
see, I guess.
interrogatories that were filed in December of 2021 And frankly, with regard
And it
to
said a
later
period of no
dealing
less
with
than 3
counsel,
years she would be the
that would
independent
be a
monitor.
false
So
swearing and fraud on
they're
the
not
court,
saying
which
it
again
all
is a
ends after
criminal
3
offense.
years.
And therefore the crime fraud exception would apply as well.
Okay. Understood.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Gillen.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bradley.
Good afternoon.
Been a long day. When did you sign your engagement letter with Mr. Wade to represent him in divorce proceedings?
Not going to answer that.
It would have to be 2017, 2018. Same time frame, 2017, 2018.
So did you sign or have signed an engagement letter to represent him, or are you just speculating?
I can't recall. I mean, we were in we shared space. I can't recall if there was a contract or if there is a contract. I think there is a contract, but right now it would be speculation.
Right now, sitting here, you do not know whether or not you had a signed engagement letter with Mr. Wade discussing the parameters of your legal representation of him. Isn't that correct?
That's not correct. I mean, I can't say. I don't have my files or anything with me.
Well, sitting here, you do not have specific recollection or knowledge that you even had an engagement letter to represent him. Isn't that right?
I think I had an engagement letter, but I do not know specifically if I had an engagement letter.
Well, when did you open a file? Did you open when you represent someone, you open a file in your office? And when did you open the file on Mr. Wade?
I am going to object to the relevance of
Yeah,
this line of question.
relevance.
There's been no dispute by the attorney or the client that there was an attorney-client relationship, and so I object to the relevance of the circumstances under which that engagement began, because as Mr. Gillen knows, that's not a factor in determining whether there was a true attorney-client relationship.
Well, Your Honor, it's not just up to Mr. Wade and Mr. Bradley, it's up to the court.
I agree with you there, Mr. Gillen, and so I'll give you a little bit of leeway, but I don't think we can spend too much time on this.
No,
so
okay,
we'll see.
Your Honor. Now, did you or did you not open a file in your law practice with Mr. Wade's name on it, yes or no?
Yes, I had a file with Mr. Wade's name on it.
When did you open that file?
I'm assuming 2017, 2018. I can't tell you the exact date. I've said that 3 or 4 times.
Well, let's approach it from another angle. When is the first invoice that you sent to Mr. Wade for your legal representation?
I didn't send him an invoice in that capacity.
So what we have here is you're not knowing whether you even have an engagement letter. You don't know whether you actually even billed him, correct?
I represented Mr. Wade. I signed the documents that we filed. I filed the documents. There's depositions that I had with the divorce attorney that was representing his wife.
I'm sorry, sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, did you bill him in your capacity as the lawyer that you're telling him?
I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, did you have any invoices where you billed him on an hourly basis?
I don't recall.
And the answer really is no, isn't it, sir?
I don't recall.
And the reason why it's no, isn't it, is because what happened is that you
That's
and Mr.
badgering.
Wade were in a law practice together, and it was a very small work environment, correct?
It was a work environment, yes.
A work environment where you and him would meet and talk literally every day, correct?
Not every day, no.
Well, almost every day.
Not almost every day. I stated earlier that I ran one side of a practice. Mr. Wade did, and we rarely were there at the same time. I stated that earlier today.
So, well, just give us totally how much money you got for representing Mr. Wade in this, since 2017 or whenever you told us, up until you dropped off.
Doesn't have to disclose that, does he?
I don't recall.
Would the answer be zero?
I do not recall.
Well, you would know whether you got paid or not, wouldn't you, sir?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall whether you as an attorney got a single dollar to represent Mr. Wade,
Oh.
correct?
That's correct.
Because you really
correct.
did it as a friend, didn't you?
No, I did it as an attorney.
Well, an attorney that wasn't being paid. You were doing it pro bono for a friend, weren't
He
you?
doesn't recall. Stop this. It's badgering.
Saying that, Mr. Gillen, I think the
Thank
lowest
you.
money doesn't even have to change hands for that relationship. I'm making a finding based on the evidence that's already been presented, namely the fact that he signed pleadings to the depositions on Mr. Wade's behalf, that attorney-client relationship did exist.
Well,
At some
okay,
point.
I was just laying the foundation to the circumstances in terms of the
Nobody cares.
non-billing from the
Nobody
2017
cares.
period, and whether there was really
Nobody
an
cares.
attorney-client privilege there. That's
Nobody
what I
cares.
was trying to do.
Okay.
Well,
If
you failed.
If the dispute is just when it occurred, you can try to hone in on that, but the questions I've heard so far are more from you were never paid ever, it was from a overall angle.
Well, from 2017 until November of 2021, you didn't receive a dollar from Mr. Wade for your supposed or your representation of him, correct?
I don't have the file in front of me, and I do not recall.
Okay. And the reality of it is, as I mentioned or asked you a few minutes ago, is that it was a small firm and you were doing him as essentially a favor as a friend and as a law partner, correct?
No, I was representing him as an attorney. Were we in the practice together? Yes. And were we, or are we friends? I mean, we were friends at the time, yes.
Well, you were friends.
But he has to put up the money plus, right, Curtis,
Yes.
to do an
in a small
appeal.
firm,
Is that
and
true
I
in
know, 'cause
this
I'm
case?
in a small firm, people will sit around the office and talk
He has to
about
put up
their
bond
social
in the
life
amount
and
of the
what they're
judgment
doing,
and then
correct?
some?
Correct.
If that happens in your small firm, yes, yes.
Well, that doesn't happen, or did it happen in your small firm?
The witness has been asked very specific questions about conversations about socialization, and we've gone on through it, so I think this is asking actually others.
All right, I'll let him answer this one question, overruled.
Repeat the question.
Well, did you in your small firm have occasion to where people would sit around and socialize and talk about what was going on in their lives as opposed to merely talking about the law?
Yes.
And you had those conversations with Mr. Wade as a friend on a social basis, didn't you?
Objection, going back into the privileged communication.
Not yet, but it might.
I assume, yes, we talked about sports. We talked about, sports a whole lot.
You talked about life and about what was going on in your life and what was going on in his life, right? Right?
Sometimes, very rarely, yes, sometimes.
And that is what you do in a small work environment when you know people very well and you do favors for them, correct?
Again, I'm going to object here.
Yeah,
All right,
let's just stop.
Sustain next
He's
question,
dumb.
Mr. Gillen.
Now, in that capacity, didn't you have discussions with Mr. Wade about what was going on in his social life? That had nothing to do with him asking you legal advice.
Objection, to be more specific.
I think he's just asked whether he socializes outside of legal advice, so I think you can answer that question.
I did answer the question. I said we talked about sports a lot.
And I'm asking, sports is one thing. The social life, did you talk about each other's social life, like Mr. Wade, and who he was dating?
All right, so that'll be sustained on privilege.
Yeah,
Your
bye.
Honor, for the record, I would state that my objection would be
Nobody cares.
that the privilege only protects communications in
Okay.
furtherance of
Blah,
seeking
blah,
out
blah.
legal advice,
All right.
not talking about
Womp
something that might be personal or confidential. And that's
Oh, right,
that's
in
the
both of
distinction that
them.
I would draw.
I think that's a accurate legal point. However, I think the witness.
You should
has
put
already
up
good question to test
Mara
on this point.
Flarto
No,
because it's
next
worth so
question.
much.
you got into the fact that you were the initial attorney on the divorce case, correct?
That is correct.
Now, did you and Mr. Wade, without getting into discussions, did you and Mr. Wade together prepare his responses to the interrogatories which were filed initially in the divorce case?
Isn't that work product of attorney-client privilege? Come on now.
About the interrogatory responses, preparation of
Yeah.
the case.
That's
and
that's
all
attorney,
covered
right?
Attorney-client as well.
Mr. Gill?
Well, I don't think it's attorney-client. Did they
Yeah, it
meet
is.
together, and when the interrogatory
Oh.
answers were filed?
I'm not even a lawyer.
Did he file them, and did he do that in concert with his client? There's nothing privileged there.
Did they
No,
meet and
you
work together?
you
and
did,
work,
yeah. You fucked up.
Taking the form of them talking back and forth to each other on the right responses?
I'll change it a little bit. Did you review
Yeah, we know.
yourself the interrogatory responses given in the divorce case?
I did.
And whatever knowledge that you had when you were involved in the interrogatory responses, you had the knowledge of all that material or information that you had without getting into the content.
Objection.
You had all of that knowledge and information. I'm sorry, let me get my question out
That's
before
what I was trying to
he
say.
objects. And when you filed those interrogatories, you had all the knowledge and information that you had obtained from Mr. Wade from 2017 up until the date the interrogatories were filed, didn't you, sir?
Okay, so that's, the follow-up question to that is going to be incorporating knowledge learned during communication. So
No, I'm not going to have a follow-up question. I just want to know whether is that the case? When he filed the interrogatory forms, he had all of the information that he had discussed with Mr. Wade from 2017 up until the time. That's it. That's my final question.
Okay. In which case, without doing that extra assuming link that he based his answers on those communications, it has no relevance.
Well, it does in the sense that it shows what knowledge he may have had.
No, apparently it doesn't.
When he, the
According
attorney,
to the
is
judge.
filing interrogatory responses. That's what it shows.
Okay. I'm still not seeing the relevance of his knowledge as the attorney filing the responses.
That's a good
unless
point,
you're linking this
Curtis.
back to-
Barbara Jones has to
It gets back,
be
Your
involved
Honor,
all the
to
way
whether or
along,
not,
so.
if you're an attorney and you're filing an interrogatory response, which you have reason to believe, or specific information to know that certain responses are not accurate, then you shouldn't be filing. And now, so that's where I was going with that. So if he's got a body of knowledge over here that's built up from his communications with Mr. Wade that everyone so dearly doesn't want everyone to know about, in spite of the allegations made against Ms. Merchant, now.
So what if the question was, did you, when you signed your name to the interrogatories, did you commit any knowing fraudulent statement and submitting those to the court at the time? Would there be a problem with that statement or that question?
Well, I mean, I think that is a conclusion that others could draw, like the court. I just want to know that he had all that information at the time that he, as the attorney, filed the interrogatories. That's it.
We would object. This does fall under attorney-client, and he is making presumptions about when information may have or not have been disseminated to Mr. Bradley in his capacity as attorney. He didn't have to know about anything at the time of, in the middle of, at the end of, or he may never have had that information. There's too much presumption associated with it. The whole matter is covered on his privilege.
One comment on that, Your Honor. We have spent almost a day talking about trying to block public the dissemination of what Mr. Wade said, either as an attorney or in any capacity, about his relationship with Ms. Willis prior to November the 1st, 2021. And questions about discussions in 2019.
I think it was an old-fashioned corporation part. I think it was really
claiming the
old-fashioned.
privilege. And now to say, well, that doesn't mean that he learned something after. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know the
what
state
did you know
laws there.
at the time the interrogatories were filed, and everything that now they're claiming privilege. Well, that's fine. The court will address that in chamber and in due course. What did you know?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gillen, I really don't see the distinction. So your question's noted for the record and your objection as well.
All right, and I'll follow up with this. Now.
No, just go ahead and sit down.
Removing yourself from the case, the divorce case, correct? You withdrew from the divorce case, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that as a result of your concern about any of the accuracies or representations which have been made by your client in the divorce case?
No.
Objection.
Really? Come on now.
Okay, so that's going to cover communications during the relationship?
Well, Your Honor, hypothetically, not saying this is the case, hypothetically, if Mr. Bradley, knowing, let's say hypothetically, that he speaking with Mr. Wade, was aware that the intimate or personal relationship, romantic relationship, existed prior to November the 1st, 2021, and started in 2019 or 2020, if he's armed with that information that he's obtained from Mr. Wade, but Mr. Wade would want to insist on responding to interrogatories which were contrary to the information that Mr. Bradley would have, then I'm asking him whether he took steps as an attorney to say, I cannot be a part of that or countenance that, therefore I'm withdrawing from the case.
Sure. I still see that as covering their communications. So I'll sustain that objection.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
Thank you.
Mr. Kucherov, are you still with us?
I can appreciate the fact that you have to go through these things in a court of law, as my
Anyone on behalf of
legal
Mr. Floyd
eagle
still joining
minds
us?
will
All right, moving on. Mr. Cromwell.
correct me, rightfully
Two brief
so,
questions,
that these
Your Honor. I think
things,
we
some
can
of these things have to take
really
place in order for our
exhaust
justice system to be
Legal
fulsome.
Bradley. When did you withdraw from Mr. Wade's divorce case?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't have the
Can you
file.
was it sometime in 2023?
No, agree. See, I left in 2022. It could have been anywhere between July of 2022 and maybe December of. It wasn't. I don't have the accurate date, but it wasn't when I left, and it wasn't.
I'll make it easier.
Okay. All right.
You were not his divorce lawyer at the time the interrogatory responses were filed in May of 2023. Is that correct?
Oh, no, I was not. Okay, yes.
And as of today's date, Mr. Wade is still a married man. Would you agree?
I haven't kept up with the divorce proceedings, but I think they're still open.
Okay, so, and if they're still open, that means he's still a married man.
Yes, that's correct.
So the fact that in a pleading there's a reference to the marriage is irretrievably broken, that doesn't mean the marriage ends, does it?
I guess you have to ask the judge that's handling the case.
Well, it
This is
doesn't
dumb.
end until there's actually a divorce decree signed by a judge. Would you agree?
I would agree.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cross, were you taking?
I am, Your Honor, and I'm going to have a minute. My cross-examination might be a long one, so we can go for an hour and a half. I have just a 5-minute break.
Sure. All right, we'll be back in 5.
All right, we'll be back in 5. Let's turn that off. Oh, lordy, lordy. I'll bet you that guy has to pee. Oh, lordy, lordy. Oh, I've got the testifying blues. I've got the Trump is my client blues. I don't think I'm gonna get paid because Trump owes so much money. Isn't it not right for him to, isn't it not right that he's using PAC money for legal bills? Isn't that illegal? Is that not illegal? I'm just wondering. Isn't that illegal? I really did. I'm serious about that. Judge, can I have 10 minutes for my joints? Yeah, my joints are taking longer to hit these days, Judge. I'm going to need another 5. I don't know. I'm just like, again, I appreciate jurisprudence and, you know, rule of law. I can appreciate it. I don't think it's always fair to people. I think we've got some real problems in our justice system. But I can also appreciate that there are formalities within our justice system that help keep some of the guardrails. Not, again, we must do better as a society to take care of each other. But nonetheless, that's why I guess I can not completely turn the channel when I hear horrid defense lawyers standing up for really, really bad. And yeah, Pepper, they're really focused on the salaciousness, which I understand. This is playing to an audience that is very much about the salaciousness of any political situation. That is the way to hook them, and then you can reel them in with whatever talking points you want. So this is really all about media literacy too. But to that end, this is very much about creating a narrative regardless of what is reasonable or true or legal or all of that. And this is distasteful. This is not, I mean, again, it is because our justice system allows representation and, you know, whatever. This is part of that system. But it is incredibly frustrating to see good people dragged continuously at the hands of people that are actually standing up for legitimately horrible individuals. Like, thank you, Pepper. Campaign finance reform. It's not an easy place to start, but I'll bet you it's easier than we think it is. You know what I mean? Like, I think we could do something about campaign finance and take money out of politics and bring back things that might help, like the fairness doctrine, you know, so that we have some real distinction between opinion and journalism. That would be a good start. Not perfect, but good. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Our overall justice system works. Sometimes it has a hiccup, and over the past 6 to 7 years, we now know what changes must happen. So this doesn't happen again. I know you're referring to the political process of this. Yeah, and we've known the justice system has been incredibly racist, broken, and is based on slavery, by the way. Policing is based on slavery. It is a holdover from that. So inherently, that institution is racist and demagogue. And with the militarization of our police forces across the country, it is only getting worse. So we already have an alarm bell that has been rung for many, many decades, millennia, and it hasn't stopped. So we need to, you know, obviously I'm speaking to the choir here, but it is really crucial that we don't allow that narrative to kind of take hold, which it has in a certain segment of the population who are already inclined to othering and racism and things like that, fear out of whatever it is, however they grew up or whatever. But yeah, it's time to push it back under the rock that it came out or that it should exist under. That's the challenge with media literacy. I don't imagine a world where we have enough delineation between opinion and facts from a media standpoint. I think that horse has left the barn. But I think we can at least take some measure to help people distinguish between what is opinion, right? Like, election lies are opinions. Well, they're lies. But if they must exist, then perhaps they can exist in the opinion space. but the factual piece, the journalistic piece, the kind of documenting of history, that needs to be given much more space and reverence. And I know it's hard right now. Gosh, I was watching, what was I watching? Oh, it was yesterday when I was in the car. I was listening when we were streaming this, and then I was off stream, but I was driving and I was listening to MSNBC on the radio, and the person, it was Polisi. What the fuck is her name? Polisi, Carolyn or something like that. Anyway, she's a white collar lawyer, and she was like yesterday saying, "Oh, this is over. Fani and Nathan Wade were in a," she was basically like, "Oh, this is over." And then Weissman agreed with her and all this stuff. And I was like, what world am I in? And not that you can't have that kind of, or express that kind of observation, but it really didn't track with what we saw. And it focused on things that I thought were kind of low-hanging, like, observation. And so I did a little work on Polisi last night, because I'm like, who is she? And I can't really tell too much about her background. I can tell her background, but I don't see anything. Everything seems pretty vanilla. But I'm curious. I'm curious about that. I just think it's interesting. I don't know who that serves. And not that you can't make that honest assessment about what you saw in the courtroom, but it seemed very emotional and very sure, like almost as if it was just trying to plant a seed. And it was odd to me that the rest of the MSNBC panel were just like, yeah, I guess so. I was like, what? Wait, what? Did we watch the same thing? Maybe not. So media literacy. And I don't know how to perfectly do that, by the way. All I know, and I'm learning along with everyone, is check the sources, check multiple sources, look for source documents, and, cheer on the heroes of justice and be in their corner. I felt like it was off base. Again, I am not a lawyer. I'm a wannabe. I know. I just didn't hear it the same way this woman heard it, and I thought, wow, she really sounds like she has an agenda in being this passionate about, Fani's failures of all this. So it was a kind of doom and gloom, and I don't know what the purpose. I don't know if it was just like, this is my moment on TV and I'm gonna like say something spicy. I don't know. It was weird. But you know what? The world is weird right now, and that's kind of where I'm at with it. Oh my goodness gracious. But yes. Yeah, so I think, so Curtis, if you're still here, isn't it true that in the New York case dealing with E. Jean Carroll, that in order to appeal the judgment against him in that case, he had to put up the bond plus whatever, 20%, like 120% of the bond or something, in order to appeal it? Is that the same for the New York fraud case? Because I think the E. Jean was civil, right? Oof, I better look up. I shouldn't guess. I wonder. And I wonder who. Yeah. Think about this, my friends. Returning combat soldiers from a 20-year war in 2 countries, Iraq, Afghanistan, where the majority of these brothers and sisters have been changed forever now. Yep, law and politics. Somewhere along the way, we went from information to entertainment, Joe says. You want to know when that was, Joe? It's fucking Mark Burnett. One of my reasons for living right now is finding out and exposing as much as I can about Mark Burnett, which I understand there's been plenty of people who have done that. Boo-hoo. I don't know. Oops.
Do you anticipate calling any further witnesses? All right.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I think he has to put up a bond in New York. Oh, bond different in civil. Thank you, Don't Go. Here's our lawyer.
Ms. Cross.
Thank you. Mr. Bradley, have you still got the exhibits 23, 24, 25 there in front of you?
I bet you he doesn't. I bet you he doesn't
And
return with a ruling
23.
today because she's got a lot of cross for
That's
him.
one of the contracts.
Redirect,
for,
I mean.
Your personal LLC, your PC, your personal legal entity, right? For the district attorney's office?
Sorry, this would be
Yes?
recross, I guess.
And I understood your testimony to be that.
Oh, no, this is cross.
Any income that came into the partnership, when I say partnership, let me be more specific. You had an individual legal entity. Mr. Campbell had an individual legal entity. Mr. Wade had an individual legal entity, but y'all had a partnership agreement, right?
Yes, but we didn't have that the entire time.
There was
Yes.
a period of time that we've been talking, that we had talked about in 2022 prior to leaving the firm, that there was an actual entity for the three of you, correct?
That is correct.
And that was roughly during the time period where y'all bought a building together.
Yes, correct.
And it made things simpler, or for whatever reason, you decided at that time that a joint entity made sense to own that building, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, but those contracts there, they're not with the joint entity, correct?
No, they're not.
Those are all with you individually, is that right? Can you take a look at 23, 24, and 25?
Yes.
They're all with you individually?
Yes.
Okay. 23, what's the hourly rate that you were being compensated? I think that was the first appearance?
23 is the, I don't think, no, 23 is not the first appearance. 23 is the taint, it says.
What's the hourly rate on that contract?
$150 an hour.
$150 an hour? All right. So the $150 an hour, the way I understand you all shared profits was you get 50, Mr. Campbell get 50, Mr. Wade get 50, and then y'all pay expenses jointly as well, correct?
Correct.
All right. What about exhibit number 24?
It seems to be the same.
Same amount?
I don't know if it's the same amount.
I'm interested in the amount. Can you tell me the hourly rate?
The amount was $65 an hour.
$65 an hour?
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's not a particularly high rate for an attorney in the Atlanta metro area, correct?
No, it's not.
All right. Was that a government rate that you were willing to accept at that time?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And so the $60 you're getting for that contract, again, that's split three ways, you, Mr. Wade, and Mr. Campbell, correct?
That is correct.
So when you were being
Minus
asked,
expenses and stuff like that. but yes.
exactly, exactly. That was the income, and then expenses come from that, and then profits, whatever's at the end, correct?
Correct.
All right. So when you were being asked questions about Mr. Wade, I think the phrasing, and I object to, but I think you might recall the question, Mr. Wade brought you this contract, or Mr. Wade got you this contract. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
That seems like the perfect person to
talking then about
describe Mark
split
Burnett.
among
Yeah,
the
we're going to
three
go
of
over
you
Mark
of
Burnett.
about
Trust and
$20,
believe.
right,
We
for that
are.
particular contract?
For this one, yes.
All right. What about 24? You got 24 there? I'm sorry, 25. You got that in front of you?
I do.
What's the hourly rate on that one?
It's 150.
150 on that one too? All right. And the same sharing went through the business the way you handled that contract as well, right?
That's correct.
All right. Who is Austin Dabney?
He was a probation officer that passed the bar, and we hired him and another individual. The other person didn't stay long.
And did Mr. Dabney and the other legal associate that you all had working for you at that time, did they do some work on these first appearance contracts?
Yes.
And that was a pretty good position for a younger lawyer to be sent to get some courtroom experience, correct?
That is correct.
All right. 2020, you're aware that Mr. Wade had a serious illness during that time?
I'm aware.
And you and Mr. Wade, I think you described your relationship in a lot of details earlier about specific circumstances, but you were business partners in, let's say, up till the time you left in summer 2022, correct?
That is correct.
You were business partners up until that time?
Yes, I said yes, that is correct.
Okay. And while you didn't socialize together frequently, you considered yourself a friend of Mr. Wade at that time?
Yes, we were friends at the time, yes.
All right. You are no longer business partners.
That is correct.
You are no longer friends.
I mean, if he's saying that we're not friends, then
I
yeah.
want to know what you think, Mr. Bradley. Do you consider yourself a friend of Mr. Wade?
I'll consider.
It goes to potential bias.
Thank
Ms. Cross.
Would I consider myself a friend of Mr. Wade?
Mm-hmm.
I would.
You
Do your
asked
friends
questions, Mr.
often
Bradley, about the
testify
circumstances under
against
which
you,
left
Mr.
the firm. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
All right. And you left the firm. The firm remained the same as far as other employees, Mr. Wade, Mr. Campbell, as the named partners of the firm. You were the one who left, correct?
That is correct.
And you termed it as a disagreement. You recall answering questions as though you left due to a disagreement. Yes?
Yes.
And that disagreement was that there was an allegation of sexual assault by an employee made against you, correct?
We're talking about the cases up in
There was not an
New York,
allegation that you
Siegfried.
assaulted us, that you
The
sexually
E. Jean
assaulted
Carroll
one of the
and the
employees
fraud
in the
case
firm.
for Trump Org. No worries. You know who, right? You are my
That is
friend, right?
incorrect, but
I mean, because I can't
Yes.
think of any. I can't
Yes.
keep any.
Yes, there was an allegation that you sexually assaulted a member of the firm, correct?
yes, there was an allegation, yes.
And as a result of that allegation, you left.
Oh,
I did.
And you were no longer business partners with Mr. Wade.
That is correct.
The firm remained intact. In
Oh.
fact, the employee involved remained with the firm, correct?
I'm not certain of that. They did leave the building, of course, and I don't know. Some of the employees did leave.
Mr.
that's
Bradley,
a little.
you in fact paid that
That's a little weird.
employee $20,000, correct?
That is that is incorrect as far as what was. No.
On or about the time that you left the firm, and on or about the time that the allegation of sexual assault was made against you, did you pay the person who had made the allegation of sexual assault any amount of money?
There was money left in an escrow that belonged to me. I don't know what that amount was.
And did that money that was left in the escrow that belonged to you, was that paid to the employee who said that you sexually assaulted her?
I never signed any, I never gave any money. I left the money in the escrow account.
Okay,
What
I
happened
think
to that money?
we're done here.
I can't. I don't know what happened.
He's a
to it.
disgruntled. That's what I
purpose did you
said.
leave
He
the
was
money in the escrow
fired.
account when you left the firm?
That came out yesterday, so he's a disgruntled. I
left
get
the
it.
money in
I
the
don't
escrow
know.
account.
Everybody can be a
For what
shithead,
purpose?
but bottom line is he's got an
Personal
axe to
purpose.
grind, and that
You just left the
factors
money in the
into
escrow
anybody's
account?
testimony, I guess, depending on the
Yes.
judge.
If there's no connection to the money you left in the escrow account and the allegations of sexual assault that an employee of your firm made against you, why was it that you brought to my attention, why did you respond the way you did about money in an escrow account when my question was, did you pay
Where did
this
they hold the
employee any
cash?
money?
Is it in a
I
safe
didn't
at the law
hand any
firm?
money. It was money from an escrow account, to my knowledge.
To your knowledge, where did the money in the escrow account go?
To the employee.
To that employee.
Zoinks. Sorry, Mr. Bradley. You're gonna be discredited
Was there
now.
one allegation or one incident of sexual assault with this employee, Mr. Bradley, or was there more than one?
It's one incident.
There were not two.
Oh boy.
To my knowledge, there were not two incidents. No.
I'm asking
Oh,
for
boy.
incidents that you have been involved in. Were there 2 incidents where you sexually assaulted?
There's
this
2.
employee?
Yesterday, Yurdi,
sexual
she was
assault
also
anybody.
dismissed from the DA's office, and she
Was
testified
there another occasion where
basically
you
against
paid any
Fani.
money as a result of an allegation of sexual assault against you?
No,
Did you sexually assault any clients of your firm?
no,
Never.
never.
Who's Anna Rodriguez?
Now she's trying to, oh shit.
I don't even know their name.
You don't recall a client named Anna Rodriguez?
Anna Rodriguez? No, I do not.
Never met her.
I do not
Oopsie.
recall the name Anna Rodriguez.
Pardon me, Your Honor.
Well, it
I would
probably was a
object to
settlement.
this. I'm not sure what we're trying to do here. So I would object to responding to that question.
All right, Ms. Cross?
Your Honor, this clearly goes to the bias that the witness has
That's right,
towards Mr.
unfortunately.
Wade and other individuals, his motive in his
Okay.
involvement. And I believe it's an appropriate avenue to pursue based on exploring his credibility.
All right, at some point, though,
I'm not
it
going
won't.
to go much further.
Okay.
Judge, if this is allowed to continue in this way, it does appear a little bit harassing, then is Mr. Bradley going to be excused from his privilege because this is not...
That's what I was gonna do. Don't do that yet. Just sit on it. I think she's already done that.
Your Honor, I'm asking
This is not a
in all
joke.
seriousness, that privilege, although...
Based on the answer right now, I think now we've opened up a whole area. Like you just responded to. He
For
previously said was
Mr.
privilege.
Bradley.
That doesn't sound
Oh,
like
Bradley,
privilege
you
to me.
didn't,
We'll
you
have
didn't
to
think this was
address
going
that
to
when
come
we go
up,
back
did
through the
you?
run.
It's his
So,
credibility as a witness
Ms. Ross.
against Nathan Wade about.
Okay.
He was called
Mr.
by the
Sadowski.
defense team to testify against Nathan Wade and Fani Willis, technically.
You were accused by Mr. Wade of misconduct in the course of your representation of Mr. Wade, correct?
I was not accused by Mr. Wade, no.
Who accused you? Did Mr. Wade not, based on the questions were just asked, did Mr. Wade not bring to your attention the sexual assault allegations?
Ah, thank you, don't go. That's right. It's about the stay, because he'll motion for a stay. Okay, thank
Ask that
you.
again, please.
Mr. Wade brought to your attention the sexual assault
Wow.
allegations that you've been asked about by the prosecutor, correct?
Correct.
And at that time that Mr. Wade brought those allegations to your attention, you were still the attorney for Mr. Wade, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, your conduct as an attorney, and the attorney at that time for Mr. Wade was called into question by Mr. Wade's passing along to you allegations of misconduct, correct?
I object to that. I don't think that's factually true. I don't know that that's not, I know that that is not legally true. The attorney-client relationship is of a matter. It is not vitiated by other instances or anything outside that matter.
I'm not sure that that's accurate. He was accused by Mr. Wade, his client.
accused by
Do you
Mr.
mind if I speak? I allowed you to speak.
Mr. Sadowski.
Mr. Wade accused this gentleman of misconduct in the performance of activity while he's an attorney working with Mr. Wade and representing Mr. Wade. Those allegations of misconduct open up the question of whether or not he can defend himself by now discussing his confidential communications with Mr. Wade in connection with the representation as well as the allegations. That's the position of the defense.
Understood. So what is the question you're putting?
My question I'm going to ask you now is, tell us what Mr. Wade told you about when he began his relationship with Ms. Willis.
All right. So where I think we are with this is that Mr. Bradley previously testified that the reason he left the firm was totally and completely covered by privilege. When asked by the state, he went into a factual scenario that, to my mind, I don't see how it relates to privilege at all. And so now I'm left wondering if Mr. Bradley has been properly interpreting privilege this entire time. And I think the only way I can cure that is by having that in-camera conversation with him.
May I suspend my redirect for you to have that conversation?
I think that makes sense, but is there anything else though that you were going to cover other than this issue?
No.
Okay. Ms. Cross, any reactions?
Only to, Your Honor, the premise of Mr. Sadow's question was that Mr. Wade accused Mr. Bradley of the sexual assault. That was not my question. I don't believe that's factual, though there was an employee who accused Mr. Bradley of sexual assault.
Okay. But regardless, though, the point is that the circumstances of his departure from the firm, from what I've now heard, had nothing whatsoever to do with his representation of a divorce. Is that fair?
My question, I believe the testimony has been that the circumstances of Mr. Bradley leaving the firm were related, I can't say how much, but certainly in a large part, based on the allegation of sexual assault that was made against him by an employer.
Sure. And his previous testimony was that that was totally covered by privilege.
Yes, he lied.
Okay.
Whoopsie.
All right. Other than this issue, which I think we've covered at length, was there any other questions based on Ms. Cross's examination from another defense counsel?
No, Judge.
Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right. With that understanding, can this witness be excused, Ms. Merchant?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
what
Mr. Bradley, I would ask, I don't know if we may be able to do it today.
I'm sorry, Judge, I don't think I could excuse him. Mr. Sadow had reserved the rest of his cross for after you determine the privileges.
Right. What I'm about to say, just logistically, is
Yeah, shut up, Merchant.
what I'm trying to do is, if we can conclude this hearing with the exception of that in-camera hearing, we end for today. And if as a result of that in-camera hearing that I learned that we need to reopen the evidence, then that's what I'll do. So to that end, I can give Mr. Bradley instructions that he's to report back if upon order of the court, but otherwise, is there anything further the parties need from him today?
Not from him, but I wanted to get those certified.
I know there's other housekeeping things and things we need to do.
And based on the testimony, we do have another witness, Your Honor. It doesn't involve Mr. Bradley
Right.
requiring to be here.
Okay, so now the state does have a witness.
I do.
Okay, all right. In that instance, okay, Mr. Bradley, you can step down, sir. However, I'm giving you the order to stay in touch with your attorney, and then we're going to have to find a time to meet again and go into a camera session. Do you understand, sir?
I do.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. You can step down. Ms.
This
Choate, do you
guy's
have a
like,
card
here
for
goes
me?
my Friday night.
Okay.
At least I hope I do.
I'm the worst lawyer on earth. I usually just tag bus stations with my
You can
number.
write down your contact information for us?
I will.
All right. Ms. Merchant, do you have any further witnesses?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, on the issue of the Bill Selinsky, the 1006 versus 611, we're not going to call him. We think the chart, the foundation is supposed to be chart, is sufficiently in evidence, and we can just use the chart during argument under a 611 demonstrative.
Okay. And any objection to this entry as a demonstrative, Ms. Cross?
No, Your Honor. Given the parameters we discussed earlier.
Okay. Can we go ahead and mark that an exhibit and make it part of the record in advance of argument, since I don't know when we're going to be able to have that scheduled. I think this would be Defense Exhibit 28. But let me,
Yeah, she
let me
didn't
go down the
settle.
order
No,
so
it's
stay
still
organized.
waiting.
Ms. Merchant does not have any further witness.
They entered into settlement that Trump would pay the
Ms.
$5
Merchant, on
million
behalf
cash
of Mr.
into an
Roman has no
escrow.
further
Oh,
evidence.
okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Don't
Sadowd.
go.
Your Honor, we are in the process, if the court will allow us to obtain certain phone records, and we would like the records kept open for the introduction of those phone records. We have them in draft.
Jesus Christ.
I say draft, we have them informally.
The
We do
horse
not
is
have
dead.
certification. And they would deal with.
The horse is
You'll
dead,
remember
Chester.
I asked Mr. Wade about certain activity down in Hapeville.
Stop smacking it.
And it deals with that specific time period. So we're talking about February to March of 2021 to November 1st.
And is it your
Already
intention that
been
you want to
questioned.
introduce these solely as an exhibit, or you think that this should reopen and bring us back for an entirely new evidentiary day with witnesses?
I think that we would want to if what we believe is there, based on our preliminary research, is there, we'd like to reopen.
We
and
can't wait to see what they think it is.
And someone to explain what they mean. But that's it.
The state certainly, sorry, were you finished, Mr. Sagan?
I believe so.
The state would certainly have an objection to that. This hearing has been set. We haven't seen the records, so I don't know if I have any objection to what they are. But the day has been set for quite a while. We object to leaving the evidence open for any purpose.
Okay. And Mr. Sagan, when did you first go about trying to obtain these records?
Hold on, he's just excused for the moment. He has to have a private meeting with the judge.
And admitted to the relationship, but put parameters on the timing. I sent some subpoenas out in response to that, so that was February 9th. Problem is, Delta, AT&T, all these folks aren't super fast about that. And so I know Delta, we're also waiting, I wanted to remind the court, waiting for those records to be.
Basically.
And AT&T actually emailed me these phone records yesterday morning on the way to court.
I know, right?
All right. Any further exhibits that are self-authenticating?
Thanks, don't go.
Counsel are
That's what I
able
thought.
to provide those, obviously serve those on opposing counsel, and then before sending them over to us, let us know whether they would be tendered with or without objection, just purely on authentication or hearsay issues or relevance. We can make those part of the record, and I'll reserve whether this reopens a full hearing format. But the exhibits themselves, I'm willing to have come into the part of the record, but there will be a cutoff point very soon, as we schedule argument. All right. Any other evidence, Mr. Sadow, then?
No, Your Honor.
So that would be cell records. Mr. Stockton? Any evidence? All right. Mr. Durham, if you're still with us?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. McDougald?
Certified copies I mentioned to Your Honor yesterday, Your Honor.
Okay. And why don't you lay those out for the record?
They are marked but not yet numbered.
It is to determine if there is privilege between his communications between him and Nathan Wade, I believe. Someone can correct me, but I think that's what the meeting is about with the judge. Because he's concerned now that his communications are not privileged.
2-68. 30 is a certified copy of County Code Section 2-69. 31 is a certified copy of County Code Section 2-79. 32 is certified copy of County Code Section 10-114. 33 is a certified
They're basically indicating that Mr. Bradley lied about an aspect of the communications. And so now, since he's lied, the judge needs to meet with him and behind closed doors. I guess. That's what I'm assuming, but smarter minds will correct me, hopefully.
35 is a certified
It's not good
copy
for
of
the
County
defense.
Code
Let's put it that way.
102-465.
It's impeaching their witness.
36 is a certified copy of County Code Section 102-466. And 37.
Bet you this guy's fun at parties. Yes, misrepresented his privilege. Thank you, Jam. That's a much better way of saying it. Smartest chat on the way.
D.A. Willis in the Wade divorce case.
Okay. Ms. Cross, objection to defense exhibits 32 through 37.
I object to their relevance, and I will take opposing counsel's representation that the pleading is complete and accurate as it was filed, and object to the relevance of that as well, but not the authentication.
Okay. All right. We'll note the objection for the record, and we'll admit them for whatever weight they do. So defense exhibits 32 through 37 are admitted. You can hand those to Madam Court Reporter. Any further evidence, Mr. McDougall?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rice?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gillen? The demonstrative 38 or 28? Okay, and do you have a physical copy for us already? Great. All right, do we still have Mr. Kucherov with us on Zoom, or anyone else on behalf of Mr. Floyd? So he's not on any longer? All right, I'm being
That's a good
informed that he
point,
dropped
Don't Go.
off
Thank
Zoom,
you
and
for
so
that
I'll
context.
make a finding that he voluntarily has absented himself from this hearing. Mr. Cromwell?
No evidence, John.
Okay. Ms. Cross, back to you.
If the defense presentation of evidence is done, I'd ask that all of the witnesses who had been subpoenaed but not called now be released.
I think that's fair. Ms. Merchant, any reason to hold on any of those witnesses?
No.
Okay.
And the state has 2 short witnesses, and that's it.
Okay, you may call your...
Yes, he
next
is. He's
witness,
the
Ms.
former
Cross.
law
Next
partner,
witness for the
Pepper,
state
of
is
Nathan
Austin
Wade.
Dabney.
These witnesses are going to be,
Impeach the testimony of Mr. Bradley?
on collateral matter. We'll wait.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Austin Dabney. That's AustinDabney.
Good
Say
afternoon,
Creed,
Mr.
it was
Dabney.
just a big mess.
Good afternoon.
I want to direct
Yep.
your attention.
Roman built his
How are
case
you
on 2
employed?
disgruntled
I am
employees, really.
employed right now. I have my own firm.
You're a lawyer and you've got your own law firm?
That's correct.
All right. I want to direct your attention to 2000 and 2021, 2022. What was your employment at that time?
Yes, I was employed with the Wade Bradley Campbell firm.
And that's Nathan Wade, Terrence Bradley, and Chris
Only
Campbell?
certain people can wear
And
bow
what did you
ties,
do in that
okay? Bow ties
I
can
was
look
an
really,
associate
really
attorney.
bad on people or
And
really,
don't
really
you hold on to
fantastic.
tell,
This
but
gentleman
generally
rocks the
speaking,
bow tie.
who in the
There are
firm
so
did
many
you
men
work
who,
for? What kind of
and
matters
I
did
think
you
of
handle?
men in particular, who
I believe
cannot
I
rock
worked
the
for
bow
all of them
tie.
equally. They would all give me tasks to
Sorry.
do which
It's
court
spicy.
dates to go to, what cases to work on.
I want to direct now your attention, Mr. Dabney, to a particular instance. Did you have occasion at any time to go to a club with Mr. Bradley?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah. Did you have any occasion to go to a club, a nightclub or a bar situation with Mr. Bradley?
Yes, I have.
More than
It's
one
true,
time?
there are more objections.
More than one time, yes.
The time that I'm going to direct your attention to, we spoke about a little earlier today. Do you recall any instance, Mr. Dabney, where Mr. Bradley, where you witnessed Mr. Bradley sexually assaulting him?
Your Honor, I object to this specific instance of
Sure.
impeachment is improper.
All right, how is this not extrinsic evidence of a collateral matter, Ms. Cross?
Maybe ask a better question. My question will be if this witness witnessed Mr. Bradley sexually assaulting another employee of the firm.
Same subject matter. How is that not issue on a collateral matter for impeachment?
I think it's not a collateral matter. Your Honor, the witness denied it. I think it is highly relevant. I think that it goes to the witness's credibility and his
Certainly
denial
distasteful.
here this afternoon that he committed the assault. There's a witness I will proffer to the court who has firsthand knowledge and witnessed the event.
Did
And so I
Mr.
think that's highly
Dabney
relevant
agree
to
to
what Mr.
testify about this? I imagine he did because he is he's a prosecution witness.
Still object, Your Honor.
I understand, Mr.
In the attempt to impeach Mr. Bradley, they have to live with whatever answer he gave. They can't have a sub-trial with the extrinsic evidence of misconduct here, so we would object.
608A. Right? 24-608.
Ms. Cross, under 608, I don't see how this is well beyond the core facts at issue. I think you confronted with him I think he answered in this. He saw fit an argument can be made as a result to go down a whole mini trial on whether he did or did not do this and circumstances of his leaving the firm. I don't see how that gets past 608.
I understand the ruling, Your Honor. Disagree, and just for my objection, I put a proffer on the record, not a detailed one, but that
I think you already have.
I'd like to, with the court permission, I'd like to make it clear that the sexual assault I'm referring to, it was the same employee that I asked Mr. Bradley about. I just wanted that to be clear on the record.
Okay. All right. Understood. Is there anything else that is relevant to this witness?
Given the court's ruling, no.
All right. Question from defense counsel?
Telling you, my heart is breaking for all the people who have all of their business. I mean,
Good afternoon,
right,
sir.
wrong, or
Good
indifferent. The
When
victims.
did you start working at the law
Oh
firm?
my God.
I believe I started working, to my recollection.
Of course, Sado
March
has to stand
2020.
up and make an ass of
And
himself.
at that time, do I understand that there was what I would call a three-way partnership or sharing arrangement at the law firm?
I'm not aware of any sharing arrangements that they had, but it was the Wade, Bradley, and Campbell law firm.
Okay. And did you work in the law firm office on a daily basis?
I did.
And during the time period, you were there for the remainder of 2001? That is, you worked from March of 2001 at least to the end of 2001, correct?
I didn't even have a bar license in 2001.
I'm sorry, 2021. It's a little late. From March of 2021 to the end of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. During the time period that you were working at the law firm, did you see Fani Willis?
During my time, could you repeat
In that time period between March of 2021 and November 1st of 2021, did you see Miss Willis?
I may have recalled one instance where I saw her in passing.
And when you saw her, was she at the law firm?
That would be correct.
And do you know who she went to visit?
I do not know.
You didn't see her go to Mr. Wade's office?
I do not recall.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Wade about
Oh my God.
Fani Willis?
Could you repeat your question?
Did you ever talk to Mr. Wade about Fani Willis during the time period of March of 2021 to November 1st of 2021?
No.
Did you know they were dating?
No, I did not.
Did you see anything did you ever socialize with Mr. Wade?
As far as being an employee, yes.
Well, I don't know what that means exactly, but did you ever go out to eat with Mr. Wade?
On occasion, he would take the office out to lunch.
Beyond that, did you ever go to a nightclub or drinking or any of that with him?
No, I did not.
Okay, so whatever relationship
Sado's
Mr.
such a
Wade
dick.
had with Miss Willis during this time period, you don't have personal knowledge, correct?
I do not have any personal knowledge.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions from defense counsel? Mr. Stockton?
When you started in March of 21, was that just you gave them a resume and started working there?
I don't understand your question.
When you started working there, is it a situation where your first day on the job is the first day you may have met him or shortly before you met him?
Met
Again,
who?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Met
Let me
who?
back up. Did you know Mr. Wade or any of his partners
So
prior to
dumb.
March of 21?
Yes, I did.
How did you know them?
In a professional capacity, I used to be a community supervision officer with the Georgia Department of Community Supervision.
And where would that have been out of? Fulton County?
Cobb County.
How long did you know Mr. Wade prior to that?
I didn't see Mr. Wade in my professional capacity. I thought you were asking about all partners, but if you're only asking about Mr. Wade, if you could please clarify.
Okay, so you went to work for Mr. Wade in March of 21, correct?
I went to work for the Wade Bradley Campbell firm.
Okay. Prior to that, how long did you know Mr. Wade?
I did not know Mr. Wade prior to that.
At all?
At all.
No further questions?
Any other counsel?
All right.
Seeing and hearing none, Any redirect, Ms. Cross?
No, Your Honor, subject to the court's ruling.
All right, can this witness be excused?
May.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Boy,
Next witness, Ms. Cross.
this is like painful. Trump posted appeal bond on the 5
I believe I
mil.
know the court's ruling, so let me
Waiting
proffer
for
that the
him
next
to
witness
appeal
is
the
State Recall
350 mil.
Deanna
Once he does that,
Rodriguez.
then the bail money will come into play.
Question,
Keep
Mr.
it,
Bradley,
keep this in
about
mind, there are no banks that
sexual
will
assault
deal
of
with
Ms.
Trump, and he's
Rodriguez,
unable to get a
a
loan in
client
New
of the
York.
firm.
Part of the
Denied
stipulation of
knowing
this
her
is
or
he's
recognizing
unable
her
to get a
name.
loan.
I believe Ms. Rodriguez's testimony would be impeaching of Mr. Bradley. I believe it's appropriate, but want to present that before I call it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cross.
I think this
And
is,
so,
I wish
based
we
on that
wouldn't.
proffer and the subject matter proffered, I still believe that would fall under 608B as extrinsic evidence of a collateral matter. And so I don't think it's allowed under our rules of evidence.
Understanding that, I just make a proffer on the record that Ms. Rodriguez would testify that Mr. Bradley sexually assaulted her. She was a client at the time. And that would be impeaching of his testimony that he denied.
All right, understood. Any further evidence or witnesses, Ms. Cross?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, then at this
Thank
time,
you, Judge, for not putting
for
Ms.
now, I'll
Rodriguez
consider the
through
evidence closed,
additional hell.
subject to any certified submissions by counsel, and subject to the results of the in-camera hearing. We will
Don't go as the boss,
coordinate with
man,
our counsel to
Curtis.
find a date to come
She's
back
my
for
Thelma.
summation.
She's the Thelma to my Louise.
And to that end, again, using Ms. Merchant as kind of running lead on this, I'd like you to consult on whether that's going to be a collective response on behalf of the defendants. If not, then we're going to have to get into time allotment, and if it's more than a handful of counsel, it'd probably maybe be 10 to 15 minutes per side. And so, Mr. Sadon.
When did you say this might happen?
We'll follow up by email so we can coordinate with everyone's schedules. I want to make sure we have our same court reporter as well, so that the record is all in one place. And I know we have a lot of schedules to coordinate, but looking at either late next week, as in next Friday, or the following week.
And would we at least have the opportunity to get a transcript before we do that?
I think that's probably highly unlikely.
Hear me do what?
We'll see.
Uh-oh. What'd I do?
It's just, that would require a rush, and I know, again, we're in a shortage of court reporters, but I think there are other means you can refer to the evidence with confidence as to what was said.
All right.
Oh, right, when I asked if you could hear me.
Ms. Merchant.
I like to check, people
Okay.
can't spend fucking
Like
8
I
hours
said,
with
we
me
will,
every day, all
we're gonna
day.
follow up with scheduling.
You people have lives.
Mr.
I
Gillen.
get it. Just because I don't doesn't mean you don't.
Any other
So I like to check.
claims brought in any of the filings regarding forensic misconduct, this whole line of questioning? All right. Any other questions from defense counsel? Anything from the state?
Your Honor, we would just ask that we be allowed to submit a brief as it relates to the rulings that you just made, as relates to the objections by defense counsel under 607 and 6021, which is the impeachment by contradiction, which in the state's understanding would allow the use of extrinsic evidence to impeach the specific testimony here of Mr. Bradley. So we're just asking for leave to provide a brief and ask the court to further consider your ruling.
Well, if you still got your witnesses here and you think you've got a better legal argument, I'm willing to hear it.
Yes,
You
everyone
said
follow
607 and
country. He
608.
also shares the
607,
most beautiful
621.
music. Uh-oh. Chat froze. That chat unfrozen. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I see 621 and I see 608. And
in both of those instances, they allow testimony that related to the testimony of another witness here, Mr. Bradley, that we can prove this is patently false, as he testified that he didn't commit a sexual assault and that he didn't pay off witnesses and things of that nature.
okay, and how do you get around 608B's prohibition on extrinsic evidence of collateral matters?
Both 607 and 621 allow the use of extrinsic evidence to specifically impeach facts known to be false.
Front row.
But if that held true, respectfully, that would mean that any time a witness denied something, you'd be able to, of a matter testified to, you'd be able to impeach with extrinsic evidence, and that's respect to that.
Well, here's what I'm fine with, Mr. Abadi. If you want to submit that brief on purely legal argument, you can, but I don't want to have this as a vehicle to essentially put forth an extended and long-winded proffer of what you expected the evidence to be. So if you think I've made a legal error on that point, feel free to brief it, and we can reopen the hearing if that's legally invalid. Okay? All right. Mr. Chopra, is your client still here?
I believe so, Your Honor, but I'm sorry.
That's fine. If he is still here, let's relocate to the jury room. Okay. We will be adjourned for today. Thank you all.
Woo! We made it. We made it. We made it. We made. They're probably going to do some housekeeping or whatever. I don't even know. Wow. What a day. Lordy, lordy. Look who's 40. My goodness. That's not even the midweek trash heap. Jesus. Yeah, so, okay. I know. This one was particularly challenging. Oh, you're so welcome, Harry. Thank you. And thank everyone. My goodness. I am going to tell you, and I mean this sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Whatever I do on this platform is made so much better by the people who come into the chat and share their wisdom and just their humor and their love and their humanity. And I'm not being cheesy. I'm being honest right now. Like, you literally make this, whatever I'm offering here, rich. It's not like you add to it. You actually make it rich. It was a long day. Holy moly. Okay. But here's the thing. So thank you, because really this chat is really quite tremendous when it comes to the breadth of knowledge and experience. So thank you for that. But the short and long of it, I think, Siegfried, in my hot take moment, is that the Trump side, if you will, was extraordinarily hell-bent on defaming and slamming both Fani and Nathan Wade, and using that as the way to kind of like, Stone Soup. Oh my God, that's a great story, Stone Soup. But it was an attempt to really derail this hearing, this trial, and literally get it out of Fulton County and push it, hopefully, to a more red county, who could then decide to drop it, not bring the charges, change the, you know what I mean? They really could just completely derail that particular case. So there was a lot. Yeah, there was such a lot on the line. And in my estimation, which seems to be different from some of the pundits, is, struck. Yeah, totally. I think what they ended up doing is really making themselves look desperate. And of course, this is up to the judge, and he has to weigh it against the actual codes. So, I mean, I think it could go either way. I don't know. I really defer to the smarter legal minds that have more experience with this, but it seems to me that it was an extraordinary attempt to try and really upend this particular prosecution, which is big. Yeah, so I don't know if we got through it. I guess we'll have to determine what the judge says. So I'll be watching for that. But wow, oof, there's a lot. Never mind that Michigan is also going through there. So I'm going to have to really keep an eye out for upcoming programming, just to make sure that we can balance and keep on top of what's probably going to be like the multiple events that are coming up for us. I was thinking Fulton County is purple and had to fix some redistricting. Yeah, I think it is purple. So when I heard that it could be removed from the entire DA's office, and that came from, I believe, someone on the MSNBC panel. I apologize. I don't remember exactly which lawyer on that panel said it, but I think it was Chuck Rosenberg who said that they could actually remove the entire case to another district, and take it away from Fani Willis's office if there was found to be misconduct or whatever. So, yeah. Yeah, normal is in the types of questions. Oh, God, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I think that it's just so... well, I don't know. It was a tough couple of days to listen to, and I want to acknowledge that. And it certainly was a very tough couple of days for poor people in Fulton County, Fani, etc. to go through. So my heart goes out to them. But yeah, it's going to get wild. Yeah, Siegfried, you're absolutely right. It is going to get wild. I have to really make sure I'm on my on my game. I think you guys will giggle the same that I do when I say that. On my game doesn't seem to have a real high bar. So anyway, all right, so I'm gonna go now, but I will see you tonight. I think I'm still on for like 8 o'clock Pacific. I might try and move that maybe an hour earlier. I have to kind of see how this afternoon goes. So we're having a modified lounge tonight. So please come back to the channel tonight if you need just a minute or a break or a laugh or a whatever. And then we'll go from there. But we've got a lot. We've got a lot. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah. No, it's really crazy. Crazy. Yeah, I'm glad I acknowledge that. I am not on top of shit. I'm not on top of shit. But that's okay. We're just human here. This is a very human channel. Welcome to a very human channel. Yeah, exactly. We're all on the same plane. Anyway, thank you so much for spending so much time, whatever amount of time you were able to spend with me today. I deeply appreciate it. You don't know. And heart out to all the trolls out there for having my back, and everyone who continually has my back. I just know that it's just shitty to have anyone's back, frankly. That just shouldn't have to happen. So thank you when you're able to make that happen. It does not go unnoticed. But have a really wonderful rest of your Friday. If I don't see you, I hope I do see you tonight though. All right? So thanks so much, and have a wonderful thing. Have a wonderful thing. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I hope I see you later.